敬的陈晓东副部长、巴特副省长，亲爱的来宾朋友们、女士们、先生们，大家上午好！欢迎莅临由华阳海洋研究中心、中国海洋基金会、中国南海研究院和海南自由贸易港研究院共同主办，由 CGTN 协办的第5届海洋合作与治理论坛。开幕仪式现在开始。首先有请华阳海洋研究中心理事长、中国南海研究院学术委员会主席吴世从发表开场致辞，有请。
尊敬的陈晓东副部长、巴特尔常务副省长、吕斌理事长、石福林院长，女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家早上好。我仅代表论坛的主办方，对来自海内外的专家、学者、外交官、媒体朋友以及各方代表，还有线上的演讲嘉宾和参会代表，欢迎大家。海洋合作与治理论坛创立于2020年，至今我们已经走过了5个年头。其中在经历疫情的特殊时期，我们还进行了办会模式的创新，坚持1年1会。我们不仅没有停办或者推迟，而且将这个论坛固定在每年的11月，在这个时间，三亚这座美丽的美好城市举办，这也是三亚一年最为宜人的季节。回想起来，一路走来，我们收获了成功与喜悦，也伴随着艰难与挑战。感谢始终给我们大力支持的外交部，王毅部长已经连续4年给论坛发表视频演讲，一会紧接着下面就是今年王毅部长的视频演讲，晓东副部长亲自到会，还有自然资源部、国家海洋局，尤其是海南省、三亚市给予论坛的宝贵支持。那么我这里还要特别指出的是，每年参与会议的各个国家和地区、国际组织，尤其是涉海国际组织、驻华外交机构的信任与支持。昨天晚上我们统计了一下，参加今年论坛的与会代表有来自25个国家和地区的近300名代表，这还不包括线上的。当初我们设立这个论坛的宗旨，主要是考虑从学术层面来推动海洋合作与全球治理。我们创立这么一个平台，是想利用这个平台，少一些争吵，多一些包容，少一些对抗，多一些信任。现在看起来，虽然历经5年，取得了一些成效，但距离我们的初衷还有差距，还有漫长的路要走。在此，我也呼吁，并请求各界各方面的朋友和与会代表给予我们更多的信任，更大的支持，让我们一起利用这个新型的平台，为人类的海洋事业做出独特的有益的贡献。预祝论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
感谢吴世存理事长，谢谢您。 下面，让我们用热烈的掌声，有请中共中央政治局委员、外交部部长王毅发表视频主旨演讲。请看大屏幕。
各位来宾、各位朋友，大家好！我谨代表中国政府对第5届海洋合作与治理论坛成功召开表示热烈祝贺，向出席论坛的各国和国际组织代表、专家学者、媒体朋友们表示热烈的欢迎。当今世界，时代之变、历史之变，正在以前所未有的方式展开，全球治理也面临着全新机遇和挑战。前不久，中国共产党成功召开第20届3中全会，将推动构建人类命运共同体，践行全人类共同价值，落实全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，作为进一步全面深化改革、推进中国式现代化的重要任务，为缩减全球发展鸿沟、破解国际安全困境、打破文明交流壁垒，提出了符合全人类共同利益的中国方案。海洋孕育了生命，连通了世界，促进了发展，积极推进全球海洋治理，构建海洋命运共同体，是构建人类命运共同体的应有之义。中方愿意同世界各国一道，以落实习近平主席提出的3大全球倡议为契机，实现更高水平的全球海洋治理，增进全人类福祉。为此，中方愿提出3点建议：第一，推进海洋高质量可持续发展。联合国2030年可持续发展议程首次明确制定了海洋可持续发展目标，成为人类发展史上的重要一步。海洋发展应当普惠全人类，尤其是发展中国家作为价值取向，以人类与海洋生态环境和谐共生为内在要求，不断拓展海上务实合作，充分发掘海洋潜力，使海洋成为各国可持续发展的不竭源泉。中方愿意同各国分享海洋发展领域的成果和经验，推动构建更加紧密的蓝色伙伴关系，高质量共建21世纪海上丝绸之路，共同促进海洋的高质量可持续发展与繁荣。第二，维护普遍持久的海洋安全。人类是紧密关联的安全共同体，维护海洋和平与安宁是国际社会的共同责任。涉及领土和海洋权益的具体争议，应当由直接当事方通过友好协商和平解决，包括联合国海洋法公约在内的国际法以及南海各方行为宣言必须得到恪守。任何不分是非曲直、执意按盟友划线的做法都不得人心。任何罔顾基本事实、假借法律名义侵犯他国主权权益的行径，都将以失败告终。中国愿意同有关国家一道，通过谈判、协商处理好涉海的分歧，维护海上和平稳定，推进海洋的持久安全。第三，促进全球海洋文明交流。人类居住的蓝色星球，不是海洋割裂的各个孤岛，而是被海洋连接为命运的共同体。文明的交流互鉴，使我们得以相互理解，消弭分歧，启发借鉴，共同发展。我们应当尊重参与全球海洋事务的各种文明，打破少数国家对传统话语体系的垄断，抵制以意识形态划分阵营、拉帮结伙搞对抗的做法，更加主动学习借鉴人类创造的一切优秀文明成果，更加积极地拓展文明发展进步的空间。开放包容是中华民族的文化基因，我们愿意同各方加强海洋人文交流合作， 共同传承海洋文明，创新海洋理念，推动形成符合时代发展潮流的全球海洋文明观。各位朋友，中方坚信，加强对话与合作，维护海洋和平与稳定，推进全球海洋治理，始终是国际社会的广泛共识和主流呼声。中方倡导的构建海洋命运共同体理念和共商共建共享的全球海洋治理观，符合人类社会发展的历史潮流。百川归海而海不盈，中方愿意同国际社会携手并进，砥砺前行，将海洋建设成世界各国共享的和平安宁之海、繁荣发展之海、文明交融之海，预祝论坛取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
谢王毅主任。现在有请外交部副部长陈晓东发表开幕致辞，掌声有请。
尊敬的海南省常务副省长巴特尔先生，尊敬的联合国秘书长、海洋事务特使彼得·汤姆森先生，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，很高兴同大家相聚在美丽的海南三亚，共同出席第5届海洋合作与治理论坛的开幕式。刚才，中共中央政治局委员、外交部部长王毅阁下通过视频发表了重要的致辞，围绕习近平主席提出的3大全球倡议，就加强全球海洋治理和推进构建人类命运共同体，阐述了重要的观点，提出了中方的方案。海洋命运共同体作为人类命运共同体的重要组成部分，核心要义就是要推动建设和平之海、合作之海、友谊之海。在这里我也愿意利用这个机会跟大家分享几点看法和意见。一是坚持对话协商，共建和平之海。中国始终是海洋和平的坚定捍卫者。我们坚持通过对话协商，同海上邻国管控涉海分歧，共同守护海洋和平安宁。目前，中国已同越南完成北部湾划界，正稳步推进与韩国的海洋划界谈判。中国与菲律宾通过南海问题双边磋商机制保持持续的沟通，同日本通过海洋事务高级别磋商机制保持对话沟通。前不久，中国同马来西亚举行了海上问题双边对话的首次会议，就推进中马海上合作进行了有益的交流，并且达成了很多重要的共识。中国还同美国、法国、澳大利亚等国开展海洋建设性的对话，探讨海上和平共处、相互尊重、合作共赢的良性互动之道，为促进地区和平稳定展现大国的担当。和平安全是国际社会共同的意愿，中方一贯致力于建设以联合国为核心的国际海洋治理体系，坚持维护以国际法为基础的国际海洋秩序，坚决反对海上强权和霸权主义。中方一贯主张由直接当事国通过谈判协商解决海上争端和分歧，坚决反对外部势力介入并借机破坏有关国家之间的关系和地区的和平稳定。二是坚持互利共赢，共建合作之海。中国始终是海洋合作的积极推动者，我们秉持平等互利原则，积极同世界各国开展海洋合作，分享中国发展红利，为世界经济注入源源不断的动力。中国持之以恒推进同海上邻国的合作，先后同日本、韩国、越南等签署渔业合作协定，与有关国家探讨推进海上油气共同开发等领域的合作， 并且取得了积极的进展。需要指出的是，共同开发不影响有关国家涉海的立场，是践行联合国海洋法公约的重要的举措。中国和东盟国家正携手落实南海各方行为宣言，加快推进南海行为准则的磋商。这是本地区国家根据包括联合国海洋法公约在内的国际法，为完善地区海洋治理、构建良好海洋秩序做出的积极的努力。中方还专门设立中国东盟海上合作基金、中印尼海上合作基金，推进海上务实合作，共同造福本地区各国人民。推进海上合作符合各国人民的共同利益，中方将继续秉持共商、共建、共享的原则，积极推进同周边邻国及世界各国的海上合作，做大合作的蛋糕，在互利合作中实现的共同发展。我们欢迎更多国家支持并参与21世纪海上丝绸之路倡议，共建蓝色经济伙伴关系，共享海洋可持续发展的成果。三是坚持开放包容，共建友谊之海。中国始终是涉海友好交流的忠实维护者。中方在海洋科技、环保、教育、航运、防灾救灾等领域同世界各国保持良好的互动与交流。中国海军、海警积极开展港口访问、远洋护航、海上的搜救、医疗服务。近年来，中国同越南、韩国等开展联合增值放流活动，累计放流水产品疫苗3.62亿尾，受到本地区各国渔民的普遍欢迎。中国倡导成立金砖国家深海资源国际研究中心、东亚海洋合作平台、海洋10年国际合作中心、中国东盟海洋合作中心、中国东盟海洋学院、海洋合作与治理论坛，积极举办涉海国际会议和培训班，以海为媒，互学互鉴，积极促进中国人民同世界各国人民的友好交流。海纳百川，有容乃大。我们呼吁各国秉持开放包容精神，加强交流互动，促进民心相通。我们真诚希望海洋成为不同文明之间交流互鉴的桥梁和纽带，成为全人类和谐共处、共同繁荣的美好的家园。女士们、先生们、朋友们，海洋把各国凝结成了休戚与共的命运共同体。保护好、治理好海洋，实现海晏河清、四海安南，是全人类共同的目标和任务。唯有着眼人类共同福祉，切实践行海洋命运共同体的理念，共担时代使命责任，共促海洋合作发展，才能携手创造全球海洋的美好未来。期待各位嘉宾利用本次论坛充分进行交流，为推动全球海洋合作与治理贡献更多的智慧，为打造和平之海、合作之海、友谊之海贡献更多的智慧与力量。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
的致辞，谢谢您。接下来有请自然资源部副部长、国家海洋局局长孙淑贤发表视频演讲，请看大屏幕。
尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。首先，我谨代表中国自然资源部、国家海洋局，对第5届海洋合作与治理论坛的胜利召开表示热烈祝贺。借此机会，向长期以来关心和支持中国海洋事业发展的国内外专家学者和各界同仁表示由衷的感谢。海洋是人类社会存续和发展的重要空间，是不同文明间开放、交流、互鉴的桥梁和纽带。 海洋被视为蓝色粮仓和地球之肺，为全球约30亿人提供主要蛋白质摄入来源，涵养着地球上最大的生态系统，是世界上最大的碳库。各国在开发利用海洋资源的同时，更应该善待海洋生态，保护海洋环境，让海洋永远成为人类可以依赖、可以栖息、可以耕耘的美好家园。习近平主席先后提出了共同建设21世纪海上丝绸之路，以海上互联互通和各领域务实合作发展蓝色伙伴关系等重要理念和倡议，为破解全球海洋治理面临的困境和挑战，建设和呵护我们共同的海洋家园指明了方向，提供了中国方案。中国坚持尊重自然、生态优先、一体保护、系统治理的海洋治理与保护原则，积极构建从山顶到海洋的保护治理大格局，制修订海洋环境保护法等法规，出台全国国土空间规划纲要、海岸带及近岸海域空间规划，不断健全海洋管理法治体系和政策制度，全面划定海洋生态保护红线，实施海岸带保护修复工程与蓝色海湾整治行动，全面推广厦门实践经验，不断筑牢海洋生态屏障。中国坚持创新驱动、科技引领、绿色转型、低碳发展的海洋经济高质量发展道路，推动科技创新驱动高质量发展，推进海洋产业的绿色化、智能化、融合化转型升级，加快发展海洋药物及生物制品、海水淡化及综合利用、海洋新能源等现代海洋产业，提升蓝色经济贡献率。2023年，中国海洋生产总值达到9.9万亿人民币，占国内生产总值的7.8%，成为国民经济蓝色引擎。中国坚持开放包容、共商共建、平等互利、合作共赢的海洋国际合作和治理理念，持续拓展双边合作，在共建“一带一路”框架下，提出了蓝色伙伴关系原则、蓝色合作倡议等，引发多国共鸣，建设性参与公海生物多样性保护、深海采矿规章等规则制定。自2015年以来，先后9次执行北太平洋渔业执法巡航任务，以实际行动践行联大决议和有关公约。女士们、先生们，海洋是人类的共同家园，各国对于构建和平、合作、繁荣、美丽之海保有共同的期待，承担共同的重任。我们愿与各方一道，用好海洋合作与治理论坛这一重要平台，加强理念对接，增进利益融合，促进互学互鉴，提振合作动能，共同为构建海洋命运共同体、为全球海洋治理贡献智慧和力量。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功，祝各位嘉宾身体健康，工作愉快。谢谢大家。
局长，下面有请海南省常务副省长巴特尔发表开幕致辞，掌声有请。
尊敬的陈晓东副部长、吕斌理事长、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。今天
华洋研究中心与中国海洋发展基金会、中国南海研究院和海南自由贸易港研究院在三亚举办第5届海洋合作与治理论坛。我谨代表海南省委、省政府对本次论坛的举办表示热烈的祝贺，对出席本次论坛的各位专家学者、各位嘉宾以及长期支持海南自由贸易港建设的各界朋友，表示诚挚的欢迎和衷心的感谢。海南因海而生，向海而行，是名副其实的海洋大省。中国共产党第20届3中全会提出，完善促进海洋经济发展体制机制。海南省委8届5次全会对围绕向海图强做出了系统的部署，提出积极发展深海科技、海洋智能装备制造、深远海养殖等新兴海洋产业，努力再造一个海上海南。本次论坛将围绕全球海洋治理、海洋争端解决、海洋经济发展、海洋生态环境保护、构建海洋命运共同体等议题进行深入交流和研讨，既符合中央要求，又契合海南的需要，将积极促进海南在海洋合作与治理领域发挥示范作用。借此机会呢，我向大家报告一下海南的一些情况和做法。据统计，2023年海洋生产总值呢占到海南全省 GDP 总量的 33.8%， 占比居全国第一。我们预测到2026年这一数值将达到 40%， 到2030年我们预测呢要突破6000亿人民币，35年呢要突破1万亿人民币。在实现海洋经济产值快速增长的同时，海南始终注重处理好保护与开发的关系，聚焦海洋产业的高质量可持续发展。我们始终遵循保护优先于发展的原则，通过地方立法编制海洋空间规划，开展环保检查专项行动等多种方式，保护海洋生态环境。我们持续开展无塑海洋行动，延长海洋塑料垃圾的治理链条，形成寻找替代材料加控制源头加塑料垃圾打捞的新模式，率先研发并推广海水可降解塑料，从源头上减少塑料污染对海洋的影响。我们聚焦深海研究和开发，依托三亚的牙洲湾深海科技城，围绕深海探测、深海装备、深海海洋综合试验场等，打造深海科技创新策源地，挖掘深海潜力产业。我们积极探索升级传统产业加发展新兴产业加挖掘潜力产业的布局，推动传统渔业往岸上走，往深海走，往休闲渔业走，发展深远海养殖和休闲渔业，依托科技创新发展海洋新兴产业，包括海上新能源、深海高端装备制造、蓝色碳汇等，重点延伸海上风电的产业链，挖掘海上风电制氢制纯、波浪能和海洋温差能发电等其他新能源产业的潜力，构建具有国内和区域竞争力的现代海洋产业经济体系。女士们、先生们、朋友们，海洋合作与治理同海南自由贸易港建设密不可分。本次论坛还将就海南自由贸易港建设与南海资源开发举行座谈交流。2018年以来，习近平总书记4次亲临海南，要求加快建设具有世界影响力的中国特色自由贸易港，让海南成为新时代中国改革开放的示范，打造展示中国风范的亮丽名片。海南在推进全面深化改革开放和自由贸易港建设进程中，取得了生动的实践成果。到目前为止， 海南自由贸易港基本形成以零关税、低税率、减税制，贸易、投资、跨境资金流动、人员进出、运输来往自由便利和数据安全有序流动为主要特征的自贸港政策制度体系。在税收方面，实行了3张零关税清单，鼓励类产业企业享受15%的企业所得税，符合条件的个人所得税为15%，加工增值30%内销免关税。海南是中国内地税负最低的地方之一。贸易和投资方面，在全国率先实施首张跨境服务贸易负面清单，外商投资准入负面清单减至27项，制定放宽市场准入特别措施，开放增值电信、教育等领域，允许外资参股、控股，甚至是独资。在跨境资金流动方面，出动了合格境外有限合伙人余额管理制度试点办法。海南自由贸易港多功能自由贸易账户，我们常说的 EF 账户，今年也已经正式上线，标志着跨境贸易外汇收支更加便利。在人员及运输往来方面，扩大了59国人员免签入境海南的事由，除工作和学习外的其他事由到海南都可以免签入境30天。在跨境数据方面，今年7月10号，国家工信部批复在海南设立国际通讯业务出入口局，为海南实现跨境的互联互通和数据交换奠定了基础。海南也建立了跨境数据的专营通道，目前已建成海南到香港的海底数据光缆，并推动在2025年前建成2条面向东南亚的国际海缆，形成区域性国际信息通信枢纽，实现与越南、泰国、印尼等东南亚主要数字经济高速发展国家的网络直连。女士们、先生们、朋友们，今天我们从区域和国际合作的视角探讨人类海洋发展面临的共同挑战，寻求行之有效的解决方案。我们期待和国内外同行在共建海洋命运共同体的目标引领下，充分利用“一带一路”重要倡议和区域全面经济伙伴关系协定等自由贸易协定，携手构建蓝色伙伴关系，开拓蓝色经济合作发展的新空间，畅享全球海洋合作的主旋律。最后，欢迎各位嘉宾、海内外朋友常来海南，领略海南的椰风海韵，感受自由贸易港建设日新月异的变化。也希望大家为海南自由贸易港发展建设和海洋事业贡献宝贵的意见和建议，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
感谢巴特尔副省长，谢谢您。下面有请国际海底管理局秘书长麦克尔洛奇发表视频演讲，请看大屏幕。
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today at this esteemed gathering on global maritime cooperation and ocean governance. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, the importance of collaborative action in managing our oceans has never been more apparent. General faith in multilateralism is fading from all horizons. This is also the case in the law of the sea. One could note a return of unilateral actions and increased polarization, leaving the legacy achieved by those before us in a very fragile state of uncertainty. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea stands as the cornerstone of our efforts to ensure a peaceful, equitable, and sustainable use of the oceans. This Constitution for the Oceans provides the legal framework within which all ocean activities must be carried out. UNCLOS also serves as the foundation for national, regional, and global cooperation on marine and ocean-related matters. A testament to the enduring relevance of UNCLOS is the adoption of its implementing agreements. The 2023 Agreement on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, the third such agreement, represents a significant step forward in our collective responsibility to protect and manage marine biodiversity for the benefit of all humankind. This achievement, along with the 30th anniversary of UNCLOS and its first implementing agreement, underscores the remarkable progress made possible through international cooperation. Within this framework, the International Seabed Authority plays a crucial role. The legal regime governing the area, the seabed and ocean floor beyond national jurisdiction stands as a remarkable example of effective multilateralism. No other intergovernmental body has been entrusted with the responsibility of managing a shared space and its resources for the benefit of all humanity. Tasked with organizing and controlling activities in the area, protecting the marine environment, and promoting marine scientific research, ISA serves as a fundamental pillar of ocean governance. In its role as trustee of the area and its resources, ISA has established a sound regulatory framework for exploration and exploitation activities. Through the collective efforts of its member states, ISA has approved 31 exploration contracts with 22 contractors, demonstrating its commitment to responsible management. While we celebrate these achievements, we must also acknowledge the challenges confronting global maritime cooperation. Faith in multilateralism is waning, leading to a resurgence of unilateral actions and increased polarization. The integrity and strength of UNCLOS and its implementing agreements are being tested. To withstand these pressures, we must reaffirm our commitment to the principles of solidarity, equity, and peaceful use of the oceans. ISA has consistently demonstrated its commitment to these principles. It has implemented a robust regulatory framework, prioritized environmental protection, and fostered scientific research and capacity development. ISA has also established strategic partnerships with various organizations, further strengthening its role in global ocean governance. In conclusion, the future of our oceans depends on our collective action. UNCLOS, its implementing agreements, and the work of institutions like ISA provide a solid foundation for global maritime cooperation. By upholding the principles enshrined in these frameworks, we can ensure the sustainable management of our oceans and the equitable sharing of their benefits for generations to come. Let us seize this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to collaborative action and ensure a healthy and prosperous future for our oceans. I thank you very much.
感谢洛奇秘书长。接下来，让我们有请联合国秘书长海洋事务特使彼得·汤姆森发表致辞。Ambassador Peter Thompson, please.
Morning. So, Dr. Wu Xuan, the chair of the Wayang Research Center, His Excellency Cheng Xiaodong, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Batur, the Executive Vice Governor of the People's Government of Hainan Province, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to just say that all courtesies are observed, and thank you for the privilege of addressing you all here this morning. And on behalf of all those visitors from overseas who are present here with you, I wish to thank you for the very warm welcome that we've received here in Hainan. When we consider global maritime cooperation and ocean governance, we must consider that there is only one ocean, and that on this planet, our relationship with it must be one of respect for the ocean's well-being, couched firmly within the provisions of the Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS as we know it. Notably within UNCLOS, that's where we find the provisions for regional fisheries management organizations, and where we have the mandate for the 38% of the ocean which is tied up in exclusive economic zones. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now well acknowledged that the sustainable blue economy is key to humankind's future on this planet. Note my emphasis on the word sustainable. For what we're talking about is movement towards circular economic models operating within ecological planetary boundaries. Moving, in fact, in the direction of the ecological civilization that was proposed by President Xi Jinping. As such, we're talking about the greening of shipping, offshore renewable energy, truly sustainable aquaculture, and the development of such things as nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals from the ocean. We are in fact talking about the green transition when we talk about the sustainable blue economy, talking about moving away from humanity's addiction to the burning of fossil fuels to an equitably electrified world powered by renewable energy. In that vein, thank you, China, for what you have done to drive down the cost of solar panels in the just cause of the green transition. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we can take great heart from the fact that there has been of late a wave of international consensus in support of correcting the course of our relationship with nature. It's fair to say that the world is now awake to the predicament and the scale of that predicament, and that international attention has moved to questions of required action, with science and finance at the center of the discourse, starting with the UN Environment Assembly's 2022 decision to begin negotiations for an internationally binding treaty to control plastic pollution. We've witnessed since then a remarkable run of hard-won multilateral environmental agreements, all of which have positive impacts for the realization of the SDGs. The Plastics Treaty is currently under multilateral negotiation, and with its Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee currently meeting this week, right now, in Busan, in Korea, we have the chance, a once-in-a-generation chance, to deal with the scourge of marine plastic pollution and robustly address the full life cycle of plastic. It was in December 2022 that the parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity came to the remarkable international consensus of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The Chinese presidency of the CBD process led us to this massive step forward in our relationship with Mother Nature. With SDG 14, the Ocean SDG, benefiting hugely through the framework's target of protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. The global ocean community looks to China's good offices for positive action on this legacy, particularly in relation to the achievement of the framework's 30 by 30 target. The establishment of large Antarctic marine protected areas, totaling 4.5 million square kilometers of the ocean, under the control of the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, known as CAMLA. It will be essential for us to achieve 30 by 30 for these to be established. Thus, in tandem with agreement on an improved krill management plan. We hope China will be in the vanguard of making this a reality. And then, along with its other welcome provisions in favor of good governance of the high seas, the BB&J Treaty, adopted at the UN last year, gave a major boost to the biodiversity framework's 30% target through its introduction of what are called area-based management tools that will enable the establishment of large marine protected areas in the high seas. With its provisions for cooperation in the governance of the high seas, this treaty, the BB&J High Seas Treaty, represents the greatest step forward in good stewardship of the ocean since the inception of UNCLOS. The ratification process of BB&J is now underway. And to help it come into force as soon as possible, we dearly hope that China will ratify the treaty before the UN Ocean Conference is held in June next year. Meanwhile, SDG 14 still labors under the 34% overfishing statistic reported by FAO for assessed global fish stocks. 1 in 5 fish are estimated to be caught illegally. But with every new signature of FAO's Port State Measures Agreement, we come one step closer to eliminating illegal fishing. And we trust that China will soon be one of its signatories. At the same time, work on the elimination of harmful fisheries subsidies continues to make steady advances at the World Trade Organization. And it's been very encouraging to observe the prominent role that China has played in resolving these issues in Geneva. Anything more China can do to bring these negotiations to a successful close will be gratefully acknowledged by the global ocean community. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I should say that following on from the huge support that SDG 14 received from the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon in 2023, we are now building towards the 3rd UN Ocean Conference to be held in Nice. I think that date should have been 2022. My memory fails me. So we're building now towards the 3rd UN Ocean Conference to be held in Nice in the south of France from the 9th to the 13th of June, 2025. I bring your attention to the fact that the conference will be preceded by 3 special events. The first one being the One Ocean Science Congress, which will be held in Nice. The second being the Blue Economy Finance Forum, which will be held in Monaco. And the third being in Nice also on the implications of rising sea levels for cities and coastal communities. These special events will be held during the week directly preceding the UN Ocean Conference. So I hope to meet many of you at these special events and at the conference itself. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you may have heard my daily mantra. We cannot have a healthy planet without a healthy ocean. And the ocean's health is currently measurably in decline. So as parents and as grandparents, we are summoned by the principle of intergenerational justice to halt and reverse that decline. It's a tough demand, especially when at a time that solutions are so desperately needed, we find that our knowledge of the ocean's scientific properties is insufficient. And so in the face of the massive challenges and responsibilities confronting us, the question becomes one of, what are we going to do about it? Many of the answers to that question will be discussed here in this symposium in Sanya. So I look forward to hearing from you all over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your speech. Thank you. 接下来有请海洋负排放国际大科学计划首席科学家、中国科学院院士姜念智发表演讲。有请。
的各位领导、各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家早上好！很高兴有这个机会给大家汇报，也和大家交流，向大家学习啊。我今天给大家汇报的这个内容呢，是联合国海洋10年一项大科学计划，叫做 Ocean Negative Carbon Emission， 缩写叫做 ONCE， 中文的话叫做海洋负排放啊。我介绍一下这个大科学计划的基本情况和一点进展。现在这个大科学计划呢，已经有78个团队，来自33个国家的78个团队参加。这个细节我就不展开来讲了，但怎么做是关键啊。这里如果是用几个字来概括的话，可以用6个词啊，就是合情、合理、合法、可行、可靠、可期。合情就是要符合国情和实际情况，合理就是要符合科学原理，合法就是要符合国际法。可行就是要技术上要可行，可靠呢，你一定要有国际标准啊，建立国际标准。那么同时要可期，这个可期呢，就是你建立的方法技术啊，你能够向全世界推广。应对气候变化啊，这个大家共同来做，才能够实现目标。那底下呢，我就简单举几个例子啊，比如在合理方面啊，我们要按照4个这个科学原理，就是现在啊已知的海洋储碳的机制啊，有4个，一个叫做生物泵，一个叫做碳酸盐泵，还有一个叫做solubility pump， 溶解度泵。那么除此之外的话，还有我们提出来的一个新的一个机制，叫做微型生物碳泵，或叫做微生物碳泵。那么我们的科学认知是在海水里，这4个泵是同时存在的，而且它们之间呢有相互作用。那么如果是我们能够掌握了或者了解了我们看到的现象背后的过程机制，就有可能来通过控制它的边界条件，实现最大的负排放或者最大的储碳啊。这时候你看到的储碳呢，就包括无机的、有机的、生命的、非生命的啊，可以再现地球历史上出现过的大规模的储碳。那么大家可能会问，你这么说听起来很惊人，有没有证据？那么答案是 yes， 是有的啊。这张片子给大家看的呢，是地球历史上的一个证据。你看这些黑乎乎的岩石啊，如果把它放在显微镜底下看的时候呢，你就会发现这都是微生物诱导的岩石啊，包括碳酸盐，其中也包括有机质，发黑的是有机质啊。那么另外的话，我们现在在实验室里也可以实现。现在看到的这个片子，就是在显微镜底下，你可以看到的微生物的作用啊，它就把这个生物过程和非生物过程结合在一起啊，可以实现最大化的这种储碳和转化。好，接下来就是怎么样去实施啊？一个场所很关键，刚才讲合情、合理、合法，是吧？那么这里呢，我也举2个例子。一个例子就是在中国以及东南亚国家，还有世界其他一些沿海国家非常发达的海水养殖，是吧？大家知道海水养殖提供海洋蛋白啊，提供食品，这个很重要，因为现在世界上还有7%的人是处于饥饿状态的啊，海洋是有待开发的一个空间。但是海水养殖呢，对这个环境造成了很大的压力，这是我们要面对的问题。而 ONCE 的方法，也就是我们海洋负排放这个大科学计划，它所提出的技术路线呢，是在增加碳汇啊，实施负排放的同时来改善环境啊。大家看到的这里边，我刚才讲的4个泵啊，生物泵、碳酸盐泵、溶解度泵，还有新提出来的微型生物碳泵都在这里边啊。这样的话，就有可能实现最大的排放。而且这时候的排放呢，已经顾及了环境啊，修复了环境。一些细节呢，我就不去展开来讲了。我们有这个英文词，大家看起来是非常这个就比如说 smart， 对吧？它有它这个词的解释啊。时间关系，我就不去单独讲。如果是有这方面的这个专家同行的话，我们接下来可以在底下交流。那这是一个利用现有，这是合理合法的，因为这个环境已经是被人为干预了啊。你去增加碳汇的时候呢，还要修复环境啊，这是一个非常典型的一个案例。那么另外还有一种情况，就是利用现有的污水处理厂来实施海洋负排放啊。污水处理厂，你在全世界各国啊都是必要的，大国也好，小国也好，强国也好，富国也好，你必须污水处理。但是污水处理厂啊有2个词啊，一个词叫做这个排放大户，就它处理污水的时候呢，排放这个温室气体到大气里去。另外一个呢，你都是政府投入，对吧？因为你污水处理，你这是政府必须要做的，所以它是一个投入大户。但是如果说把我们海洋排放大科学计划提出来的它的原理和方法、技术路线用上去的话，那就有可能把这2个大户实现一个颠覆，就是 把排放大户变成一个碳汇的大户，把投入大户变成一个盈利大户。具体怎么做呢？就是刚才讲，根据这个原理，特别是微型生物碳泵以及碱度的增加，而且这个量放到海里去以后呢，它会非常大的，因为它会这个泼在海面上，因为它出的是淡水，淡水就是漂在这个海水顶上的，对不对？这样的话就最大有效的这个面积来吸收大气二氧化碳，然后有海流就可以把它出到深海，一旦出到深海，储存时间就很长了。我们前面讲的，我们提出来的微型生物碳泵它所转化的惰性溶解有机碳可以在海洋里储存5000年这是现在海洋的一个状况。地球历史上呢，它的作用还会更大的。刚才我们前面这个孙部长讲的时候说，这个海洋是地球表层最大的碳库，的确是这样，在调节地球历史上调节气候变化发挥了举足轻重的作用。那现在我们要操作的时候就非常小心，所以前面我们讲的这个合情合理合法很重要然后就是要可行要可靠要可期。首先呢，我就来谈谈怎么叫可靠可靠必须要建立国际标准，你要是没有一个标准，各行其事那就很麻烦更不要说现在我们要支持碳交易，是吧？这一次这个 COP29 刚刚结束，在这个会上达成了一个重要的共识，就是要建立在联合国监控底下的碳交易市场和碳交易机制。那么它的基础是什么呢？就是要把这些过程机制搞清楚，同时呢要建立国际标准。那么我很高兴地告诉大家，我们这个大科学计划在最近几年来已经取得了一些重要进展，也包括在这个国际标准方面。那这个片子给大家展示的呢，是我们这个ISO， 也就是 International Standardization Organization， 它所批准建立的海洋排放与碳中和这样一个标准工作组。那这个工作已经规划了一系列的标准。那么特别是最近我们提出了一个总则，就是海洋排放与碳中和的知识总则和要求，已经通过了ISO 的投票的这个批准。而且这一次呢，这个投票率是100%，反对票为0所以说这是反映了一个国际社会对应对气候变化的一个共同的决心和愿景。所以有了这样一个标准我们就可以看到在这个理论依据技术研发、数据管理和评估方面有了指引和规范同时呢，这样一项标准也构建了海洋排放它的实施路径、技术路线包括这个数据管理极限设定等等，提供了一个指导原则。我们期待在这样一个前提底下，大家一道来共同来实施海洋排放，来应对气候变化。我相信很快我们就会往前推进，来加快海洋碳中和的进程。好，我的汇报就到这儿，谢谢大家。
谢谢焦院士，谢谢您。接下来有请香港中文大学深圳公共政策学院院长、前海国际事务研究院院长郑永年在线上发表演讲。郑教授，有请。
谢谢老朋友吴世成院长的邀请，使我有这个机会呢，对海洋治理发表我的一些意见。尊敬的这个小东副部长、巴特副省长，各位朋友、各位嘉宾，早上好。那么我个人呢不是海洋问题专家，我也不能假装是海洋问题专家，但我觉得呢，海洋治理是总体国际治理的一部分。那么今天呢，我想围绕着特朗普他再一次当选为美国总统对国际秩序的影响，尤其是对中美关系的影响，因为中美两国呢是今天世界国际秩序的2根支柱，是吧？哪一根都不能少。那么在这样的情况下呢，中美关系呢实际上是会影响海洋治理的。还有呢，大家也是清楚的看到，如果是特朗普恢复这个关税大棒呢，它肯定会减少这个全球的航运，也是对海洋会发生很大的影响。所以我呢讲简单的，因为时间关系呢，讲简单的这个几点。第一点我要讲的呢是特朗普的确定性，因为特朗普一回来呢，大家感觉到呢，这个世界未来的秩序呢很不确定。但我个人认为特朗普是确定的，对吧？如果说特朗普的第一任任期带来的不确定性，我觉得还是情有可原。 那现在再次回来了呢，如果说它不确定性呢，实际上我是觉得说不过去的。那么说，今天我们所说的一些人所说不确定性呢，大部分来自人们对特朗普的侥幸心理，对吧？侥幸心理。那么实际上在第一任期中呢，特朗普对全球贸易体系的破坏力量和对地缘政治的影响的颠覆性力量已经展示出来了。那么没有人认为呢，他在第二任期里面他的外部影响会减弱。那我个人觉得特朗普已经积累了4年的执政经验，他会以更理性也是更有效的方式呢产生负面影响。对这个呢，我们不应当有任何的侥幸心理。那么还有人会说，就是特朗普是内政优先呢，外部事务不是他的优先考量呢？但我个人觉得，就是内政优先，并不是说，内政优先的政策没有外部影响，对全球治理没有影响了。第一呢，正如他第一任期的所作所为所表明的，特朗普呢必须把注意力从外部环境转移到内部，才能实现他的优先政策。因为美国的帝国已经过度扩张，美国的利益呢深度嵌入各个区域，美国总统需要花大力气来关切美国的外部利益。因此呢，特朗普呢必须收缩美国的国际卷入，也就是退群和减少对国际秩序的承诺呢是必然的。那么在这样做的时候呢，美国必然破坏现政国际秩序。那么第二呢，尽管美国内部出现了那么严重的这个政治问题，但在经济、技术和军事领域呢，美国依然是世界上最强大的国家。美国内部的任何变化呢，都会产生巨大的外部效应。因此呢，对任何国家来说，如果丢掉了对特朗普的侥幸心理呢，那么就需要准备如何应付特朗普对确定性会带来的冲击。那么尤其是对中国来说，对吧？特朗普是确定的。第二点我想讲的呢，就特朗普冲击波我觉得特朗普呢会在执政以后实际上现在已经开始了，他必然会在2条战线挑战中国，一条呢是科技经贸战线，另一条呢是军事地缘政治。那么这2者呢都会影响这个国际秩序，也会影响海洋治理，对吧？尤其是中国跟东盟的关系，或者南海问题，或者甚至台湾问题，对吧？那么这一点当然我不能展开讲，对吧？第3点呢，我是觉得我们全世界不仅包括中国，如何应对特朗普呢？首先呢要如何认识特朗普，对吧？我觉得这个非常重要。最重要的呢，我们是必须对特朗普及其团队呢做出一个基本的判断。这里呢至少包括3个层面，一个呢政策层面，第二个呢是决策模式，第3个呢是执行3个组成部分。首先是政策，就特朗普的政策导向，就是特朗普要用什么样的政策达到什么样的目标。第二呢是决策模式，就是特朗普的决策模式是齐全的还是分权的。第3呢是执政，就是他的官僚团队。那么这几个方面呢，我觉得已经是非常明确了。当然还有一些变动，但大体上是明确了。特朗普的政策目标，当然他已经说得很清楚了，就是美国再次伟大，就是 MEGA。这就决定了特朗普呢是内政优先、外交次之的原则，而在外交领域呢是经贸优先、地缘政治次之的原则。特朗普的决策模式呢是高度齐全的，他是个公司 CEO 的模式。应当意识到，特朗普呢是一位成功的企业家，企业的决策模式呢是高度齐全的。特朗普也把这种企业的决策模式呢带入了白宫。他的第一任期的决策模式呢是高度齐全的，没有人会幻想他的第2任期呢会改变这些模式。实际上马斯克，对吧？你看他对特朗普很亲近，对吧？他已经体会到了，当有人指责他马斯克在人事任命上越权的时候，马斯克马上说，他只是给特朗普提供一点意见，最终的决定都由特朗普总统自己来决策。那么这个是美国再次伟大呢，要求特朗普在第2任期他继续革命。 特朗普第一任期的革命呢，遭到了极大的阻力，即来自他所说的深层政府的阻力。这顶层呢，特朗普遭遇到了政治上的不忠诚，甚至背叛，假说国会的不合作，公务员队伍军方的抵制。那么特朗普已经向他所说的深层政府呢写传，对吧？已经说了要跟他们斗争。经过深层政府指什么并不清楚，可以预测呢，和深层政府作战斗争会表现为各种形式的反腐败。那么这方面呢，我个人觉得特朗普在他的内部斗争模式呢，会充分展现出其变幻无常的性格和毫无底线的行为模式。这个是美国内部的政治，但是会有外部的影响。那么这特朗普清理政治阻力的过程呢，也是他人事任命的过程。特朗普呢，要确保一个能够忠实的执行其政策的有效的行政团队。特朗普官僚执政团队的组成呢，是基于政治忠诚原则之上的。他已经宣称，对吧？他要惩罚那些他第一任期中和他下台之后背叛他的人，包括以前的副总统，而他不会录用那些他认为是不忠诚的或者不那么可靠的官员，像蓬佩奥，对吧？那么各种分析表明特朗普任用的都是那些他认为是忠诚于他或者能够尊重于他的这些官员。那么内政优先、外交次之和经贸优先、地缘政治次之的原则呢，已经表现在到今天为止的特朗普的人事任命安排上。特朗普的外交团队对华政策呢，我觉得可以分为两派。一派呢是反共意识形态、反华意识形态极强的冷战派，和把经济利益放在第一位的美国优先派。尽管美国优先派也不利于中国，但它并不意味着反共反华，而冷战派的优先考量呢，是在国际层面，就是要对抗中国。那么特朗普对中国在地缘政治和意识形态问题上的极限施压呢，我觉得更多的是一种谈判手段，而不是冷战派那样的要把中国打垮作为目标。所以特朗普让任以后的主要矛盾是内政和经济问题，而非外交。外交只是手段，要为他的内政做一个准备。那么在这样的情况下，我最后一点讲的呢，就是中国如何应付特朗普。我觉得几个层面，一个呢，在外交层面，我个人觉得中国可能要改变一下外交方式。第一呢，要总结一下和避免中国在特朗普第一任期时期的外交工作上的一些有效的经验和教训，形成更有效的对美外交。第二呢，要更清晰的与美国探讨两国间存在的结构性问题。第三呢，要对美外交呢，要跳出常规思维，避免这官僚机构就是官僚层过分对立的同时，要考虑特朗普独特的外交风格，想办法呢为元首外交打开局面，对吧？这个非常重要。如果是官僚层面一开始变成 too confrontational， 那么下面的工作就比较难做。那么在经贸上呢，我觉得特朗普肯定会使用关税大棒。那么这个关税大棒呢是怎么用，我们要观察。因为特朗普你看在选举过程中他说要对中国征60%的关税，但是昨天和今天对他的消息呢，就是说要征10%的关税，而对加拿大、墨西哥呢要征25%的关税。所以呢，我个人觉得他还没有想好。那么在这样的情况下呢，中国要做到几点。第一点呢，要冷静观察，避其锋芒，不要闻鸡起舞，要缓慢的行动。有效的行动对中国来说，往往是我觉得不是那么有效的，结果是不有效的。高关税呢，我们可以说必然再一次导致美国的这个高通胀。那么就再工业化来说美国的企业家没有准备好，这一点马斯克早就强调过很多次了。美国不可能把中低端的这个技术经济再工业化，很难。高通胀呢，美国社会很难再一次承受。所以我觉得不要因为他60%的关税已经定了，他还是在做思考。那么第二呢，中国呢，我是觉得尤其是在这个阶段呢，要释放一些更多的善意，要对美国的资本、对美国的农业州、对美国的科学界、对民间、对 对地方呢要释放更多的善意。我今天刚刚看到美国的科学界啊也是在抗议特朗普，如果特朗普想继续执行像第一任这个 The China Initiative 中国行动呢，就很多的科学家可能会离开美国，对吧？第三呢，我是觉得我们这执行机构啊，官僚机构层面呢要征召一下，不可以上中国的这个民粹主义或者民族主义民族主义呢这个情绪呢带偏了方向，带偏了。第四呢，我是觉得这政策层面呢，我们要加快开放，尤其是单边开放，像一带一路啊、东南亚、拉美啊，连欧洲现在都是在重新思考它的外交战略，对。那么在军事上呢，这个也会因为军事地缘政治上，特朗普会极力施压中国，那么这个方面呢，我们也要考虑一些应对方法。那当然，第一个方法呢，就是军事现代化是最重要的。国际社会啊，经过大家去讨论民主是吧、伦理原则，但是这些东西啊，我是相信这些个老先生所说的，就是实力说话原则，对吧？实力既是能力，也是义度。我想从马基雅维利到我们的这个新加坡的李光耀，对吧？大家都有这个非常认识的，对吧？所以我是觉得我们中国呢，有的时候也不时的要显示一下自己的实力，对吧？这是这个中国我们的哲学是止戈为武，如果没有戈，哪能止得了美国的武，对吧？所以我是觉得我们要意识到。第二呢，我是觉得在人工智能领域呢，我们要急起直追，因为人工智能主要是中美两个国家的现在竞争的领域。美国现在这个国会，它的一个委员会已经建议，就用人工智能曼哈顿计划，对吧？曼哈顿计划，所以我们要有足够的意识，我们是有能力改善美国的，对吧？美国的。那么第三个呢，对中国来说，我是觉得非常重要。我们一方面要加快军事的国防的现代化，但同时呢，我们要避免国民经济的军事化。对美国的冷战派来说，他最希望看到的就是中国的国民经济军事化，因为一旦中国的国民经济军事化了以后呢，美国可以有信心把中国给拖垮。所以总体上来说呢，我是觉得特朗普是确定的，只要我们自己有定力，这个我们中美关系大概率也是确定的，对吧？这个只要中美两国都能这个比较有确定性的因素找出来，我想这个世界秩序也是有确定的，所以包括海洋治理，我是觉得一方面我们要有足够的现实主义，另一方面呢，我们也要就是说从不仅仅是中美两国家之间的关系，而是要从全球的利益，这个 global interest 是吧？全球海洋治理的这个角度呢，来审视中美关系。我想作为第二大经济体，一个迅速崛起的中国呢，是可以有所作为的，大家都不用太悲观。谢谢大家。
谢谢郑教授，谢谢您。下面有请中国海洋发展基金会理事长吕斌发表致辞，有请。
尊敬的陈晓东副部长、巴特尔常务副省长，尊敬的华阳吴世成理事长、南海院王胜院长、中改院施福林院长、联合国海洋特使彼得·汤姆森先生，女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。在这硕果累累的美好季节，我们又一次聚集在美丽的海南三亚，共同见证第5届海洋合作与治理论坛的隆重开幕。在此，我谨代表主办方之一的中国海洋发展基金会，向出席论坛的各位嘉宾、各位朋友表示热烈的欢迎和衷心的感谢。海洋合作与治理论坛已经连续举办了5届，中国海洋发展基金会也长期与华洋合作，参与举办、支持了4届。回顾过去的5年，海洋合作与治理论坛作为聚集资源与智慧的大平台，在各国政府、国际组织、非政府组织和学术界等各方力量的积极参与和群策群力之下， 为推动合理开发利用海洋资源，保护与修复海洋生态环境，公平合理解决海洋国际争端，高质量发展海洋经济，可持续发展海洋渔业等工作做出了积极贡献。我们也通过参与这几次论坛，受益匪浅，收获良多。中国海洋发展基金会自成立9年来，为了海洋领域重大国际战略布局谋篇，开展的多项工作，与海洋合作与治理论坛所探讨的很多领域不谋而合。例如，中国海洋发展基金会为助推共建“一带一路”而开展的海上丝路蓝色经济行动，正在与19个发展中涉海国家合作开展海洋空间规划编制工作，在保护海洋生态环境的前提下，合理规划海洋产业，促进当地的海洋经济高质量发展。今年9月26号，我们在北京举办了海上丝路国家海洋空间规划工作交流会，邀请了60个海上丝路沿线国家300余名代表到北京参会，向他们展示了中国海洋空间规划成果和海洋经济的发展经验，表达了海洋基金会愿意与他们合作助力，帮助他们发展的决心。我们还连续4年开展了海上丝路海岸带评估行动，以海上丝路国家海岸带综合管理和可持续发展为重点，编制并发布了海上丝路沿线国家海岸带可持续发展能力指数评价报告，不断向海上丝路国家提供公共产品。此外，我们每年还参与举办10余个对话交流活动，包括海洋合作与治理论坛，持续构建蓝色伙伴关系，不断打造蓝色朋友圈。本月12号到17号有3个礼拜呢，我们海洋基金会代表团根据外交部的指派，赴巴西里约热内卢参与了 G20 相关的编会，也就是海洋20的系列活动。这是历史上首次在 G20 活动期间以海洋为主题的举办系列活动。海洋基金会代表以基于生态系统的海洋空间规划，推动海洋可持续发展为主题，在会上介绍了基于生态系统的中国海洋空间规划在平衡海洋生态系统保护与海洋资源开发利用，促进海洋可持续发展过程中所发挥的重要作用，以及可学习可复制的弥足珍贵的实践经验。女士们、先生们、朋友们，海洋合作与治理论坛是华阳海州海洋合作与治理中心、中国海洋发展基金会和中国南海研究院以及海洋自由贸易港研究院携手共同打造的一个开放包容、互学互鉴的一个交流平台，致力于推动各方在海洋领域的交流与合作方面不断走向深化。未来，中国海洋发展基金会将继续秉持包容、开放、合作共赢的原则，加强与各方的沟通与协作，为推动全球海洋治理体系的不断完善和发展做出新的贡献。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功，祝愿各位嘉宾在三亚过得愉快，身体健康，工作顺利，收获满满。谢谢大家。
再次感谢吕冰理事长，感谢您的致辞。现在有请中国南海研究院院长王胜致欢迎词。王院长有请。
尊敬的陈晓东部长、巴特尔常务副省长、吕冰理事长、吴世存理事长，各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家上午好！热烈欢迎并衷感谢各位新老朋友来参加第5届
海洋合作与治理论坛。作为论坛的主办方之一，我在此仅代表中国南海研究院对中国海洋发展基金会长期的支持，对各位出席本次论坛表示再次的感谢。刚刚王毅部长、陈晓东副部长、孙淑贤副部长、巴特常务副省长做了重要讲话，吕宾理事长、汤姆森特使、吴世存理事长以及其他几位嘉宾从不同的维度出发，做了重要的演讲，这都为本次论坛提供了多元且有益的讨论思路和方向。海洋是人类社会赖以生存的可持续发展的共同财富，是全球化和世界经济增长的重要载体。当今世界处于100年未有之大变局，人类面临的共同挑战日益增多，完善全球治理体系的呼声不断高涨。海洋治理作为全球治理的重要组成部分，与消除贫困、经济增长、保证粮食安全、能源安全、应对气候变化、加强海洋环境污染整治、维护国际贸易秩序等全球治理的核心议题密切相关。保护海洋环境和海洋生物多样性，推动海洋可持续发展，构建和平稳定的海洋秩序，已成为国际社会共同的使命和责任。女士们、先生们，11月14日，以全球南方平等、开放、合作为主题的第2届全球南方智库对话会在南京举办。作为全球南方重要成员，中国愿同广大全球南方国家一道，共同传承独立自主、团结互助、公道正义、开放包容的全球南方精神，在共商全球海洋治理、共筑全球南方命运共同体方面发挥重要作用。2023年6月19日，关于国家管辖范围以外区域海洋生物多样性保护问题的第5次政府间会议再续会在美国纽约召开。会议一致通过了联合国海洋法公约下面海洋公约下国家管辖范围以外区域海洋生物多样性养护和可持续利用协定，并决定于2023年9月20日开放签署。全球南方对该协定的顺利出台做出了不容忽视的贡献。正如联合国负责法律事务的副秘书长苏亚雷斯指出的，全球南方为了集体利益努力推动了海洋法的进一步发展，这是全球南方成为世界政治一股重要力量的有力佐证。为继续在未来海洋治理中发挥作用，全球南方还应加强区域和国际组织机制的建设和利用。第5届海洋合作与治理论坛为支持全球南方国家广泛参与全球海洋治理和构建海洋命运共同体，贡献全球南方智慧，搭建了不可多得的重要平台。女士们、先生们，习近平主席提出的共建海洋命运共同体的重要倡议，是人类命运共同体理念在海洋领域的具体实践，也是对人类命运共同体理念进一步的丰富和发展，为完善全球海洋治理体系指明了新的方向，也为推动海洋可持续发展注入了无节动力。我们生活在同一个蓝色星球，全球和区域性的海洋治理问题是我们需要共同面对的挑战。全球海洋安全治理也面临着前所未有的新需求，这需要包括全球南方在内的世界各国政府、跨国组织、专家学者等多元行为体相向而行，
共同努力，汇聚海洋治理合力。这也正是我们创办海洋合作与治理论坛机制的驱动力。作为专门从事海洋领域研究的新型智库，中国南海洋研究院的各位同仁，在此由衷的希望能够汇聚国内外专家学者，从科学研究、国际交流以及全球海洋治理的角度，秉持共商共建共享的治理观，为促进海洋合作、完善区域和全球海洋治理体系贡献我们大家的智慧和方案。我们希望借助这一机制化的学术平台，向国际社会传递南海沿岸国家关于海洋合作与治理的意愿和思路，在推动区域和全球治理合作方面持续加深了解，增进互信，营造氛围，积累共识。在这里，我再次诚挚地感谢各位代表对本次论坛的贡献和支持，也感谢有关工作人员为本次论坛顺利召开所做的艰苦细致的服务工作，感谢大家的辛勤付出。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
谢谢王胜院长的致辞，感谢您。好，同时也再次感谢以上所有领导和嘉宾的致辞和演讲。开幕仪式到此结束，感谢大家。接下来，请大家稍等片刻，议题1环节将在3分钟后正式开始。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the opening ceremony. And before we proceed with today's program, we have a few reminders to share. For participants attending in person, please scan the QR code displayed on the back cover of the brochure to access the latest information on the agenda, administrative notes, and live photos. And for our online participants, we encourage you to utilize the raise hands function or submit your comments in the chat box when the floor is open. Okay, now we are ready to begin session 1, Global Ocean Governance, Rules, Responsibilities, and Powers. And now I would like to invite all the panelists to join us on stage. And for our speaker online, please prepare to engage as well. For all the panelists, please join us on stage. Please. Okay. Now it's my honor to invite Professor Chi Fulin, President of China Institute for Reform and Development and President of Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies, to chair the session. 志愿长有请。
都站着，然后头好了，这样子。1个小时了，完了，现在你看9:40。
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, please get seated. Now we'll begin session 1. And Professor 池富林 please. 陈院长有请您主持议题1。
现在外面有擦鞋的，我们现在晚了整整40分钟，9点40，现在到了10点20分，所以我们这个要抓紧啊！我们边开会边等各位进入会场。那么，作为本次论坛的主办方之一，我是中南院长兼海南自由贸易港研究院院长，我代表我们海南自由贸易港研究院对本次论坛的参与对本次论坛召开表示衷心祝贺。同时，我做个广告，欢迎各位参加明天下午4点半到6点半将在这里举办的海南自由贸易港与南海合作治理的一个圆桌会议。与此同时呢，也做个小小的广告，海南自由贸易港研究院配合中南院将在本月的21号举办海洋合作的青年对话论坛。这个论坛呢，由潘新村的中国海洋基金会合办。那么，作为本次会议的第一单元的主持人，我特别的叫做心情有点已经晚了40分钟了，是吧？这个同时呢，我谢谢吴德春博士安排我第4次来主持第一单元的讨论，是吧？这个我的考虑这个题目，我的看法呢，合作是目标，治理是保障，以合作引领治理，以治理促进合作，这是一个大的一个方向，我个人的观点。但是与此同时呢，我们也看到要合作治理，我今天讲的会议定的6个字我们第一个单元讨论的主题，治理怎么治理规则、权利与责任，我认为十分重要，是吧？那么围绕这样一个主题，我们开始讨论。我们原来预计9点40分到11点10分结束，可是呢，如果到11点10分，我们只有40分钟讨论。我刚才跟吴志纯院长商量一下，我们就顺便的讨论时间适当压缩一点我们希望大家每一位呢有8分钟的演讲，包括我们瑞典在线上的朋友。那么我们第一位的演讲者呢，姚云竹将军，他在我所主持的第4次论坛有2次参与论坛大家知道姚将军呢也是我们研究海洋问题的著名专家。下面请欢迎姚将军演讲。
谢谢池富林院长谢谢吴世纯院长，也谢谢所有的主持方邀请我参加第5次论坛。I think I'd better to present in English. I'm not an expert on maritime studies, so I venture to provide 3 points. The first point is that we need more maritime mentality and less land mentality. President Xi Jinping has proposed the concept of a community with a shared future for humanity, and the maritime domain is part of it. Oceans flow, seawater, and marine life disregard national boundaries. Oceans exist as a whole. The melting Arctic glaciers raises sea levels everywhere, and the oceans are connective. The ocean is actually the sole medium that links all the land pieces on Earth. So the fluidity, the integrality, and the connectivity of the oceans requires that their governance must differ from that of the land. Since the discovery age, the maritime domain has been governed by the jungle law. Western powers exploited the oceans to establish colonies seize resources, and engage in slave trades. The national liberation movement ended the colonialism, but major powers still have dominance over the oceans. The 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of Seas broke the dominance of the major powers, making a milestone achievements in protecting the interest of the small and medium-sized countries. However, the UNCLOS is primarily based on the principle of land rules, traditional land rules, and the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of states is basically from land boundary delimitation. While it is important, we still have to think the basic nature of the oceans and maritime governance systems must also reflect the unique nature of the ocean. My second point is that we need cooperation instead of confrontation. Nations differ over maritime rights and interest. However, shared and overlapping interests far outweigh those differences. The integrity of ocean means that the challenges faced by all nations are the same. For example, even the strongest environmental measures by one country cannot stop polluted water from a neighboring state. If our effort fails against climate warming, and it seems it is failing, at least for the current goal, not only island nations, but also coastal regions in all countries will become inhabitable due to rising sea levels. And humanity has to exercise collective restraint in the seeking of ocean resources. Only through cooperation can we reduce the security concerns, the military and security concerns from geopolitical competition, such as security of sea lanes of communication, construction of military facilities, and forward deployment of military forces and increased military activities. Disputes over maritime territory and rights are difficult to resolve. When difference cannot be resolved immediately, they can be put aside and managed, allowing parties to move from negative interactions to positive interactions and build trust, which bring win-win outcome and leads to peaceful solutions. My last point is that we need to use emerging technology for good, not for destruction. Today, the rapid development of new technology has ushered in a new era of industrialization. While the potential benefit of these emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, are vast, their impact on the earth, including the oceans, remains uncertain. Some lessons from history tells us that we must be cautious. The development of nuclear technology has profoundly affected environment. The United States has conducted 23 nuclear tests in the Bikini Atoll, causing irreparable damage to the islands, the oceans, and marine life. The long-term impact of Japan's release of nuclear wastewater is still unclear, And in November 2021, a US nuclear submarine crashed into a seamount in the South China Sea. It suffered damages, and the potential nuclear contamination concerns coastal nations. Okay. So these are accidents. If a nuclear war really breaks out, the damage to the oceans would be unimaginable. Lastly, I would like to talk about China. China is gradually growing into a major maritime power, guided by Xi Jinping's concept of maritime community with a shared future. China will actively participate in reforming and reshaping maritime governance system in a cooperative and collaborative way. Thank you.
谢谢姚英之将军呢，在他8分钟演讲当中，从海洋的资源开发与海洋安全给我们做了一个很好的发言。我们等一下大家可以大会有一个讨论。下面我们有请呢来自于那个瑞典的罗赞龙先生做个视频演讲。我先介绍一下，在我主持的4次当中啊，他都4次参与。而且最重要的是，那么现在是欧洲的时间大概凌晨左右，他一共举了50论坛，50论坛当中他在凌晨左右都参与会议，所以在他演讲前，我建议大家给他掌声，好吧？好，下面有请罗赞龙先生，你在凌晨在瑞典参与我们的会议，谢谢。
Good morning. Distinguished ministers, Your Excellency, Mr. Peter Thompson, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very warm congratulations to Chairman Wu on the delivery of this excellent program for the 5th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. I'd like to share some slides. Can you see my slides?
能看到，谢谢。
Yeah, well, I'd like to speak on the topic of global regime for marine biodiversity, and this topic has been addressed by His Excellency Mr. Peter Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to focus on the transformative opportunities for small island developing states under the new global regime for marine biodiversity. Firstly, I would say the state of the world's ocean is well known to this audience. I would only cite one report in this instance, and that is the state of the world's migratory species, which was published earlier this year. That report states quite clearly that 1 in 5 migratory species are at risk of extinction. 44% of a decreased populations trend. And there are some estimates which suggest that up to 97% of migratory fish stocks are at risk of extinction. This is quite extraordinary. And this is why the Secretary General of the United Nations says that we must make peace with nature. Now, crucially, I think China has played a very important role in delivering the global framework for tackling this. First and foremost, the Global Biodiversity Framework agreed at the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. And I will reference just 2 targets. I think they're well known to this audience. Target 2, which is a requirement to restore at least 30% of marine and coastal ecosystems by 2030. That's a restoration obligation. Secondly, I would reference Target 3, which is to protect at least 30% of marine and coastal ecosystems by 2030. Similar to His Excellency Mr. Peter Thompson, a primary means to do this is by means of the BBNJ agreement. And crucially, China needs to be congratulated in bringing these negotiations to a successful conclusion. I would highlight that this convention is more about not only oceans issues, it's also about addressing the triple planetary crisis. It's about establishing a comprehensive global regime. It is about doing so in the interests and needs of humankind as a whole. It has a very specific focus on the needs of developing states parties. It acknowledges the rights of indigenous peoples. It also addresses areas within national jurisdiction. There is a big emphasis on stewardship, state responsibility, sustainable development, and indeed there are provisions for non-parties to the convention to become members of the BBNJ agreement. How will this agreement help the global community to make peace with nature? I think it will do so by a number of means. Firstly, by the approaches and principles, including the ecosystem approach and the precautionary principle approach. Secondly, by area-based management tools to achieve that 30% target under the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. Also, it provides a very sophisticated way to undertake environmental impact assessment, a strategic assessment, and perhaps most crucially of all, it has very, very specific provisions on capacity building and technology transfer. It also provides a new institutional landscape for taking oceans and indeed issues of conservation decisions at an international level. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to highlight a number of aspects which go directly to the interests of the Global South and small island developing states. Everybody in this audience knows the 39 developing states that constitute small island developing states are most vulnerable to the triple planetary crisis. This agreement provides that all parties shall ensure capacity building. They shall cooperate to achieve the transfer of marine technology. Capacity building is going to be based on a needs assessment on an individual case-by-case basis, or indeed at a sub-regional or regional basis. Thirdly, and this is quite crucial, this agreement provides a means to mobilize funds and a financial mechanism. It will also provide for measuring performance. That is to say, how are states such as China and others doing on your capacity building and technology transfer? And then indeed, it has a very specific institutional setting and a new committee for capacity building that will monitor these obligations and report to the international community. At our university, we are very happy to say that we have a new program underway, the Future Ocean Program, and that is sponsored by the Nippon Foundation of Japan. We're looking at 4 pillars of the future ocean. Firstly, regime and institutional interactions. Secondly, the role of non-state actors and rights-based approaches, such as human rights-based approaches. Thirdly, ocean observation technologies and AI. And then fourthly, the future of ocean governance, indeed the reform of the way we do this. I'm also very happy to report to the conference, Professor Wu, this morning, that we have an additional program which is targeted specifically at helping small island developing states and LDCs to ratify and implement the BBNJ agreement. And I would emphasize to this audience this morning, we have a long way to go. We require 60 ratifications. To my knowledge, there are 14 ratifications to date and 105 signatories. So I would plead with the audience, both in the auditorium this morning, as well as the international community, to rise to this global objective of 60 ratifications. By the way, this instrument requires universal support. Clearly, at our university, we will be working. And again, a very warm congratulations, Professor Wu, We look forward to inviting you here to our university in Sweden. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
好，谢谢王良教授啊，他他是一个海洋治理的资深专家，他刚才给大家讲的，我想对我们本次会议啊，如何研究海洋治理的一些问题很有启示。那么下面呢，第3位演讲者是来自印度，印度前联合国防参谋长、退役海军中将，是吧？谢卡尔辛哈先生致辞演讲8分钟，欢迎。
Good morning and thank you, National Institute of South China Sea Studies, especially the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance for your kind invitation. I am honored. My gratitude to 3 organizations who have organized this very good event. Particularly, I am grateful to Dr. Wu. General Yao just mentioned about the importance of the ocean. So let me take you back to China's 2015 military strategy paper. It is very explicit, where it has been said, the seas and oceans bear the enduring peace, lasting stability, and sustainable development of China. The traditional mentality that land outweighs the sea must be abandoned. And great importance has to be attached to managing the seas and the oceans, protecting maritime rights and interests. It is necessary for China to develop a modern maritime military force structure commensurate with its national interest and development interest, safeguarding its national sovereignty and maritime rights and interests, protect the security of strategic slots, sea lanes of communication, and overseas interest and participate in international maritime cooperation, so as to provide strategic support for building itself into a big maritime power. So China has been saying this from 2015, primarily highlighting the sovereignty issue. The PRC has been highlighting this on every incident which has taken place in South China Sea. I did not mention that, it is well in the public domain. Is it the jurisdiction understanding or misunderstanding in the South China Sea? But it has had a very big geopolitical fallout in the world. Is there more to it? Yes, it is. There is what is beneath the sea surface, which is normal, I cannot see. For example, the mines, minerals, hydrocarbon, fish or other vegetation, etc., which are being used as food supplement. Who has the ownership? Who can explore them? Are there any laws governing this? There are, but who does the enforcement mechanism? We don't seem to have a very good enforcement mechanism. It is left to the decency of individual members of this world. On the laws of the sea, the UNCLOS, which was mentioned time and again, UN was responsible for putting together this legal instrument to manage the affairs of the common seafarers, and they have. Now it is left to all of us to follow. Asia has gradually emerged as a major trading region for its own growth and that of the world. The hunger for resources has increased, and obviously it gives rise to chances of contestation and maybe conflict, and we need to avoid that. So let us dive deep into this matter. Fact is that there is no mechanism to enforce the provision of UNCLOS, which has been mentioned a number of times. It is left to individual member on the decency and commitment to abide by the law. No one can deny the power of law. Power of law, I'll mention this little more, enforcing this, and norms in shaping the international society, for that matter, any society. There can be no coherent societies without norms of some kind. Yet, there is no escaping the fact that while power of law is acknowledged, the law of power matters equally in this world. So, power of law and the law of power, they are not the same thing. No country can assume that all countries will follow international law in consistent manner. The power of laws and laws of power being different. While power of law provides a basis on which we can live together, the laws of power have their own impact. Power shapes how laws are crafted, and laws negotiated do indeed reflect the distribution of power in the international system. Now let me come to straight to what do I suggest in this system. There are 2-3 things that we have been discussing in various forums. That one is particularly true in the case of Indo-Pacific, in general South China Sea. While more powerful countries will try and make compelling rights, middle powers should come together to help the United Nations in forming a group which can draft out a general code of conduct till such time the laws are modified or they are being revisited. For example, they should do it region-wise, South China Sea, Indian Ocean region, North Atlantic, South Pacific, etc. These countries have to keep in mind that the two powerful countries can demonstrate their power to rewrite this law, and that should be avoided. The middle powers must make laws powerful in order to protect security and freedom of sea lanes of communication of global commons. They must use the diplomatic skills to take the more powerful countries along. That is why stronger middle powers must demonstrate their responsibility to the world. The nature of power distribution and technological advancement will play very important role in framing these codes. Though the cooperation of maritime nations of each zone and region is necessary, another area which could fall under the preview of this committee is a known underwater resources, the EU model. It is worth examining. Each region pools in the known resources and agrees to appropriate and equitable distribution irrespective of jurisdiction which meets their requirement, factoring the ecology and the climate aspects in discussion. Just because there are resources, it must not be extracted till there is nothing left. Extraction must be sustainable. This is where the EU has not been able to be very forceful. The fish stock has already declined and 88% of the entire fish stock has been used. Helping weaker countries to creating capabilities for patrolling their areas must be a priority. Each region should have a cooperative arrangement for ensuring that the laws are not violated. Naval resources should be pulled in, which can also assist in the human assistance and disaster relief. As far as lawbreakers are concerned, pirates, smugglers, human drug traffickers should be brought to books by arresting them at sea and trying them in the courts. Recently, India has framed law to define piracy at sea and jurisdiction of trials. It is worth imbibing these. There exists no law in the international forum for trial of these criminals arrested at high sea. Now, with the new laws which India has made, it is quite possible to do it in India. All in all, waiting for UN to bring about these changes, it can take time. The middle powers should take this initiative in cooperation with two big powers, namely US and China. The changing equation of power and technological advancements should drive in clarifying these regulations and making the code of conduct. Thank you. I'll stop here.
谢谢。谢谢。那么，这个对他的发言呢，可能我们一会儿再做一点讨论啊。姚远洲将军也跟我说了一会儿，他有简短的评论。好，我们下个第4个发言呢，我们请来自越南外交学院副院长阮雄山先生发言，好吧？大家欢迎，你是多次参加啊。
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to, first of all, at the outset, express my gratitude to President Ushikun again and congratulate him for the organization of this wonderful event so we can exchange views on a very important matter. I'm going to talk about ocean governance in the context of global governance in general. Now, we all are aware that the world is going through a structural changes that may deeply affect international cooperation and may reshape global governance as well. President Xi Jinping says that he sees changes that has not seen in 100 years. The global G20 summit last week discussed these changes and found that polarization and rivalry due to geopolitical shift are among the major causes that is splitting global governance and affecting global ocean governance as well. The UN Secretary General points to global trust deficit as also a major cause that is affecting international cooperation and global governance. Global multilateralism is under a multitude of challenges, and the world is watching the next incumbent US administrations and its approach to multilateralism with great anxiety, because that is going to greatly affect global governance in at least the next 4 years. There is also talk at the UN, the G20 summit of a lack of effective crisis response. And we see that very evidently in the ocean sphere. Just look at how effective the UN Security Council, and we can understand that the world is indeed not having sufficient crisis response mechanisms to deal with the crisis of today. Then there is also lack of representation of the developing world in global governance, and we can speak about that lack of representation in the regional as well as global ocean governance as well. And so there has been a call for the reform of the global governance institution, and President Xi Jinping at that conference calls for a fairer and more equitable global governance structure. In my opinion, the greatest challenge to global governance and as well global ocean governance is not just the competition and rivalry among the major powers, but it is also the lack of cooperation among them. Now, we know that, competition among major powers is not something too new. We have seen that years in the past. But even during the heart of global competition in the first iteration of the Cold War, there was, sufficient or at least a decent level of cooperation even among the competitors. And that enables a certain level of global cooperation and global governance. However, we are seeing a dangerously low level of cooperation among the major power now. That is severely challenging in promoting global governance. So with regard to ocean governance in particular, let's talk about the rules, the responsibilities, and the powers. UNCLOS today and this year marks the 30th year or anniversary of coming into force. In the past 30 years, it has been a remarkable also period of global cooperation and prosperity, and thanks in large part due to the peace and prosperity and the great level of cooperation in maritime domain. China, Vietnam, ASEAN are among the greatest beneficiaries of the ocean order based on UNCLOS, not only because it sets very clear rules and maritime boundaries principles, but it also facilitated cooperation. And also it has provisions to protect the environment and the global commons, which is so important to ensure the benefit is sustainable into the future. Now, recently, Vietnam and the DAV also organized a South China Sea conference, very similar to what you are organizing. And we also discussed at length the role of UNCLOS. And many found that UNCLOS is still as relevant today as it was 30 years ago when it first entered into force. However, there was a lot of views expressing that UNCLOS needs to evolve in order to meet the challenge of the day. For example, it needs to meet the challenge of exploiting the area. It needs to evolve in order to tackle the question of fisheries, of biodiversity, of climate change as well. However, there were a view expressed by Judge Horinochi Hidesha of ITLOS that there are only 3 ways where UNCLOS can be modified, and that is through the implementation agreement, through new agreement agreed through among the parties, and through advisory opinion. Any other unilateral interpretation or applications of UNCLOS is therefore not the willing or not the wish of the international community. So we must take that in mind. So who is responsible for maintaining good governance in the ocean and especially the South China Sea? In my opinion, first and foremost, it's the coastal states. The coastal states, ASEAN and China, especially the claimant states, are the foremost responsible in order to protect good ocean governance at sea. We have to protect to promote sustainable exploitation of the resources, managing the environment, effectively protect the maritime security in their respective maritime zones. It's also extremely important to ensure compliance with international law by educating local authority to comply with international law and refrain from cherry picking or from unilaterally or interpreting international law only in one's favor. It's also very important to responsibly exploit new technologies, and we heard just now that new technology is coming into being, and we have to responsibly exploit those new technologies in order to exploit the new frontiers that mankind is capable of reaching due to these technologies. It's very important also that countries responsibly exercise restraint in resolving disputes. And this great responsibility is the burden, I would say, of the major powers to try to refrain from over-exploiting their might and in order to build trust. So I think that is my take on the one who takes the responsibility and how to exercise power responsibly. And I would like to emphasize that Vietnam and China have been able to, and this year marks the 20th anniversaries of the entering into force of the Pan-Babu Gulf delimitation between Vietnam and China. And throughout the past 20 years, we have experienced extremely good cooperation, extremely good governance between Vietnam and China in the Gulf of Tonkin. And that was thanks to a very well-delimited maritime boundary between the two countries, based on international law, based on international practices, and based on goodwill between the two countries. That could set the example of how good governance, good ocean governance can happen in other parts of the world. So thank you very much. I'd like to conclude my presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. OK， 谢谢岳学森院长的演讲。那么明年呢，将是中国和东盟自由贸易谈判升级版签署的年份。我也希望借这个时机呢，能够进一步提升中国和越南，包括东盟各国在海洋治理、海洋合作方面能够取得实质性进展。那么今年呢，年初我们跟中国海洋基金会联合举办的海洋经济论坛上，青年论坛上，大家发出了一个倡议：海洋经济一体化。我想在这方面呢，中国和越南都有一些共同的愿望。那么如果可以的话，他刚才多次提到吴志顺博士，我希望你可以一会儿讨论时优先如果你愿意优先来做一个评论。好，下面我们第5个发言的来自于北京大学海洋战略研究中心的胡波主任演讲，大家欢迎。
各位上午好，非常感谢主办方的安排，让我终于可以不再谈南海了。就是我们谈海洋治理，就是我今天的话题，就是我们首先要搞清楚我们今天是基于一个什么样的国际的海上权力结构。那海洋先天是个开放流动的，所以它先天具有国际公约的特征。那其实海洋治理这个词是最近10来年才比较时髦，但是海洋治理的实践实际上一直都有。那在1500年到2000年这个时间，基本上这个海洋治理是基于一个单极的治理，单极结构、单极权力结构的一个海洋治理。我们今天谈的国际海洋治理是基于一个多极的海洋治理，下面我用英文就是讲一下为什么，就是今天我们是一个多极的海上权力结构。For the most time from 16th century to the year of 2000, the world ocean was a unipolar system rather than a balanced power system. Portugal, Spain, New Zealand, Britain, and the United States successively became the maritime hegemonies. In particular, Britain dominated the ocean for 2 centuries. The rise and fall of maritime hegemonies mark the history for almost 500 years. However, now we are living and will live in a multipolar world. It is meaningless to judge the current maritime competition between China and the US based on the experience of previous rise and fall of maritime hegemonies, as it fails to observe the subtle effects brought about by changes in military technology, international norms, and the international environment since the World War II. As to military technology, there are at least 3 major developments which are not in favor of the hegemony or the powerful countries. The first of all is the nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence. It is the existence of nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence that forced the United States and the Soviet Union to avoid direct military conflicts several times during the Cold War, and even in Russia-Ukraine conflict. Because once nuclear weapons are used, their rapid and destructive power will make the meaning of war blurred. Based on a rational assumption of policymakers, nuclear deterrence among great powers reduces the risk of direct and conflicts. Nuclear weapons numbers still make some sense, but not too much. Second one is A2 and AD. We talk about in the military domain, we talk about A2 and AD very frequently. With the rapid development of missile, aerospace, and information technology, the application and proliferation of long-range precision-guided weapons has changed the balance of offensive and defensive, both on land and sea. Today's maritime strategy struggles include joint operations in all domains such as land, sea, air, space, and cyber. Vulnerability in any domain will mean failure. So A2AD gives middle small powers or weaker parties powerful leverages for a symmetric competition. The third one is unmanned platforms and autonomous systems. The application of unmanned platforms and autonomous systems will inevitably increase the risk of conflict and escalation, lower the threshold of conflict, and blur the boundaries of conflict. Also gives middle small powers more tools against great powers. The second category is about the changes in international norms and conflicts. There are two most important changes. The first one is the development of peace factors. The post-World War II strategic environment ideas, international norms tend to inhibit the war and make the threshold and cost of major powers warfare higher. Among them, the widespread of sovereignty principles. The sovereignty principles has been established in the 17th centuries, but the sovereignty principles has been widespread only after the World War II, and also the general consensus on peaceful settlements of disputes. We see this kind of concept in UN Charter, in UNCLOS, and other international mechanism, and so this kind of changes greatly limit large-scale wars, as well as limit the power of big countries. The second one is balanced freedom of the sea. Maritime security order today and in future is neither centered on sovereignty and maritime rights demanded by developing countries, nor the hegemony under absolute freedom
navigation advocated by the US. The water should be based on a balance between the principles of freedom and sovereignty, as well as security and development. In general, nuclear deterrence in the emergence and widespread application of nuclear weapons, anti-access, anti-denial, and unmanned platforms, autonomous systems have changed the technical and the physical basis for the existence of maritime unipolarity. The overall peace gained among great powers and the evaluation of freedom of the sea have changed the strategic and the political basis of the maritime unipolarity. The decline effectiveness of the large-scale force, the development of anti-access air technologies, and the widespread establishment of sovereignty principles have made maritime balance much easier than before. The emergence of the large numbers of global issues have made the ocean water or public goods provided by hegemony unable to meet the demands, so stimulated the motivation for balance and international cooperation. Thanks.
谢谢。谢谢啊，他把海洋治理的拉得很长，讲的也很广。我看海龙会长在那不断的点头，你要愿意做个评论优先啊。我们第6个发言者呢，来自于日本的海岸环境创造协会的会长古川辉太先生，どうぞ。
Thank you, President Folin. Dear distinguished guests, participants, organizers, Chairman Wu Suqing, and President Rubin, thank you for inviting me to this symposium. It is a great honor for me to speak in this session, and let me try a bit different way to think about the ocean governance. The last time will come without warning. Sorry for my private matter, but my wife passed away this August. Shocked, and I cannot remember when was the last time we walked together hand in hand. I cannot remember when was the last time we dinner together and what we ate. As such, we may be losing opportunities and resources without even realizing it. Our oceans are facing severe situations. Heat waves, ocean acidification, and anoxic water are top 3, and plus pollution, plastic pollution. As stated in the 2030 agenda, we can be the first generation to success in ending poverty. And maybe we are the last generation to have a chance of saving our planet. Since the UNCLOS stated in its preamble, the problems of ocean space are closely interrelated and needed to be considered as a whole. Integrated coastal management or integrated ocean management, ICM, IOCM, is one of powerful tools to give holistic view of the problem. The PEMC is a network of networks in the East Asian Seas region. Under the Partnership Council, intergovernmental session and technical session are formulated, and our guiding document is Sustainable Development Strategies for the Seas of East Asia, in short, SDSC. In the latest implementation plan of the SDSC is facilitated with 4 pillars: healthy ocean, healthy people, healthy economics, and effective governance, in line with the SDGs structure. We put priorities on the inclusive society, it including the gender equality, and ICM scaling up, stakeholder engagement, and blue investment for green recovery. Since these are the basics of the human activities. In this regard, a new leadership or new leader should be a good facilitator to connect or interpret right holders and duty bearers. The same entity can be the right holders or duty bearer. Furthermore, everyone can be a facilitator. Our relationship has a great dynamics in the region. Under the relationship, through the engagement and effective communication, will be implemented to achieve transforming of the society, excavate data for awareness raising, collaborate for data sharing, and co-produce sustainable future. Let me show you one recent example. The annual East Asian Seas Congress has been held in Xiamen at 6 to 8 November this month, just last week. We gathered under the theme of Blue Synergy for Shared Future. In the international conference part of the Congress, which I was served as an overall chair, we stressed on how we can build effective and achievable governance for one sustainable and resilient ocean. Nearly 200 speakers had made presentation to 900 participants. One of the highlights is a ministerial declaration. In the declaration, as you see, the three major key commitments are confirmed. Further expansion of the networks were also achieved in this meeting. PNLG stands for PEMC Network of Local Governments, welcoming 2 new participants or partners, and PNLC stands for PEMC Network of Learning Center, welcoming 4 new partners. The last but not least PEMC network is PEMC Network of Young Leaders. East Asian Seas youth gathered prior to the Congress and compiled their message as a 2024 EAS Youth Call. Dr. Xingui Li, China's Youth Forum delegate, said, "Ask not what the ocean can do for you, but what you all can do for the ocean." She also emphasized the importance of the ocean literacy. In the other conference, just 9 years old school girl stated, "Don't be let out of information just because we are children. We have to think about what to be told to them and how." The ocean literacy is one of the things we would like to co-produce under the partnership. There is no time to lose. I hope that everyone here had a chance to consider the governance for sustainable development with integration and facilitation and engagement. So our team compiled a tool guide for stakeholder engagement, as you see. If interested, please visit website of the Coast Guard project under the Belmont Forum. Thank you for your kind attention. 感谢您的关注，谢谢。
好，谢谢古川辉太的演讲。我这里也向他表示敬意。他在海洋治理上有一种历史的责任和做的一些事情。东马来高到高在马斯。那么最后一位演讲者呢，来自新加坡国立大学迪塔利莲莎研究员的演讲，大家欢迎。我们需要记表的，现在开始啊。
Thank you very much for the organizer for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to be in China. And it's an honor for me as a young scholar to be on this panel along with the star-studded panelists. I feel like everything has been said by the previous panelists, but let me allow me to pose a central question for the next 8 minutes in my presentation. which really focus on equity in global ocean governance. So my question would be like, does ocean governance promote equity, or does it perpetuate inequity? Let me start by saying this. A thriving planet cannot be the one that contains human suffering or stifles human potential. But then a thriving humanity cannot exist on a dying planet. And I feel like it's one of the themes that has been said over and over in this symposium, you know, that we have a crisis, a triple planetary crisis. And like the previous speaker has mentioned, we're probably the last generation that have the chance to help the planet. And experts have said that, you know, have come up with the concept of social equity in governance, which really involves about who gets a say, so really about equitable representation, but also how are decisions made. So it's about procedural justice, and also are the outcomes equitable, not just for the present generation, but also for the future generation. And we also about talk about the, you know, marginalized groups, including developing states. And Professor Roland Long also mentioned small island developing states. That's also an example. So as a lawyer, I always like to put, you know, one slide about the role of law in the whole thing, the ocean equity. Like, what role does the law play in addressing any ocean inequity, if we have one, or, you know, in ensuring fairness in ocean governance? So there are several ways in which law can play a part. So it can, well, I put some images. I don't know if you can see it, but first thing is law can be like nails because it ensures implementation, but it also becomes a shield which provides protection, for instance, in the context of pollution contingency planning. But it also provides a sword in a sense that it provides enforcement mechanisms to ensure that the standards and obligations are being implemented. But it can also become a hammer in a sense that law shapes rules in which the way we do things and the way we agree to do things. So for instance, on resource allocation or participatory rights and etc. And when we talk about law, I think it's impossible not to talk about the constitution of the ocean, especially when we talk about ocean governance. I think it's been said over and over that the Law of the Sea Convention is very important. It is the constitution for the oceans and sets the stage for the global ocean governance, not just on, you know, marine environment, but also on other issues as well. But, you know, we know at the end of the day, its success depends on how it is implemented nationally. And we know that it is also supplemented by other regimes, not just global environmental treaties. I mean, if we're talking about marine environment, of course, that's important, but then there are also multiple other treaties beyond the Law of the Sea Convention that pretty much complement the Law of the Sea Convention and how it's functioned. And not to mention their regional arrangements and soft law instruments are equally critical as well. And the Law of the Sea Convention as a living treaty, we're privileged that this year is the 30th anniversary of the entry into force of the convention. And we know, we all know that it has 3 implementing agreements, including the most recent one is the 2023 BBNJ agreement, which is still waiting to enter into force. And I feel like BBNJ agreement is a good example of, you know, how the whole equity is being taken into account in the ocean governance. But let me just put some, you know, this slide on here, because then when we talk about all these agreements, especially the Law of the Sea Convention, the BBNJ agreement, do these agreements incorporate equity or any references to it? So if you look at it, I've put some provisions that may be relevant in our discussion on equity, but basically in short, we can say that yes, the Law of the Sea Convention does reference equity a number of times, and these are just examples, but then it does not specify like the content of this obligation. So how can this equity be achieved, or what will be considered as equitable arrangements, what will be considered equitable outcomes, etc. And same thing with the BBNJ though. However, the BBNJ agreement, what I like about it is that it brings a sharper focus on equity. So particularly in addressing the divide between the developed state and developing states' interests, which becomes especially evident when we're discussing marine genetic resources in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. Well, I am not an expert on BBNJ, but I feel like BBNJ agreement provides a really good example of the massive work to achieve equity in global ocean governance. Debate over marine genetic resources, like I said, reveals the tension between the developed states and the developing states, highlighting the compromises that pretty much underpin the BBNJ agreement. Probably many, if not some of us in the room, have attended the BBNJ negotiations or probably follow the discussions, and we know that the tensions over the marine genetic resources was pretty high, especially because the developed states, we know that marine genetic resources are highly valuable for industry, but developed states currently dominate access and patents over these resources. And because of that, I think developed states favored high seas freedom and minimal restrictions in the context of marine genetic resources in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. But then with the developing states, they push for fair benefit sharing under the common heritage of mankind principle to ensure access and support for less resource states. So what is the compromise here? How do this tension was solved? So pretty much now we have the agreement. It was adopted last year. So the compromise is that there is a freedom of access for the marine genetic resources collection with notification requirements. But what's interesting is that the agreement also recognizes both non-monetary and monetary benefit sharing. So like non-monetary would include access to samples, scientific data, technology transfer, and what Professor Ronald Long has mentioned, capacity building for developing states. So that's a massive win. But there are also monetary benefits in the form of a special fund by developed states, in which they will provide 50% more of what the developing states regular contribution. And there's also a new institution that is relevant in this case is that there's an access and benefit sharing committee to ensure a fair and equitable sharing. Which brings me to the point that the active engagement of coalitions of developing states, such as G77, and G77 and China have been pivotal in driving equity-focused outcomes at the negotiations. G77 was established in 1964, now includes 134 states, but during the BBNJ negotiation, China, while not a member of G77, aligns itself with the G77, and their unified stance pretty much were very influential in especially counterbalancing the interests of developed states, especially on marine genetic resources. And ultimately, I think achieving equity in ocean governance relies on collaboration across states to bridge the interest between developing and developed states. Thank you very much.
这些7个演讲者都在规定的时间完成了他们的演讲。我们按照会议主办者的要求呢，到11点半结束，就剥夺了我们这个单元的20分钟时间啊。所以治理啊，责任权利是很难找的。所以我们现在呢，先进行呢，我在这能看多一点，因为在那边两边灯闪的看不到人。那么我们先第一波呢，我们2个用几分钟时间呢，我们来台上的7位有些评论，姚文竹将军已经举手了，那么最好越短越好啊。 好吧，
谢谢。
最长不超过2分钟。
谢谢石院长，我想回应一下刚才辛哈将军关于中国的一些内容。首先呢，他提出了2015年中国的国防白皮书中有关海军的内容。这个白皮书里关于海军的战略是8个字，一个是近海防御，一个是远海护卫。所谓近海防御，指的是要保卫国家的 海洋领土和权益，中国有这个决心，中国的这方面的能力也还会继续的不断增长。但是这并不等于我们要用武力解决领土问题。发言中我对这一点做了解释。我也想起中印边界最近的一个例子，实现了双方军队实现了脱离接触。这个协议 不涉及领土主权，不涉及边界，不涉及实际控制线，只是研究了如何措施巡逻，避免冲突。但是一个小小的战术协议， 有可能上升为战略层面的良性互动。然后关于远海防卫，中国有全球的海外有全球利益，1亿多的中国国民在国外工作、学习、旅行，有全球的企业投资，有世界上最大的贸易额，有全球最大的海运船队。所以中国的军队必须有这种能力来保护全球的海外利益，比如说紧急撤运中国侨民，还有就是提供国际公共产品，比如说在亚丁湾护航。另外他也提到了在 UNCLOS 和国内法之间有的时候有矛盾。我想中国在这方面的态度是遵守国际法，尊重国内法，尊重别国的国内法。比如中国的军舰去印度洋，有的时候要经过印度的近海，中国是根据印度的国内法向印度政府进行事先通报的。
好，那么你们各位有回应吗？One, two, OK。那么请印度来 OK。
Yeah.
下次还
No, I think makes a lot of sense what the general has said. The only issue that I have discussed in this is that cooperation is important. And going back to our last speaker, there will be some give and take. Bigger countries will have to come down to a level so that the smaller countries, get little more share because they don't have the resources. They can't have ships and the processes which China or maybe US can do. Coming back to this evacuation, the best, my sense is the best way to do is to have a cooperation with the resident countries so that your merchant shipping and energy transition is not impacted. So this is a big challenge, but we have the countries, we have bilateral, we have multilateral cooperation where it has been decided that anybody's merchant ship or ship carrying cargo can be escorted by the resident navies. Need not necessarily, for example, if Chinese merchantmen are coming from, let's say, South America side, need not have to have all Chinese Navy ships lined up in route. No, you can have a cooperation with the countries who have the Navy in that region so that they can make sure that your interest is not hurt. So I think that cooperation is required. At sea, mind you, no one country can take care of entire sea. It's very difficult. 70% of the world is water. And therefore, I think the cooperative mechanism is the only way that it can work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. 来，我们下面请不过你来说啊，越短越好。咱们现在只有4分钟时间。
I just want to add one sentence and emphasize that nowadays the paradigm of maritime competition has been changed. So our mindset of decision makers and policy analyzing, also the think tankers, I think we should change our mindset. So for instance, the PLA, I think in the Indo-Pacific, it is not to replace the role of India. So the ocean is becoming much more and more inclusive rather than exclusive. Thanks.
OK. 你们还有人呢？好 ，OK。One minute.
Well, I just would like to reiterate one point made by Vice Admiral Shinha that the role of the middle powers need to be emphasized in enforcing and providing stability with regard to the rules-based ocean governance system. And that is because it's the small and medium powers who have the most interest in maintaining a stability and in maintaining good order at sea. Whereas the major powers, there has been some trust deficit in the major power, and I have to be frank, and therefore I think I endorse the view made by Vice Admiral that countries like ASEAN countries, India, Australia, maybe Vietnam, Korea, Japan need to step up and enhance their cooperation in enforcing the rules at sea.
好，谢谢。我赞成女士的话，基于规则的海洋治理。那么下面还有几分钟时间，我们下面海龙会长你有几评论吗？沙达 ，OK， 我现在给那来自于欧盟的沙达的讲，好吧？沙达 ，please，OK， 哎，你把话筒给他，然后再是好 ，OK。
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Schiffelin. I'm very delighted to be here. Excuse my voice. I had just one quick question for the panel, and that is, do you see a role for the European Union in any of the conversation you're having on better ocean governance? Do you see the EU as being a factor, an important player, or is it a marginalized player? Thank you.
谢谢 ，Thank you。来，最后一位了，没有时间了只有1分钟时间。
Thank you, Chair. I'm from National Institute for South China Sea Studies. My question goes to Dr. Wang Hongsan. And since not all of the articles in the UNCLOS and the subsequent agreements are customary international law, so how do you evaluate the risk and the challenges resulting from the non-participation of the United States to the treaty? Thank you.
好，这个事情我建议你们下去讨论，已经来不及了，我们现在已经到时间了。那么特别感谢各位的参与感谢各位在严格时间内来这个做出你们演讲，也感谢各位的相互的评论。我们想呢，海洋治理是一个大题目，如何以海洋合作为目标来实行海洋治理，然后在海洋治理当中形成一些规则，基于规则的治理，同时基于可持续发展的治理，面临很多问题。所以会议呢剥夺了我们20分钟时间，只能到此结束。好，谢谢各位，谢谢台上的各位。好，我们一起照个合影，好吧？
好，感谢池福利院长的主持，也再次感谢在这议题的所有嘉宾。好，请我们的摄影师记录下这一时刻，请议题1的所有嘉宾一起合影留念。我们再一次把掌声献给他们，谢谢你们。
Thank you.
好，各位嘉宾朋友们，以上是议题1环节，到此时间结束接下来我们稍微休息一下，进入到茶歇环节。由于前面的时间稍有拖延，所以我们的茶歇时间缩短到10分钟。下一环节议题2将在11点40分准时开始，期待大家准时回到会场。感谢您的参与，谢谢。 喂，好，谢谢啊，我先插一句，因为我们接下来这个panel discussion 会录制成电视节目，所以呢，希望大家能够往中间或者往前聚拢一点儿，这样我们中间就不会有太多的空位置，好不好？在大家没坐下来之前。感谢大家的配合啊 ，Thank you so much， 谢谢。So the next session will be recorded and made into a TV program and also put online, YouTube. So if it is possible, I would really appreciate if you could sit further front and towards the center so that we don't have too many empty seats. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We're not starting yet. Don't worry. Tea break is officially still on. 各位嘉宾朋友们，一题2将马上进行，请各位尽快入座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the session 2. Please get seated as soon as possible. Thank you for cooperation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just taking over. I'm very used to TV. I like limelights, as you can tell, and I take my opportunity to take as much of it as possible. Sunbathing in limelight in Sanya, can you imagine? Anyway, as I said, this is going to be recorded on TV and then shown on CGTN. Oh, by the way, my name is Liu Xin. I'm a TV host on CGTN. I talk on TV. And so this is going to be made into a TV program and then put on YouTube. So I hope this is going to be interactive, free-flowing, like the ocean, right? And animated, because we want people to watch us. So a few housekeeping rules. If you still have your phone on loud mode, please switch it to silent mode. I would really appreciate that. As you can tell, we have several cameras to capture the 7 guests. That's an extraordinary amount of guests in my show. I think that's probably the highest amount ever. So we have several cameras. Please avoid in the middle of the session walk too much, especially right in front of them. And I'm talking to the photographers as well. 请我们的摄像老师在一会儿节目的录制过程当中，尽量避免在镜头前直接的走动，好吧？谢谢啊。如果要拍照片的话，您可以拍，尽量避免不要挡住镜头。We have 1.5 hours, I've been told. We should have started 11:30 till 1 o'clock, but we are a little bit late, but we'll try to catch up. We'll try to be efficient. So, but I ask our guests to please go to the point. Don't go on and on, otherwise I have to be very rude. And the actual program will be 2 half-hour shows. So, a 1.5 hour discussion, but 1 hour show. So whatever is not interesting will be cut out. So make sure, yeah, be careful. And what else? Please, we will have a Q&A session at the end of it. I will leave time for interaction, not like just now. I understand Mr. Fu was under great pressure to make up for the lost time. And I'm asking all my guests, we don't have a podium here, so stay where you are and give the opening statement. 3 minutes. Go 3.5, that's okay, but not terribly longer. You wanted to say something? Yeah, everybody should have a mic. Yeah. So I don't want, kindergarten students one after another speak in turn.
I want a free flow at our discussion. I want disruption. Otherwise, our audience fall asleep. We want them to wake up. Okay, so thank you so much. If we are about ready, if people are about here or here, then we will get started. I have some formalities. Please bear with me, okay? I will say the opening, the end, as if we're on TV. There's the countdown reminder, 1 minute left. If you see my colleague, please raise that. Yeah, if you see my colleague says 1 minute left, that means about 1 minute left. All right. And when I say that's it for part one of the discussion, don't walk away because we go straight to part two, okay? All right, 11:45. Are we set? Can we go? Okay, great. Dialogue or confrontation. In today's world, disputes over maritime boundaries and territorial sovereignty remain widespread. The United Nations Charter encourages all member states to resolve their differences using peaceful means such as negotiations or consultations, but in practice, it's not always the case. It's often not the case. Why is that? Why some countries prefer to refer to the book of confrontation instead of that of dialogue? What are the consequences of confrontational approaches when it comes to the seas that are connecting us in East Asia, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and so on and so forth? And what can we do? How can we sail together smoothly across the whirlpool of security dilemma that threaten to engulf us all? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to part one of a special two-part series on settlement of maritime disputes, dialogue or confrontation. We are here in the beautiful seaside resort of Sanya in southern China's Hainan province. The program is jointly organized by the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, the China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies of China, Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies, and CGTN. I'm Lu Xin. It's indeed a great honor. And I'm even more honored to have 7 distinguished panelists sitting next to me. Let me introduce them to you, starting from my immediate left. Wu Shicun, Chairman of Huayang Research Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance and Chairman of the Academic Committee at China's National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Welcome, Mr. Wu. Philip Saunders, Dean Emeritus and Adjunct Professor of Schulich School of Law at Dalhousie University in Canada. O.A. Sun, Principal Advisor at the Pacific Research Center of Malaysia. Welcome. Navy Captain Suk Jun Yoon, Senior Fellow at the Korea Institute for Military Affairs and a retired Navy Captain of the Republic of Korea Navy. Welcome. Yan Yan, Director of the Research Center for Oceans Law and Policy at the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Welcome. Romel Banlawi, President of the Philippine Society for International Security Studies. Good to have you on the show. And last but not least, Ambassador Yi Shen Liang, Visiting Professor at Chengdu University of Technology and former Ambassador of China to Norway. And we're also pleased to have all of you on site. Let's give ourselves a warm round of applause. So during part one of this program, we'll hear from each speaker to make an opening statement on their take, on their thoughts and suggestions concerning how do we promote dialogue and avoid confrontation in trying to settle disputes in the waters connecting us. Let's start with Mr. Wu Shicun, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Liu Xin. I will strictly follow your requirement, manage well the time. Actually, I'm going to focus my talking on the South China Sea issue and then how to promote cooperation between China and Caribbean states in the South China Sea region. Then how to look at the current South China Sea situation, I would like to summarize that as 3 aspects. One, generally speaking, South China Sea now is relatively stable and manageable But if we don't manage well, there will be big challenges. Where and how? One is the intensified militarization spearheaded by United States, followed by US allies and partners in this region. If we look at the bilateral or trilateral or mini multilateral security mechanisms in the South China region or beyond, all of those are targeted or designed for China. Second one is unilateral actions in the South China region by Columbia states. If we look at unilateral oil and gas exploitation in disputed area, land expansion or land reclamation, or try to consolidate their control over the islands or reefs, you might agree with my judgment. Unilateralism is another challenge. The third one is detrimental impact of the 2016 arbitration ruling. All those unilateral actions conducted by Columbia states, majority of those activities are endorsed by the arbitration ruling. So in this sense, the arbitration ruling or award of tribunal is the troublemaker of peace and stability of the South China Sea and the troublemaker of the bilateral relations, China and the Philippines. And then how to promote maritime cooperation between China and countries in this region, particularly between China and the Columbia states. Very short remarks. China and littoral countries in the South China region, particularly the Columbia states, should promote our maritime cooperation under the DOC. What DOC says? Under the framework of DOC, environmental protection, marine scientific research, search and rescue in the South China region, and the safety of the maritime navigation. So those areas are possible for China and Columbia to promote cooperation. We should start from small bilateral long-term initiatives. For instance, joint fishery survey in the South China region. Is it possible? It's possible because it is less sensitive, it's easy to start, and it's easy to bring benefits to all participants. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. Thank you. And thank you very much for respecting the time limit. I was really fascinated about what you were saying, unilateralism as the main source of problem. For instance, 2016 ruling by the so-called arbitral tribunal in The Hague, and where can we start to build trust? But let's move on to our next speaker before we expand on these points. Professor Philip Saunders, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this working yet? I think I had found the right button. I'm going to preface these quite brief remarks by acknowledging an important limitation. I'm going to speak not so much to the South China Sea dispute, which is part of this, but to that notion of a subset of dispute settlement, which is adjudication, binding adjudication, whether in a court or tribunal, whether entirely ad hoc or through some process defined in prior agreements, such as the Law of the Sea Convention. These may be compulsory, but even then, they are through an advance consent. And international law works that way. States consent to be adjudicated. We don't get that benefit in domestic law. But they may consent through the treaties in advance, but on conditions that they feel will protect their interests over time. So the ones that are most problematic are what I might call contested compulsory jurisdiction, like South China Sea arbitration, where a arbitral or other tribunal proceeds under an advance consent, but one party believes that it is not operating within its proper jurisdiction. Now, it's obvious to most, unfortunately, our host has taken away about 3 seconds of the time I need on the UN Convention, UN Charter and its dispute resolution options. But it's important to remember that there are much broader dispute settlement options that operate every day. The minority of dispute settlement occurs through adjudication. Peaceful means, including negotiation, including as simple as an agreement to disagree. Now, my hometown in Canada is a few kilometers away from a remaining boundary and sovereignty dispute we have with the United States of America, an island in which we have disagreed over the ownership since the American Revolution. We're right. The problem with that is not a problem. We just continue the disagreement. We've been on the same side in most conflicts since. That is an agreement to disagree, and we manage the dispute. But to say that not all dispute settlement is by adjudication, I would add to that one important qualification. Not all adjudications are dispute settlement. The adjudication doesn't necessarily constitute the settlement of a dispute for a number of reasons. Resources and management, resources and territorial disputes and the relationships that they involve have to be managed both before and after a tribunal reaches a decision on the part of a dispute that is within its jurisdiction to settle. It's very rare that a tribunal could actually settle by judicial decree all of the aspects of a dispute. So that implies that the decision to litigate is a policy choice. What aspects of the dispute have been identified as resoluble by adjudication, and where binding adjudication is unlikely to deliver a settlement to the underlying dispute, as I think was the case to some degree in the South China Sea arbitration, then seeking compulsory procedures should be considered confrontation by other means, not necessarily dispute settlement as such. So with those limitations on adjudication, we can speak in the open section to some of the examples. It's not just in that arbitration. I see some difficulties with what I call ambitious tribunals who seek to expand their jurisdiction from what countries, what states had accorded to them in their sovereign jurisdiction. The recent decision, even in the advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, all with good intentions, the advisory decision on climate change in small island states, fundamentally flawed in that the countries that created the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea explicitly chose not to give it advisory jurisdiction. They're supposed to decide real disputes between parties. That leads to some other problems with the decision that I think we could discuss, but I think I'm coming up against the last minute that I have. So in keeping with the promise, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Don't be too stressed up about the time limit. We can always cut off. No, just joking. Very interesting points. The keywords, advanced consent, for instance, an agreement to disagree between US and Canada, and ambitious tribunals. Maybe we get to these points later. Mr. O, from the Southeast Asian regional countries perspective.
Well, of course, I think nowadays most of us would prefer dialogue instead of confrontation in terms of settlement or disagreements over maritime or territorial disputes. But I think from the Southeast Asian perspective, I would venture to propose that typically among Southeast Asian countries, we have a very established, shall we say, model for settlement or at least dialogues on this sort of disputes. Typically, we will start with whenever there's a territorial or maritime dispute, the participants, the various disputing countries, they will have let's say a round of arguments, sometimes very public arguments, voicing out their concerns, their positions, and so on. And very often that is, of course, for domestic consumption, for domestic political advantages, and so on. But that is important because then you sort of, in a sense, release the valve a little bit and not accumulate a lot of tensions, emotional tensions, which could later on jeopardize the bilateral relations. So after this, typically a few weeks of sort of venting and voicing out your positions and so on, typically the senior officials or the senior politicians of these disputing countries. They would perhaps meet up, they would sit down to, well, engage in dialogues, engage in negotiations, or in general engage in talks. And then later on, after such dialogues, typically there will be one of three outcomes. Number one, it would be, for example, well, they do reach some bilateral agreements or settlements. And one good example, I think it's the so-called Tanjung Pagar railway station dispute between Malaysia and Singapore. Malaysian railway, used to be cut through Singapore and then reached Tanjung Pagar in the south of Singapore. But then, of course, we discussed and we had dialogues, and then we reached a very creative solution. The railway station moved back to the north of Singapore, but in return, Malaysia and Singapore, we set up a company, a commercial venture, Malaysia 60%, Singapore 40%, developing some of the best parcels of Singapore's downtown. And then both countries make a lot of money out of it. Very creative and dare I say very profitable. Number two, sometimes if we cannot reach bilateral agreements, then we submit for international adjudication or sometimes arbitration. Well, you have the case of, for example, between Malaysia and Indonesia over the islands of Sipadan and Ligitan, which are in Sabah, my home state of Sabah in Malaysia. And then, the ICJ, they rule that, these two islands belong to Malaysia, and Malaysia and Indonesia, we happily abide by that. Another example, it's between Malaysia and Singapore over the Pedra Branca and other islands. In that case, Pedra Branca was awarded to Singapore, South Ledge to Malaysia, and Middle Rocks, to be settled by two countries. And then, if we still cannot reach such outcomes, then, we will set aside for further considerations in the future until such disputes occur again. And here I would take the example of between Malaysia and Philippines, since my friend Romeo is here. And that's over my home state of Sabah. Philippines from time to time would, very vociferously advance their claims on Sabah's sovereignty. But again, the two sides, we will have discussion and we can't reach agreement, then we set aside until it recurs again. So this process, I think, maintain the harmony and sometimes even, as I said, profitability among all the ASEAN countries or Southeast Asian countries. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. But both Malaysia and Indonesia agreed when they went to court over those issues, right? Navy Captain Yoon, it's your time for the opening statement. Thank you.
Moderator. The topic I would like to discuss is military neutrality between naval operation and the law enforcement. Because military activity in the disputed waters, especially in South China Sea, is one of the intractable issues to mitigating dialogue rather than to enhancing more physical confrontations. Contentions over the disputed water in East Asia must be understood with two important distinct paradigms, legal and military. In order to preserve a balance between these two, military neutrality should be established so that the naval operations and law enforcement do not result in physical confrontation. In theory, the United Nations Convention, Law of the Sea, which is I don't like it, should be the primary means for resolving maritime disputes, with each country employing its own law enforcement capabilities to pursue its own interest. However, in practice, some of the parties in the dispute and also
some third parties. I'm not going to refer to details, make a self-serving interpretation of UNCLOS rule, and then use military means to consolidate their own ways. China and the United States have both deployed their naval resources in such ways where they love to do so anyway. Unfortunate factors that there is a fundamental disagreement over what constitutes legal and illegal actions make it difficult to implement rule-based maritime good order in the region. They have a reason to live in vicious and intractable crises at the second Thomas Toil of the South China Sea between the law enforcement agencies of China and Philippines, who profoundly disagreed about what is legal and illegal in these disputed waters. So to mitigate such conflict, the naval experts love to suggest a notion of military neutrality, which emphasize the importance of avoiding the militarization of law enforcement operations. I would like to suggest some benefit of this for the parties, not to mention third parties. The first, military neutrality provides dispute parties and also third parties with a framework of fully considered political, operational, and diplomatic implication of using kinetic means. Second, military neutrality implies commitment to seek a good, reasonable resolution of a dispute and agreed not to involve or expand use of naval and law enforcement. Third, and most importantly, a military neutrality mandates the on-scene commander, operational command, from refrain from use kinetic weapons in disputed waters, where their legality is quite unclear. First, military neutrality offers the good hope that mechanism can be founded in resolve dispute without providing full-scale military confrontation. Lastly, military neutrality offers the best perspective for, protecting maritime peace and stability in the disputed waters.
Okay.
And for all parties to fulfill their legal obligations and responsibilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Navy Captain Yoon. Thank you. So the central message is very clear, military neutralization. We'll talk more about that during the second part of the program. Next, let's move on to Ms. Yan Yan, your opening statement.
Thank you,
Please.
Chair. Today, I want to address three pairs of relations. The first one about the relationship between global order and maritime order. And the second relationship is about maritime dispute settlement and maritime cooperation. And the final relationship about between exclusive maritime interests and inclusive maritime interests. Well, first of all, about global order. The global order that China supports is actually the international system with the UN at its core, and also the international order based on on international law and the basic norms of international relations based on the UN Charter. In terms of the ocean, from Hugo Grotius' Mare Liberum to John Staton's Mare Clausum, the debate on how to utilize ocean resources and how to, what is the principles and rules should be adhered to in claiming maritime rights has never stopped. To me, maritime order is part of the global order, and therefore we also support the UN standard and international law-based maritime order. And second, about the relationship between maritime dispute settlement and maritime cooperation. The purpose for maritime cooperation is to build mutual trust and confidence among states, especially among coastal states and claimant states, therefore to contribute to the final settlement of the dispute. However, while the dispute settlement takes time, it is often difficult and sometimes extremely difficult to promote and to enhance maritime cooperation. And the reason is actually very simple, because almost every claimant state wants to maximize its own national interest, maritime national interest. Therefore, currently we see not just the South China Sea, but also the whole world's ocean disputes, the traditional maritime disputes over sovereignty and maritime boundary delimitation still the main key causes of conflict and frictions between the states. And finally, what is the solution and what is our way out? I think this is the question of the relationship between exclusive maritime interests and inclusive maritime interests. From the previous speakers, we did hear many suggestions and many proposals on how we can solve maritime dispute, like through dialogue, through negotiation, and also through legal means, and also the role of military in terms of the dispute. We do hear many proposals, and the settlement of maritime dispute sometimes it takes time. Sometimes it takes years, sometimes it takes decades, and sometimes it even takes centuries. So with while the maritime disputes has not been settled for a short time, how we can move on, how we can guarantee the regional peace and stability. To me, it is the question of how we can balance exclusive maritime rights and inclusive maritime rights. Well, my personal argument is that maritime security can be and should be viewed as an inclusive interest, given the common interest in combating the verified maritime security threats, for example, piracy, terrorism, environmental damage, etc., etc. And this is why back in the year 2019, China proposed the idea of NCSF, maritime community with a shared future. As I already mentioned in the opening about global order, for maritime order, we also need to adhere to international system with the UN at its core and international order based on international law. And also, we need to bear in mind that the ocean is the shared heritage of mankind. Therefore, we need to bear in mind the concept of MCSF. And I think personally, that is our way out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yin. A lot of very breaking out of the box, thinking out of the box, three pairs of relations. They're interesting, how to achieve a balance among them, between them. Let's move on to our guest from the Philippines, Ms. Banloi, please, your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lishin. Mabuhay from the Philippines. I would like to emphasize that confrontation is always counterproductive to regional peace and prosperity, and dialogue is the way ahead for the peaceful settlement of disputes in the South China Sea. And so I would like to discuss some pragmatic and legal options for the peaceful settlement of disputes in the South China Sea. Though the signing of Philippine Maritime Zones and Archipelagic Sea Lines Law last November 7 has generated recent controversies in the South China Sea, with other parties rejecting them like China, Malaysia, and even Vietnam, there are still options for the peaceful settlement of disputes. The 1982 United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea provides many important provisions for coastal states to peacefully settle maritime disputes in order to promote cooperation and avoid violent conflicts at sea. UNCLOS mandates all parties to maritime disputes to come out with a final delimitation agreement in order to encourage cooperation and avoid armed confrontation. But pending a peaceful settlement through a final delimitation agreement, UNCLOS also requires coastal states to make every effort to enter into a provisional arrangement in order to promote development cooperation of pragmatic nature without prejudice to their existing national claims or existing national positions. And every effort is a duty to cooperate in good faith. And UNCLOS is emphasizing that cooperation is an obligation of all coastal states. UNCLOS urges all parties to take, and I emphasize, to take conciliatory approach and deliberately avoid hostile actions in order to prevent unintended violent encounters at sea. So, when undertaking unilateral activities in disputed areas, UNCLOS obligates all states to take actions that entail cooperation, consultation, and most importantly, prior notification. And according to UNCLOS, there are at least 3 types of provisional arrangements in disputed areas. Number 1 is development cooperation arrangement. Number 2, provisional boundary agreement. And 3, mutual restraint arrangements. Development cooperation arrangement can be in the form of joint fishery management, common development of hydrocarbon resources, as mentioned by Dr. Wosichan, marine environmental research, marine environmental protection, and others. Development cooperation is the primordial goal of the 2002 China-ASEAN Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, and even the ongoing negotiation for the conclusion of the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea. Provisional boundary agreement, on the other hand, is viewed to be an alternative option to final maritime delimitation because, as said by Dr. Yang, it will take really time to have this kind of final maritime delimitation agreement. But provisional boundary agreement aims to pursue cooperation or pragmatic cooperation to fulfill the mandate of UNCLOS for all parties to exercise their duty to cooperate, which the DOC and COC aim to achieve. Finally, a mutual restraint arrangement obligates parties to UNCLOS to mutually exercise self-restraint in the conduct of harmful and even offensive unilateral activities that hamper cooperation and even jeopardize the reaching of a final agreement. Coupled with obligation to exercise mutual restraint is the application of the principle of due regard, which requires states to respect the inherent rights and legitimate national positions of other states on maritime issues. We need mutual respect in settling our disputes in the South China Sea. Without self-restraint and due regard, it will be very difficult to promote development cooperation and even come out with a boundary agreement, whether in the final or provisionary forms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van Laui. Thank you. We often forget the UNCLOS encourages certain conduct on top of prohibiting some others. Yeah, thank you for reminding us, and we will dive into that aspect during part 2 of the discussion. Last but not least, Ambassador Yixin Liang, your turn, please.
Thank you so much. I do believe the last is most important, right?
I believe so too.
最后的也是同样重要的，对我也是这么认为。
Cooperation and governance need 2 pillars. One is mechanism, another one is the rule of law. Right now, most of the conflicts and disagreements arising from the semi-enclosed sea globally. I have 2 cases. Personally, I experienced 2 cases. One, in 1995, I met the special envoy from Canada and Spain in New York and Beijing because their navies have the confrontation in Newfoundland, right? For the fisheries. In that case, in early 1990s, UNEP initiated the regional seas protection in the Northwest Pacific. We call it NOPAP. So at the quite initial stage, we had almost half of the time, the meeting time, for the name of the sea. Sea of Japan was the East Sea. Yellow Sea was the West Sea. So while we talk about the ocean governance and cooperation, most problems and conflicts come from the enclosed sea and the semi-enclosed sea. So I would like to have some suggestions for our region, because right now or nowadays, from Japan Sea of Japan, Yellow Sea, East China Sea, South China Sea, we have no anybody of the coastal states to deal with the issues in a whole picture. First, let's have some suggestions.
You only have 1 minute left, you know?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
First is about the bodies, I mean the mechanism, where we need to have some political decision on the high level. Perhaps we need the council of the heads of states or heads of the governments, and also the committee for the ministers. Then we have some resources committee to deal with fisheries and biodiversity. To say, perhaps we need some bodies for science and technology, for climate change, meteorology, and also we need some environment bodies for oil dig, for microplastic like this. So this is for the mechanism. And to set for the rules. Right now we have no rules from the coastal states or between the coastal states. We have a lot of basis for such rules. Treaties, multilateral treaties, bilateral treaties, national laws and practice. So let's try our best in this regard. But what we need now is political determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the lack of the void or deficit in governance as a result of the deficit in political trust. Unfortunately, that's so much time we have for part one of this special series, two-part series on dialogue or confrontation in maritime dispute settlement. But we will have a very lively, I believe, discussion during part two. So do look out for us. A warm round of applause for the time being to Mr. Wu Shitun, Professor Philip Saunders, Mr. O.A. Sun, Navy Captain Suk Jong-yu, Ms. Yan Yan, Mr. Romel Balawi, and Ambassador Yi Shen Liang. And with that, we come to the end of part one of this two-part series from Me, The Point, with Liu Xin, coming to you from Sanya. It's been co-organized by the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, the China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, the Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies, and CGTN. As always, you can follow me on Facebook and X using the handle Liu Xin in Beijing. On behalf of the whole team, thank you for watching for now, and I'll see you in part two. All right, let's dive right in. Right back in. Settlement of maritime disputes, dialogue or confrontation. Welcome to part two of a special two-part series with me, Liu Xin, on the point, coming to you from the beautiful seaside resort of Sanya in southern China's Hainan province. It's jointly organized by the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, the China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies, and CGTN. Our distinguished panelists are Wu Shicun, Chairman of the Huayang Research Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, Chair and Chairman of the Academic Committee at the China National Institute for South China Sea Studies, Philip Saunders, Dean Emeritus and Adjunct Professor of Schulich School of Law at the Dalhousie University in Canada, O.A. Sun, Principal Advisor at the Pacific Research Center of Malaysia, Navy Captain Suk-Jun Yoon, Senior Fellow at the Korea Institute for Military Affairs and a retired Republic of Korea Navy Captain, Yan Yan, Director of the Research Center for Oceans Law and Policy at the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, Romel Balawi, President of the Philippine Society for International Security Studies, and Ambassador Yi Xianliang, Visiting Professor at Chengdu University of Technology and former Ambassador of China to Norway. And we have guests here also who have been following us. Let's give ourselves a warm round of applause as we dive into the second part. Yes, and during this part, we're going to take questions. So during the first part, each panelist have laid out their opening positions. I'm sure you all have something to say to each other, but we have 7 guests. Where do we start? Mr. Wu, why don't we start from you? Exactly what is the one biggest challenge in maintaining peace and stability in the South China Sea? Having heard the last 7 guests.
How
6
long is
guests.
it?
How about 2 minutes?
Okay. Big challenges that we are facing in the South China Sea for the peace and stability.
One big challenge, the
Big
biggest.
challenge, one big challenge, or 2 big challenges. Okay, or 3. Number 1 is United States is no neutral for its South China Sea policy. United States used to be neutral towards its South China Sea, but now it is not case. The second one is because the United States would like take the window opportunity to consolidate and expand their vested interests by unilateral actions in dispute areas. Number 3 is I just mentioned the negative impact of the ruling. All of those activities, even FNOPs conducted by United States, are based on the ruling, or in other words, was endorsed by the ruling. Thank you. Big challenges. 3.
Okay, so the United States, the ruling of 2016 and FNOPs. Professor Saunders, you would like to address that? I mean, as you just said, you have Canada and the United States have a similar dispute, right, concerning territory. How come you don't have an arbitrary ruling given down to you that you are obliged to accept? Just use it, yeah.
Well, actually, we did have a dispute that
Okay.
went to court. And
Okay.
as an example for this, that I think if I were to pick the big one coming out of this.
Please keep the microphone closer to your mouth, yeah.
They would be the habits of trust and cooperation that takes time to build, particularly after litigation. But Canada and the US did go to court, International Court of Justice, over the boundary, the fishing boundary in particular, in the Gulf of Maine. It was a major political dispute on both sides. But the diplomats in that case had reached a solution, and they put it up, but it couldn't get ratified in the US Senate. So the treaty had to be ratified because of the opposition by fishing interests from Massachusetts. So what we did actually is they put a sort of a suicide pill in the agreement that if the treaty wasn't ratified, they'd go to court. So they did go to court, but it was done with trust and the agreement of both sides.
Yeah, just now you mentioned the keyword advanced consent, right? So in that case, both Canada and the United States had advanced consent.
In that case, they had actual consent because they had done so in the treaty. It didn't require the jurisdiction.
But in the case of the South China Sea ruling, what would...
The jurisdiction in the South China Sea ruling was obtained by the application of the compulsory dispute settlement procedures in the law of the sea treaty, which didn't exist when we went to court. And of course, the United States is still not a party. But that is truly advanced consent because you're consenting to some future arbitration panel deciding whether they have jurisdiction over your dispute, which can be quite risky.
Okay. Well, I guess you were still talking about the China-Canada case. Maybe I go to Ban Lao, our guest from the Philippines. Do you see a difference between the case between just now Professor Saunders alluded to, and the case between China and the Philippines? Well, the case that Philippines brought to The Hague. Is there a difference in terms of advance consent?
Well, there is a stark difference because China rejected the whole process and even rejected the whole decision. But I would like to emphasize 3 exemplary cases where parties can really settle peacefully their disputes. And if they cannot settle peacefully their disputes, they can manage their disputes. Like, for example, between the Philippines and Indonesia, we had already a delimitation agreement of our overlapping exclusive economic zone in the Sulu and Celebes Sea, and it took us more than 20 years to negotiate for that. So we can settle disputes. And second, with Sabah, although the issue of Sabah keeps on going on every now and then, the Philippines and Malaysia have existing mechanism to manage their differences very well. Third, with Vietnam, you know, we are also having territorial disputes and maritime jurisdictional conflict with Vietnam. But we also have a mechanism to manage our differences with Vietnam. So the question is, if we can do that with Indonesia, if we can do that with Malaysia, if we can do that with Vietnam, why we can't do that with China? We cannot do that with China because of, Dr. Wusichan told us, because there is an extra-regional factor, and that is the United States. Thank you.
I was wondering what you were going to point to, but your last question really gave the answer, I believe. Okay, maybe Captain Yoon, you were shaking your head. What were you not agreeing with?
Well, I'm not divert my Philippines colleagues' argument. Rather, I would like to express my personal perspective on South China Sea issues. There are 3 intractable obstacle factors for the cooperation. First, third-party involvement. South Korea has restricted express with regarding to South China Sea issues because we are not part of the South China Sea issues. But since 2023, after the summit between United States and South Korea, we began to express our concern for the South China Sea issues under the United States Biden administration's heavy pressures. Second, we should not militarize the South China Sea issues. I don't like, no. Actually, serving more than 34 years in our Navy, I never heard what is the freedom of navigation operation. It appears to be just inert navigation from one place to other place. But United States say we conducted freedom of navigation in order to make illegal Chinese excessive maritime territorial claim. This is not the right way to do so for the dialogue and cooperation. Third, there are huge disinformation with regarding to Chinese activity, a more aggressive, active, pre-active activity on a South China Sea issue, such as Maritime Malaysia. I did participate our domestic conference in South Korea a couple of weeks ago. We have a big argument, but what is the major role of Maritime Malaysia? They have make some more aggressive and physical act against parties, third parties? No, they just present over there. So my argument is we should carefully deal with some Western media report regarding to South China Sea issues in a daily basis. I'd better stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ambassador, you wanted to chip in here.
Thank you. I would like to have 3 points to comments or get some clarification about our previous speaks. First is about China and Philippines relations, close relations on South China Sea. You say China and the Philippines had almost 20 years consultation or dialogue. Actually, this is not true. I used to be the Deputy Director General and the Director General of the Department for the Boundary and Ocean Affairs. So I requested my counterpart in Manila to have visited, talk about our relations on South China Sea. Unfortunately, just one time, because I declare in Sanya, I did never get any invitation from Philippines. So at that moment, your former President Ramos ordered Philippine Foreign Minister to want me to pay the visit. And also we invite Philippines side to come to Beijing or any parts of China to exchange views, but we failed. Suddenly, you initiate, the cause to the Hague. I worked in the Hague for 8 years as a legal advisor for the ambassador and also for the embassy. So no, what happened? So this is, I would like to have some clarification with you. The second is about from Captain Yin. 2 points. The first about the military neutrality. As you know, right now we have 151 coastal states in the world. Most of them belong to the semi-enclosed or enclosed sea. Half of them, their enforcement, legal enforcement rely on the Navy, particularly the developing countries. So if you suggest that the military neutrality in the legal enforcement, needs some basis, needs some practice globally. The second, you talk about neutrality on the disputes. I would like to check with you, how about the Korean Navy kept a neutral position on the disputes between Korea and Japan on the Lingcod locks in the past 2 decades. The third point is about the performance.
Hold your horse, please, Ambassador. Hold your horse.
Yes.
Shall we give the other 2 guests some time an opportunity to react if they choose to?
Okay.
And then we come to the third point. Mr. Ban Loy, you would like to say something?
Okay.
That the unwillingness or the lack of initiative from the Philippine governmental side for the olive branches from the Chinese side.
Yeah, based on that statement, I would like to stress that it takes strong leadership decision to really come out with cooperative arrangement. Like, for example, during the time of former President Rodrigo Duterte, he initiated a strong will to really deal with China and cooperate with China. And we made a breakthrough in 2019. We already decided to establish several working groups for cooperation to occur, like joint fishery management, cooperation in the area of search and rescue operation, and even Coast Guard to Coast Guard cooperation. And the biggest project that they entered into was a memorandum of understanding for the development of natural gas and oil. In other words, yeah, we can cooperate. But of course, there are external interferences and also domestic pressure against that, because, you know the nature of our politics in the Philippines. If in China, the government policy is defined and influenced by the Communist Party of China, in the Philippines, our government policy is greatly shaped by the vested interest of our oligarchy. And our ruling oligarchy has a pro-American orientation, and therefore they're opposed to that kind of arrangement. Because if the Philippines cooperate with China, that's a win for China. Okay? That's a win for China, and therefore a defeat for the United States and its like-minded allies in the region. But we can cooperate, and that is why I am emphasizing that we have to go back to the achievements of that agreement, that we can cooperate if there is a strong will on the part of the leadership to really cooperate.
Okay. I hope the Filipino leadership will hear this conversation and get your message. And maybe Captain Lim, please, would you like to react?
Yes, 2 points. Actually, I had the questions from the excellencies. The first one, yes, militarization in to resolve the maritime boundary issues, especially in the semi-crossed seas. I think that is why South Korea have enhanced our law enforcement capabilities rather than to invest our money onto our naval force, which is we would like to input our naval force in disputed lines, probably, or boundaries. So that is, I think, the way to do so to avoid any militarized over issues. Second, in doctor issues, we want to be state quo with regarding to undisputable dispute with Japan. Am I right? Correct? Yeah. For the second question, doctor issues.
Whether the ROK military should stay neutral when it comes to territorial disputes with Japan.
It's Japan territorial issues, which is doctor issues.
We are now talking about the Lingcod locks. You know, in Chinese, you call Korea is a 独岛, and Japan is called 主岛.
Lingcod, no. We didn't make a militarized though. We just set up some maritime observation facility with permission from Chinese government.
No. My question for you is about your disputes between you and Japan. Did Korean Navy keep neutral position on these disputes in the past 2 decades? If we check with the history, what happened on these islands and what happened between Korea and Japan? Because you suggested neutrality for the military actions, for the enforcement or for any disputes of the oceanic matters, right?
I think that we have a clear policy to deal with the dispute issues, our neighboring countries, mostly coastal countries, because Japan is not declared the archipelago state countries. We regard them to still coastal countries. But the problem is, when sea commanders have a heavy duty or responsibilities to complete his missions as constabulary missions in the naval functions, I think that is the major way to do so. And then that is the major reason I brought on my topics. Military neutrality is much important. But we don't know how I've been to Navy, served more than 80 years for the sea duties as a Drovon 40 for my basis as commanding officer. But every time, under the direction from Supreme Command, all responsibilities right on to my own self. So I got to be more militarized action to deal with the issues in the disputed waters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Yan, you would like to chip in here because you were talking about exclusiveness. It seems that exclusivity is is the zeitgeist. Is it?
Thank you so much, because you know this is a
I'm talking about. Sorry, Ambassador Yi. May we give the opportunity to Ms. Yan? Sorry about that. Time is really limited. I got to be gender equal here.
Thank you. Well, this is exactly what I've been talking about, the control of the waters and to compete for jurisdiction over the ocean and in human history. And also what I summarized from the previous discussion between these two speakers is that the keyword is political will. With the political will, you can choose either to dealterate the dispute or bilateral relations, or you can choose to enhance maritime cooperation. It's all about political will between China and the Philippines.
Is there an equal amount of political will? Or I understand as a Chinese, I understand there is a great will from the part of China to respect navigation in accordance with international, to settle disputes peacefully. Is that will shared? If not, why by regional country from your observation, Ian?
Maybe just one point. I think it's pretty clear to us that the political will of President Duterte and President Bongbong Marcos is different. It's like very large difference between two of them. And also, not just the way he treats the dispute between China and the Philippines, but also he treats the dispute between the Philippines and also Malaysia. Like, for example, correct me if I'm wrong, the newly released Maritime Zone Act by the Philippines, well, they also included the Sabah Maritime Zones or disputed with Malaysia into its EEZ, and does receive a protest from Malaysia as well. So this is, well, correct me if I'm wrong. So I think this is what the current president of the Philippines way of dealing the dispute.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. O, you were talking about Asian wisdom, our way of dealing with this. Try to jump out of this, right? The nitty-gritty details. What really is the way to dialogue, not to confrontation? Keep it short, please.
Well, number one, like when Malaysia was protesting about Philippines' enactment of the law, which somehow sort of swept in Sabah, right? Well, at the same time, Philippines was hit by some sort of typhoons, and well, we still send our military assets to assist in the rescue efforts and so on. So that shows you within all these Southeast Asian countries, we could disagree or sometimes agree to disagree, but we still help one another. But I'm also very intrigued by the suggestions of provisional arrangement by Romeo, as well as political will by Ms. Yan. I think we sometimes have to think out of the box. For example, in South China Seas, we could think of, indeed, we have been talking about joint exploration for quite some time. I think we should put our words to deeds. We should really do it. And perhaps all of us will set up some sort of fund. If we cannot set up such a fund, then we use the Belt and Road initiatives, right? Because all this needs money. When you have a fund, you have money, and you use to sort of use the money to develop some of these littoral countries, I think everybody would feel the benefit, everybody will be thankful, and then the sort of political will, the sort of confidence building mechanism and so on would be set in place. Then you can enter into dialogues, negotiations, and so on, which I mentioned just now here.
Professor Saunders, I'll leave the last remark to Mr. Wu, and I'm sure you have a lot of things to say, but Professor Saunders, Mr. O just gave very idealistic prospects for the future, very good solutions, how applicable, and what is the crust of the problem we're looking at, and going forward to the next 4 years, you know?
The possibilities. The next 4 years, I think we're all a little in the dark with the American view. But what I would like to point out is that the types of disputes you're describing and the ones where there is hope for cooperation is a set of disputes among neighbors. The country next door isn't going away. Whereas if you think of the maritime disputes through the 1970s and 80s that Canada, the South Pacific Islands in particular, and others were dealing with, it was distant water fishing and other predatory activities by countries that had no stake in the region at all, no permanent stake. And what was necessary with them, like Spain at one point, although Spain improved remarkably, what was necessary was enforcement and pretty strict enforcement.
May I just take this opportunity because there's a lot of press. If you read the press, China is not respecting international law because of the UNCLOS, because of the arbitral tribunal. It's like black and white. You were talking about ambitious tribunal. Can you expand a little bit on that? 2 sentences, please.
I think there's a broader question beyond the South China Sea about tribunals that take a single dispute that's been brought to them, possibly under difficult jurisdictional settings, and try to make rules for the international community. Not very well. The difficulty in international law is if you look at the statements of the United Kingdom and the United States after the arbitration, they both were phrased very carefully that we endorse this decision and that we think that both parties should recognize that it is binding upon them. Because it's not binding on the United States, who has island territories throughout the Pacific that exceed the limits. And it is not binding apparently on the United Kingdom, which has drawn baselines around the Falkland Islands. So there's a bit of hypocrisy in these claims about that particular decision, which many states would not consider to be binding on them anyway.
Go into the details. And Mr. Wu.
Okay, thank you. I would talk a little bit more about the South China Sea arbitration only, because I guess if we open the floor for discussion, there might be a lot of concerns about the arbitration award. Last month, I went to Shalom Bay, Vietnam, to attend this year's 16th International South China Sea Conference. Ambassador Deng and Dr. Ran Xiongsan is here. I was questioned by lots of participants why China didn't participate in the arbitration process, why China doesn't recognize the arbitration ruling. So I would simply to answer this question in this occasion, because the dispute, the problem between China and the Philippines is not about the application, interpretation of UNCLOS. It is about the sovereignty. It is about the sovereign disputes. The fact that the Philippines, since the 1970s, by military actions, occupied illegally 8 South China Sea islands or reefs. So the substantive issue is territorial dispute. It goes beyond UNCLOS. So that's why China didn't participate. And once the arbitration tribunal issued its ruling, didn't recognize the ruling. And another important principle is, Philip, my friend, mentioned state consent. Because the state consent is necessary prerequisite to any form of dispute settlement. So that's the main reason why China didn't participate and didn't recognize the ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for respecting the time limit. I'm going to open the floor. I do have very good stories to share because I was right outside the Peace Palace when the award was given. I was inside the Peace Palace after the award was given, and I saw the courtroom and everything. But I'm not going to take time. If you're interested, you can ask me later. Let me open the floor to questions. We have about 20 minutes. So whoever would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. I see a Madam Zheng here, and I see Sir here. Let's take 2 questions at a time, and then if there are more questions, we can. 好，这边有一郑女士，中间对第2排，谢谢。So Please identify yourself and keep the question short, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Teresa Chang, Asian Academy of International Law co-chairman. I would like to echo on 2 points, if I may. I think more by way of asking whether Dr. Wu would agree that that could be a resolution to what he described as the second challenge, the so-called award. I think in international commercial or international investment arbitration, where there are procedural irregularities, those awards would be set aside. There are procedures for that. But I think under the current regime of the UNCLOS, under the current situation in the 2016 situation, there isn't a regime to deal with that. So where there is a lack of consent, where the tribunal is in excess of jurisdiction, and where the tribunal was constituted not in accordance with the relevant rules, if they are to be relevant, that is, if that is the case, those sort of award would be set aside without a doubt in international regime. Now, in the context of this 2016 situation, these 3 matters are often discussed as some of the problems regarding the jurisdiction of the tribunal. So I think whether that would actually allow us to have more understanding by fearless, independent, and impartial learned people to understand the credibility or lack thereof of this so-called award. So if Dr. Wu can comment on that. The second point, if I may, and I'd like to answer a question that Ms. Liu yourself posed, and that is how do we bring the situation that we have in South China Sea back to dialogue? I think it's not just South China Sea, but perhaps any sort of conflicts. One of the suggestions that I'd like to mention is even if there were confrontation, there is always a way to use mediation. Mediation, a third-party neutral who can be a facilitator as well as a go-between that will help the parties to try and see things more objectively. And I wonder whether that could be something that could be thrown into the dialogue or confrontation pot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zheng, and the gentleman here. Take the questions and then we'll go. 对，这边有一位男士。Please keep the question short as well. You're from Nanda, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And my question goes to Mr. Ban Loi. I think you may notice that a few days ago, China and Indonesia released a joint development in which provides that 2 sides will promote and conduct joint development in overlapping areas of the claim. So considering the Philippines' domestic legislative actions and China's countermeasure has taken, so how do you see the possibility of the joint development between China and the Philippines? Is there any problematic approach for the 2 sides to find a way? Thank you.
Problematic or potential?
Pragmatic.
Pragmatic. Sorry, I got it. Okay. Mr. Wu, would you like to react to the 2 points from Ms. Zheng?
I totally agree. Your comments, Teresa. I just want to add 2 points. One is that from Chinese perspective, the tribunal has no jurisdiction over the Philippine submission concerning China's 9-dash line or U-shaped line and the related historical rights. And also the tribunal wrongly concluded Taiping Island and other Nanshan Islands are not competent for the continental shelf. And also the tribunal concluded the integrity or denied the integrity of the South Chinese Islands. So those are why the main reasons why China didn't participate and didn't recognize the loading.
In terms of third-party mediation?
Not yet. Once China readjusts its, South China Sea policy, not only, by solving the dispute through bilateral negotiation. Once China readjusts its policy, maybe in the future, the third-party mechanism should be possible in the future.
Okay, not now. Okay, Mr. Ban Loi, yeah.
Well, under the presidency of Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., it is very difficult to pursue the idea of joint development of natural gas and oil in the South China Sea because the president right now is under the strong spell of the United States. So we have to wait for another change of leadership in the Philippines with a open mind and more pragmatic view on how to deal with China. But yeah, also forget about the current situation, the current presidency. So let's expect and let's hope that in the future we will have a president who will have a more pragmatic outlook and more friendly attitude towards China, so that we can really develop natural gas and oil in the South China Sea. And I have studied that particular area, and I look forward to have private conversation with you in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Time being very limited, I guess we stop it here and go for real food instead of food for thought. We have been, but I'm pretty happy we're almost on time. Thank you so much. A warm round of applause to my guests, Mr. Wushiton, Professor Philip Saunders, Mr. O.A. Song, Captain Yu, Ms. Yan Yan, Mr. Romel Banlawi, and Ambassador Yi Shen Liang. And with that, we come to the end of part 2 of this very special 2-part series on maritime cooperation and dispute settlement. It has been brought to you by the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, the China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies, and CGTN. I'm Liu Xin, coming to you from Sanya. As always, you can follow me on Facebook and X using the handle Liu Xin in Beijing, this time in Sanya. But I'll go back to Beijing, and on behalf of the whole team, thank you so much for watching, and you've got the point.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Liu Xin, for chairing the session, and thank all the panelists for your contribution. Why not we take a photo? 亲爱的来宾朋友们，欢迎大家回来，我们将继续我们下午的议程环节。在议题3正式开始之前，首先让我们有请中国气候变化事务特使、联合国前副秘书长刘正明做视频演讲，请看大屏幕。
这次海洋合作与治理论坛，由于出访，我本人难以与会，很高兴通过视频方式出席此次论坛。我拟围绕全球海洋治理与应对气候变化全球挑战为题，分享一点看法。女士们、先生们，海洋覆盖了地球表面的70%，一直是全球气候的重要调节器。从1992年联合国环法大会起，海洋的可持续发展与应对气候变化同时纳入全球治理的范畴。近年来，这两个问题之间的相互影响越来越密切。当前有3个方面的问题越来越受到国际社会的高度关注。一是海洋作为全球气候的主要调节器和全球温室气体排放的主要碳汇受到威胁。政府间气候变化专门委员会的 IPCC 曾提到，自1970年以来，因二氧化碳和其他温室气体排放而同在大气中的多余热量大约有 90% 依附海洋的吸收，但这样带来的后果是全球海洋变暖的速度20年来翻了一番。二是海洋变暖影响到了全球天气模式和降雨地点，从而加剧了风暴、飓风和其他极端天气的强度。过去几年，从大西洋到太平洋和印度洋，从北冰洋到南极洲，我们都看到了这种变化。三是各国在推进能源转型的过程中还将求助于海洋，一方面是开发海上能源，如风能和潮汐能，另一方面是推动国际海底关键矿产的开发。女士们、先生们，中国是海洋大国，是全球海洋事务的关键参与者和引领者，为全球海洋治理贡献了中国智慧与方案。我国一直高度重视全球海洋治理和应对全球气候变化挑战。过去30年来，我们一直积极参与全球海洋治理和全球气候变化的治理。1992年以来，可持续发展已成为我们提振社会发展、推动海洋发展的重要理念。2019年，习近平主席进一步提出了构建海洋命运共同体理念，为全球海洋治理和生态文明建设注入了中国智慧和中国方案。我国积极参与全球海洋治理体系改革和建设，提出构建海洋命运共同体、21世纪海上丝绸之路、蓝色伙伴关系等理念，致力于推动国际海洋秩序朝着更加公正合理方向发展。近年来，我们在推进全球海洋治理方面采取了多元化的策略，积极推动海洋可持续利用和保护。去年9月20日，我国在海洋生物多样性协定开放签署首日即签署了该协定。我们持续推进国际海底开发规章的谈判，我们也积极参与国际海洋法法庭第31号咨询意见议案的审理，阐述了中国有关国际气候变化法以及国际海洋法问题的立场和主张。我们在推动落实联合国气候变化框架公约及巴黎协定的过程中，高度重视促进全球海洋的可持续发展。女士们、先生们，今年是深入贯彻落实党的20届3中全会精神的开局之年，进一步有效参与全球海洋治理与国际气候治理，有助于更好服务国内高质量发展，更好服务中国特色大国外交。 为此，我提出3点建议：一是坚持绿色发展，促进海洋生态文明建设。我国将努力建设人与自然和谐共生的现代化，始终坚持走生态优先、绿色发展的道路。作为世界上最大的发展中国家，中国将继续坚定践行多边主义，深化务实合作，积极参与全球海洋治理，为落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程，推动全球可持续发展，共同构建人与自然生命共同体，贡献中国智慧、中国力量。二是完善法律体系，推动国际海洋法治进程。我们要进一步健全和完善国内法律体系，做好国内法与国际法的衔接，为新时代海洋强国战略提供法治保障。继续拓展国际、区域和双边合作机制，扩大蓝色伙伴关系的网络，继续强化国内履约机制建设，统筹协调各部门职责分工，提高协同履约能力，加强人才培养保障机制，打造一支有战斗力的且具有国际视野的海洋人才队伍。三是加强国际合作，凝聚海洋可持续发展共识。我国将秉持共商共享、合作共赢的理念，与各国共同应对海洋可持续发展面临的全球性挑战。我们致力于加强国际合作，希望通过多边合作、法律框架、科学研究、能力建设等多种方式，推动海洋可持续发展，为全球海洋治理做出重要贡献。中国作为全球海洋秩序和全球气候治理体系的积极参与者、建设者和贡献者，将坚持不懈推动全球海洋治理可持续发展和应对全球气候变化不断取得新的进展，祝愿本届论坛取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
感谢特首的致辞。好，接下来让我们进入到专题议题环节。即将进行的是议题3：海洋综合管理、蓝色经济发展与海南发展海洋经济。首先，让我们掌声请出本议题的所有嘉宾来到舞台，有请。Now let's welcome all the panelists. Please come to the stage. 本议题的主持人是泰国亚洲和平和解理事会理事索拉扎·德森素瓦。Dr. Soraja, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have to, first of all, express my sincere gratitude to Chairman Wu Shishun and the organizers for inviting me back to Sanya, this beautiful city again. And I'm very pleased that I'll be here, though my stay will be only for 24 hours as I will be leaving this evening. Although our session started a bit late, but I'm afraid we have to finish right on time at 4 p.m. As everybody has already known the title of this session already, I will just give a brief introduction that we are so honored and privileged to have our panelists from Belgium, Canada, China, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and their presentations are going to be very, very useful and very informative, although the time for presenting is very short, but I'm sure they will be precise and they will make us feel a little bit more appreciative of the blue economy. I was saying to the press just now that there are a lot of things that China and other countries have been doing on blue economy, but the public in general have not heard very much of what is going on with blue economy, what is to do with SDG 14. So apart from this session, I think when you go back, I hope everyone will help us to publicize and talk more on the blue economy and how important it is. Without further ado, I would like to invite my first speaker, Chada Islam. She is the founder and managing director of New Horizons project from Belgium. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's such a great pleasure to be in Hainan. Dr. Wu Shikun, thank you for inviting me, Dr. Shifulin as well. It's almost like a second home. And you're so right, Chair. The blue economy and SDG 14 are not very well talked about, not very well known in many parts of the world. I used to be director for geopolitics at Friends of Europe, and I don't remember ever having held a conversation on this. So it was really, really important that we discuss this. I'm going to talk about how the European Union and China can work together in this very important sector. But before I do that, I just want to point out to what has been said this morning several times, that we're really living in an age of anxiety and geopolitical uncertainty. International laws are being violated in the plain sight in Gaza and in Ukraine. And of course, the election of Donald Trump for the second time creates disruption and even more anxiety and uncertainty for Europe and for the rest of the world. And we all know that at the moment, if you follow the news, EU-China relations are in a bit of a slump. They're complex and they're strained over a number of issues, including questions to do with electric vehicles, but also just generally geopolitical competition and rivalry is now the name of the game rather than cooperation and even competition, but in a benign way. And when we live in an atmosphere of this kind, where we're mutually suspicious of each other rather than trusting of each other, and believe me, I've worked on EU-China relations for upwards of 30 years, and I haven't seen a period, Chair, which is so complex. But despite this changed environment, I believe in some ways the election of Donald Trump will force China and the EU to work together. This point was made just very recently in Shanghai by Mr. Pascal Lamy, the former WTO Director General. And I think he has a point. If we really want to salvage this international system, laws and global governance, countries with the adults in the room, if I may put it this way, we still have some adults in the room in the European Union. I think we have an obligation to work together. And so my premise is that despite the problems that we have in our bilateral relationship and our competition, there are certain areas, including the blue economy, that we should work together. Now, I'm not sure how many of you in this room actually know that in 2018, the EU and China signed a blue partnership for the oceans. Now, this is not very often talked about, and I have to say that it was only one of my students at the College of Europe that said to me, Professor, there is some very important aspect, and may I do a master's thesis on it? And I said, yes, of course, by all means. And I then started to do my own research. It's this first partnership of its kind between the EU and a non-European country. And I think this deserves some kind of attention. Now, it includes many of the topics that we talked about earlier this morning. It has clauses on marine biodiversity conservation in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So BBNJ is including it. It is about marine pollution, so including marine plastic litter and microplastics. It's about climate change mitigation. It's about fisheries, sustainable fisheries management. It's about promoting circular economy in the blue economy. It's about strengthening ocean observation and data sharing, and about fostering business-to-business interactions. And so there's hope that this could lead to more innovation and technology transfer in the global blue economy. And I think what's really quite important about something that has been done by the EU and China, that it can be replicated on the international scene. So we are hoping that influencing international maritime regulations can be done as well. And it could be a model for cooperation between other countries, as I said. Now, Sustainable Development Goals, number 14, life underwater, is an area that also, I believe, very few people really focus on. And I find it very important that we're here in Hainan with the blue economy and all the investment and the energy Hainan authorities are putting into the marine environment, that this should be something that should be put higher up on the agenda. And when I talk about the SDGs, we have also got some challenges. Now, marine pollution, everybody has talked about the challenges. Climate change impact has enormous repercussions on the oceans. Sustainable fisheries is something that we are all guilty of not abiding by. And of course, there's the issue of biodiversity conservation. But for me, one thing that really hits me hard is the funding gap. Now, we have all these goals, and it's estimated that we need about 150 billion years globally to achieve the SDG 14s. So how do we go about that? Obviously, the first thing, Mr. Chair, is about raising the global profile of this very, very important sector, which, as I said, is underestimated by all of us, not here in Hainan, obviously. And I'm very thankful for this opportunity to highlight that. We have to, as we're doing today here, share best practices. I think this is something extremely important. And I heard with great pleasure this morning also about countries working together despite their rivalries and competition on joint research programs. I think without that, we're not going to be going anywhere fast. And two other things before I end my little intervention. One is about the circular economy in the maritime sector. This is a topic that everyone is talking about. And once again, we don't hear too much about it when it comes to the oceans. And then biodiversity conservation, which I have to say all my students, my children as well, believe this is very, very important. So going ahead, when I think about Hainan and how much Hainan has elevated this concept of marine environment and marine scientific development and circular economy, I'm really, really proud to have been part of this conversation from, say, about 12 years ago. So once again, thank you very much. And despite all this competition and rivalry and the arrival of Donald Trump, perhaps we can find ways of working together towards a very important goal for humanity. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Chana, and I'm very glad that you kick off this afternoon session with a lot of optimism and optimistic notes, and I hope by the end of this session we will going to have good news about blue economy. I have some background in media. I kept saying that it needs at least dozen of good news, 12 of pieces of good news to counter one bad news. So I hope we're going to produce a lot of good news from blue economy, both nationally and internationally. Okay, so I pass the floor over to Cheryl Rita Kaur, who is fellow at the Center of Straits of Malacca Maritime Institute of Malaysia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the kind introduction. Esteemed delegates, speakers, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Allow me to first quickly thank the organizers. This is my second time here in Sanya. I was here last year as well. Last year I covered specifically on fisheries. I'd like to thank Dr. Wu for extending the invitation once again to MIMA to be represented here. And this time I'll be presenting to you more on blue economy, unlocking the value of the oceans. What I'm going to be speaking about is mainly on what Malaysia is doing at the moment, and linking it with what is happening at the ASEAN level, and perhaps to give you some preview into what could be some of the opportunities for collaboration. For those that are not familiar with MIMA, MIMA is a national government policy think tank. We were established to advise the Malaysian government on all related maritime affairs. My specialty is mainly on environment. Now, when we talk about blue economy, I think Dr. Shada has very comprehensively covered the importance, the broad overview of why we are all talking about blue economy at the moment. This morning, I remember Dr. Hubo mentioned ocean governance is not a new terminology. Similarly to me, blue economy is not a new terminology. Actually, it has been occurring. It has been happening for all of us. It's just that now more attention is given to developing it in a more systematic and sustainable manner. Ever so, not just for ASEAN, not just for Malaysia, but I think we are all of us who are present here, we acknowledge how important are the oceans to our economic importance as well as sustainability and coastal livelihoods and so on. Now, it is becoming more important mainly because of the regional and global trade that is happening. For instance, for Malaysia, at least 90 to 95% of our trade is actually seaborne. That just shows how important the oceans are for us. At the same time, when we talk about blue economy, it's also crucial to look at living and non-living resources and other key developments in terms of coastal areas and so on. So there are a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, there are also many challenges that we would have to address. Now, this is one figure that I can show you. I think Dr. Kita would be in the know on this study that was done in collaboration with PEMC a couple of years ago, where we put a baseline information on what is the blue economy status in this region. And you can look how high it is for China, but for Malaysia specifically, we stood at about 23%, not too low. And at the moment, I think it's going up to more than 30 and so percent already. So at least we have a baseline to talk about. And after we completed that study, we already embarked even in thereafter, after 2021, we had this particular project which was also to look into more specifics on what is the status for Malaysia and how can Malaysia further develop a blue economy at the national level and to be at par at the regional level. Now, I won't go too much into defining blue economy. We can all agree that there is no one definition, but the ASEAN definition is widely used at the moment. Basically, is to make sure that the economic activities and the ocean capacity to sustain this are taken care of. And when we look into blue economy at the Malaysia level, the report that I mentioned earlier, we look into the values, we identify our priority areas, we also identify the gaps and how do we address these gaps, and we address the need for a national framework on furthering blue economy in Malaysia. These are again some figures that probably I won't dwell too much into. It just highlights the importance of blue economy, and I think we've heard this since this morning, how much oceans are important to all of us. Now, the key areas that Malaysia has pretty much identified and adopted to develop blue economy would be number one, fisheries and aquaculture, non-living resources as well as maritime transport, ports and related services, coastal and marine tourism, energy, as well as biotech and other areas that I think was also pretty much mentioned by the earlier speaker. For MIMA, we are very much focusing on transport. So, you know, when we spoke about Hainan free trade transport and so on, I think there's definitely a key possibility to further discuss because MIMA is under the Ministry of Transport Malaysia. So we try to focus more on the transportation side of aspects. But having said that, it doesn't mean that we just look into shipping and ports. We also try to look at marine financing, insurance, and other elements that are highlighted on the side. Coastal and marine tourism was also one of our focus areas when we did the earlier report, and you can actually look at this full report online. The QR code was given earlier. Now, in terms of what is happening at the moment, we are trying to benchmark based on all the available information that Malaysia have, as well as what is some of the current developments at the regional level, at the ASEAN level, as well as some of the other neighboring countries around us. We try to benchmark and look at economically, where do we stand in terms of blue economy. We looked at all these other land-based sectors and so on, and we try to put a benchmark. Shipping would be there, coastal tourism. Oil and gas is pretty much quite obvious to be quite high for Malaysia. So we try to look at how can we move it further up. And some of the factors that we consider will be infrastructure available, intellectual property, integrity of these systems, incentives from the government or private sectors, institutions to support this interaction, as well as collaboration, regional and international levels. Nevertheless, having said that, we also try to look at what could be some of the challenges or gaps that we would have to address while trying to follow what is happening at ASEAN level. We try to map which are the ministries involved and which are the sectors, and we saw that there are several sectors that has overlaps. So how do we address this overlap so that we are all on the same page? For that, I won't touch on blue financing. I think it was already mentioned earlier that is definitely one of the big challenges that has to be addressed as well. And what we're trying to do is, we saw the baseline, we see where we're going to move, but if we don't do anything, we know that where we will end up. But if we do something, we know where we will end up. And to end up where we are going to, to end up where we envisage to be, the government at the moment as I speak has actually formulated a national project where MIMA is also involved to develop a national blue economy blueprint. So this is something that's happening on the ground. It's anchored within the Ministry of Economy Malaysia, and we're looking at those sectors that I have mentioned. So I think it straight away opens up opportunity for collaboration there. Just before I came here, on 14th of November, actually, we had one of the stakeholder consultation on transport. And if you notice, this is the Minister of Transport Malaysia. So he himself was actually there listening to all the inputs from the national stakeholders put into the framework that we want to develop. And this was just for transport sector. There's going to be similar consultations done on the other sectors as well to make sure that we achieve what we're trying to do with blue economy at Malaysia. So in conclusion, I cannot agree more than what I've said, that blue economy is definitely important. It is a strategic move as it has the potential to deliver returns for the well-being of environment as well as our people. However, from what we have experienced in Malaysia, there's definitely a need to have strategic policies in place and plans so that we can not just quantify but benchmark towards the direction that we are moving. So it's all data-based, data-driven, policy-driven to make sure that it's sustainable in the time to come. With that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, and I'm very interested in many of the number of figures, statistics you have shown, but I also wonder what we could do as far as ASEAN as a grouping is concerned. That's something we could talk about in the future. Now, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Lu Yu, who is Adjunct Professor of Oceanography Department at the Dalhousie University, Canada. Please.
So, the first speaker and for this session, I talk about to support the blue economy and the importance to have the data sharing and share of the best practice. So here I would like to introduce a concept or framework called the digital twin of the ocean, and discuss how ocean researchers like myself should work to support the development of details for the marine ecosystem and environmental protection, and also eventually support blue economy. So what is the digital twin of the ocean? And this is a concept brought from the industry, and so it is a virtual representation of the real ocean. And it consists of the following parts. And so we should have the information from multiple sources for accurate, consistent, multi-dimensions, and near real-time representation of the ocean. And the data show high quality along computational capacity and tools to enable information decision-making, and the capacity to monitor and predict the environmental changes, human impacts, and vulnerability, including through what-if scenarios. And the project can be local, global, backed by a shared approach, emphasizing openness, reliability, and interoperability. By the way, detailed development is promoted and supported by the UN-backed Ocean of Sustainable Development. So the detail includes these are the blocks or the building blocks for detail, and we can see there's a observation system, and there's a data and for analytical prediction,
and there's the data space and the interactive interface. And this is more like computer engineering, you can see that. And the application for the user, this included the blue economy in the box. So this kind of complicated. So 2 years ago in 2022, I started to hear about this DTO idea. So I did some research and I studied on the online. So I try to simplify understanding and think about how myself as an oceanographer and colleagues can contribute to the DTO development. So here I propose this simplified view. So we'll start from the ocean data, and these are from the observations and the models. And the end will be some kind of software or apps for the user, for client to use. These are two boxes in the bottom. But from the first one to the end, so there's the oceanographer the work, oceanographer research. We need to carry out dynamic or statistical analysis. These are including the machine learning or AI, and to develop predictors of the ocean variation. And these are kind of indicator that we can supply to the computer engineer to develop apps. So this is my simplified view. And so I will show some examples from my recent work from my group, and for analyze ocean observation or model data to develop some kind of prototype DTO for application. So here I have 3 examples, but for time I may cover the first one is the DTO, the development DTO based on ocean temperatures. So we're in South China Sea here in Hainan Island. This recent study I did with the Chinese collaborators. We analyzed marine heat waves. I think many of you heard about marine heat waves. And so in the Northwest Pacific, including South China Sea. So the figure on the left shows the magnitude of interannual variation of the marine heat wave annual days. You can see the central South China Sea is a hot spot. And if you focus on there's 4 different parameters for the heat waves, the duration, the total days, or the frequency. You can see some strong variation from year to year. And some of these 6 strong variation can be traced to the El Nino phenomena. That's not surprising. And so turn to the east coast of Canada, and we look at the recent study, we look at the marine heat wave, both at ocean surface and ocean bottom. So the upper panel shows the 3 parameters for the surface marine heat wave, and lower panel shows the bottom at the ocean bottom. We focus on the shelf sea. And this species structure, you can see it's not uniform, distributed, and we oceanographer know and can trace to the ocean circulation or the other, high frequency, small scale variation like the ocean eddies. And if the bottom 2 panels shows the time series of the surface and bottom marine heat wave total days, and at a site of Halifax, Nova Scotia, and see again there's a interannual variation, but you can see the marine heat wave happened in recent years since 2010 because the ocean is warming. And you look at the bottom right, especially for the bottom temperature. And these have a confident influence on our fish. And here the study, we try to link bottom ocean temperature change to lobster catch rate. And so the data, the bottom show the data, the pink dots are the lobster catching rate, and up is the ocean bottom temperature. You can see there's a variation, and apply some sophisticated statistical analysis model, and my colleagues start to see there is a positive relationship between temperature change and lobster catching rate. And we can continue this kind of work and to develop the based on ocean temperature to develop the digital twin of the ocean for the marine conservation or marine conservation target conservation. And here the time series for the bottom temperature on the left is visual baseline information. And we also developed the habitat suitability for certain fish species based on the ocean temperature record for the last 30 years. And I will skip this thing for we can develop DTO for the nuclear power plants
and for the marine oil spill responses. And so it's working to work more on this kind of direction. So in the end, I will summarize. So there's a lot of work continuing if we agree to work on this direction. And ocean researchers need to work with users to develop various marine ocean detailed twin load oceans for supporting application in, for example, in search and rescue, in military, in transportation, for industry, marine conservation, fishery management, and agriculture, etc. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. With law background, I feel so enlightened by your description and your presentation of the digital twins of the ocean. I think we have not given you justice to have enough time to explain to me. There's still some complexity for me to understand, but it is very interesting indeed. Thank you very much for opening me up to new concept of DTO. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Go Wenjin, who is Associate Research Fellow at the Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Gu Wenqing from Hainan Institution for Hainan Free Trade Port Studies. And I'm very honored to be here to share some research viewpoints on the development of Hainan blue economy. As you can see, Hainan, which is authorized to administer 2 million square kilometers of China's sea areas, not only plays a pivotal role in China's maritime strategy, but also holds a special position in building the China-ASEAN Blue Partnership. As is known to all, Hainan has abundant marine resources, providing natural advantages for the development of blue economy. For example, Hainan has a coastline extending over 1,900 kilometers on the main island. It is rich in tropical marine life, marine tourism, offshore wind energy, and other resources. Additionally, much of China's deep sea territory lies within Hainan's jurisdiction, providing the province with unique advantages for developing marine industries such as deep sea technology. At the same time, as an important window for China's high-level opening up, Hainan Free Trade Port has established an initial policy and institutional system focusing on freedom and convenience of trade and investment. It also has a series of maritime-related supporting policies granted by the central government, which provide favorable conditions and important support for enhancing Hainan's marine resource development capabilities and global marine resource allocation capabilities. However, for a long time, Hainan has been faced a significant paradox. Despite being a large marine resource province, its marine economy remains relatively small. As you can see, in 2023, Hainan's total marine production value accounted for only 2.6% of national total marine production value, far lower than other coastal provinces with developed marine economies. So in this context, facing the increasingly severe challenges to sustainable marine development, I think it is necessary and essential to leverage Hainan's geographical location advantages, marine resource advantages, and free trade port advantages to expand and deepen the blue economic cooperation between Hainan and other domestic provinces as well as ASEAN countries. And in terms of cooperation with ASEAN, Hainan should leverage advantages to build a key hub for the integration of China-ASEAN blue economy. How to do that? We have some suggestions. And number one, promote marine tourism cooperation with a focus on cruise tourism. For example, establish cruise tourism cooperation bodies between Hainan and Bali Island and between Hainan and Singapore to achieve the sharing and mutual referral of regional cruise tourism customs, and joint marketing of cruise routes, and cooperation in cruise tourism crisis management. And number 2, we can promote the marine fishery industry, cooperation with a focus on marine ranches. For example, we can promote a cooperation between Hainan's superior aquatic sea resource and ASEAN countries to facilitate the sharing of breeding technologies and resources. And we can formulate and implement an import expansion plan for ASEAN seafood products, and we can build a seafood import base facing ASEAN in Hainan Free Trade Port. And number 3, I think we can promote cooperation in marine ecological and environmental protection, such as strengthen regional marine environmental protection and deep sea restoration through cooperation in scientific and technological innovation cooperation to enhance the quality of regional marine environment. And also, we can support local governments in Hainan and ASEAN countries to sign marine and ecological resource protection agreements and jointly explore marine environmental protection at local government level. And in terms of cooperation with the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, we also have some suggestions. We can combine Guangdong's technology plus Hainan's resource and Guangdong's research and development plus Hainan's application to jointly build an internationally competitive marine industry system and a service system. For example, Hainan could attract Guangdong's research and development institutions in fields such as marine fisheries, marine renewable energy to set up installation, testing, and promotion centers in Hainan. And we can also cooperate with Guangdong to develop wind energy resources. And number 2, we can promote the integration of the port and the shipping service systems between Hainan Free Trade Port and Hong Kong. For example, we can introduce capital, talents, and services in the fields of container logistics and cold chain logistics from Hong Kong, support shipping service enterprises from Hong Kong and Macau to provide professional service for logistics enterprises at key ports in Hainan. And number 3, we can also cooperate with the Greater Bay Area to develop cruise and yacht tourism. For example, we can attract Hong Kong, Nanshan, and Qianhai to participate in the engineering design of the Haikou cruise terminal and collaboratively develop cross-border cruise tourism products and create a 3-dimensional product system of ocean, island, and coast. And all above are some research viewpoints on the development of Hainan's blue economy. And finally, again, I would like to invite you to attend tomorrow afternoon's special symposium on the construction of Hainan Free Trade Port and resource development of South China Sea, as well as the RCEP regional marine economy youth dialogue to be held in Haikou on December the 29th. And thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think, as you said, I think Hainan has an enormous potential to play an important role on blue economy. And I'm also very much in favor of all the 3 suggestions that you have put forward for Hainan ASEAN cooperation, the cruise tourism, seafood, and marine ecological protection, especially cruise tourism. I think it's very important if we can increased cruise tourism between Hainan, or even for that matter, China and ASEAN, and in the South China Sea, we can demonstrate that this is a sea of prosperity and peace. And I think that is very important to project the picture of or image of the South China Sea. So next, may I invite Habib Abiyan Suakwan, who is a researcher from the Department of International Relations Center for Strategic and International Studies, or ISIS, from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'd like to join other panelists to thank Chairman Wu Si-chun, Yu Chen, and also the organizing committee for extending the invitation to me once again. I was here last year speaking about China-ASEAN climate cooperation in the Arctic, but today I'm going to speak about China-ASEAN Blue Economy Cooperation. So my presentation will be divided into three features. One, I trace back when the blue economy term was used by ASEAN. And the second one is how far has ASEAN and China gone in talking and incorporating about blue economy. And then the last one is how should ASEAN and China move forward about blue economy cooperation. So let me begin with this timeline, right? So if you look at, there are green, red, and also blue tables. What does it mean? So basically green means like APEC related cooperation. Red means IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association related cooperation. And then blue itself represents ASEAN cooperation on blue economy. So if we trace back, the term began in 2011. It started when China initiated the Blue Economy Project, and then talking about blue economy within the framework of APEC, and then moving to like late 2014, and then the Indian Ocean Rim Association came to acknowledge about the importance of blue economy cooperation and integrated the blue economy area as a priority for the IORA countries. And then if we look back in 2018, that was the first time for ASEAN and China to use the term of blue economy when Singapore chaired the ASEAN during that year. And then the document was about the ASEAN-China Strategic Vision 2030. So this is what just I already said about the blue economy as a term is moving closer to ASEAN from APEC to IORA to now. ASEAN is using the term about blue economy over the past 5 years. And then ASEAN also has been institutionalizing blue economy as an area of cooperation since then. We know we have looked at the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific in 2019 when ASEAN mentioned about blue economy, and then began to move on to the declaration, Leaders Declaration on the blue economy. And then we have ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, moved to a forum, Blue Economy Forum, when Indonesia chaired ASEAN in 2023, and then this year under Lao chairmanship, ASEAN also established this first meeting of ASEAN Coordinating Task Force on Blue Economy. So China has been a consistent partner in raising blue economy. You can see even like China is the first direct partner to bring blue economy as an area of cooperation with ASEAN countries. And then it has moved forward. And then the question is, how far have we gone since then? So I compared 4 plan of actions between ASEAN and China since 2006. And then you can see from the graph in front of you, the number is increasing. From only 3 to now, blue economy related cooperation has been moving up to 14. And then we can discuss about what areas actually we are discussing on the blue economy. So we have seen consistent patterns in 3 areas of cooperation related to blue economy. One is definitely about maritime transport. Second is about marine environmental protection, and then the other one is marine scientific research. These 3 areas of cooperation have appeared consistently across 4 plan of actions over the past 2 decades. What about like the new issues? So ASEAN and China have been unlocking new areas of blue economy cooperation in the last plan of action. Those include marine finance. I guess all other panelists have mentioned about this new area. Marine environmental governance is just very new. Sustainable use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources. And we are going to talk about deep sea mining tomorrow, I suppose, and this is related to the point, and ocean observation and hazard mitigation. These are the new areas ASEAN and China have discussed in the last plan of action. What about the other observation? The other observation I found there is hesitancy somehow in embracing the term of maritime, especially with regards to blue economy. So when we talk about blue economy, the other terms are being used, for example, blue, marine, and also ocean somehow, but not necessarily maritime, except for maritime transport and also maritime connectivity. We don't know yet what will be the cause of this hesitancy, but one of the possible explanations is definitely we try to desecuritize this blue economy as an area of cooperation between two parties. And then way forward, I think after looking at those plan of actions, in the next plan of actions that will be signed in 2025 until 2026 until 2030. So we need to focus on several areas of cooperation. Definitely moving beyond dialogues. We need more practical cooperation on the ground between ASEAN and China on blue economy. And one of those areas of cooperation I propose here is how to establish ASEAN-China Blue Economy Fellowship. What does it mean by ASEAN-China Blue Economy Fellowship? I guess it's a series of training capacity building program to expose ASEAN countries with regards to how China conducts, blue economy practices and also blue economy management. I think this is, really necessary given for ASEAN countries, the blue economy is a bit new, although individual member states, sometimes have embraced it earlier, but overall for the institution is quite new. And then the second one is definitely pursuing inclusive blue economic cooperation. I'm glad since early this morning, inclusive has been the word repeatedly used and pronounced by all panelists. And I guess this is the way forward. We should not join any country who will try to exclude any other country to work together, especially for the global public goods. The third one is focusing on sustainable use of ocean, seas, and marine resources because of several reasons. Climate change is one of them, and then race to food security and also race to digitalization. That could, hamper the availability of our marine resources. So we need to use it in a sustainable manner. And then the last one is we need to build a geopolitics resilient blue economy supply chain. We need to fit into certain standards imposed by the market of this destination. And we also need to evaluate whether the shares are suitable, in terms of the ownership, of the company exporting to those markets, or whether it suits to the geopolitics standards of those countries. So with that being said, I thank you again for the opportunity and looking forward to the discussion session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Habib, and thank you for telling us that there has been quite considerable amount of work has been done within ASEAN and between China and ASEAN, yet not enough. So we look forward to your way forward. Now, may I invite Sun Shi, who is Assistant Secretary General of the World Patient Association and founder of Global Summit on Sustainable Agriculture. Floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. I'm Chinese, but from Singapore. So, in my topic, I would like to talk about promoting sustainable blue economy, especially in South China Sea. I would like to make 3 points. First, that we all know blue economy is very important, but how to make it sustainable is more important. However, currently, blue economy in the world, especially in South China Sea, is at risk. facing a lot of challenges. Second, what's the solution to develop sustainable blue economy? I think the solution is ESG, which means environmental, social governance. Last, I think Hainan has a great potential to become a role model in developing sustainable blue economy. For our non-Chinese participants, do you know what does Hainan mean? We are in Hainan, right? Hai means ocean, means sea. Nan means south. So from the name you can see Hainan has a nature to be connected with ocean, with sea. As I can see, most of the audience here are Chinese. So please allow me to explain my opinions in Chinese. 首先呢，我说这个蓝色经济很重要，但是可持续的蓝色经济更为重要。但是当前蓝色经济的发展面临诸多的挑战，尤其是在南中国海、南海地区。最主要的原因就是我们叫做工地悲剧 ，the tragedy of the commons。因为主权争端的问题存在，所以南中国海的相关的这个主权伸索国目前所做的事情更多的不是考虑是不是可持续发展，而是想在有限的时间内，我尽可能的去开发更多的海洋的资源，这就造成了对蓝色经济发展的极大的挑战。目前我们看到破坏性的、过度的、非法的利用海洋资源的情况的存在所以我说蓝色经济很重要，但是如何让它可持续发展更为重要。第二点我说的就是蓝色经济如何做到可持续发展呢？我认为它解决的方案就是 ESG。所谓 ESG 我们讲究的就是环境、社会、治理。所谓的环境顾名思义就是要做好海洋环境的保护，更高效的利用海洋资源的开发这里面就是要避免海洋的污染。其实我们在日常生活中造成的垃圾，其实它最终都大部分到了海洋，尤其是海上塑料的问题，非常严重的海洋污染问题。然后呢，就是海洋有大量的碳汇，对吧？但是如何高效的开发碳汇是我们面对的不仅有技术方面的挑战，还有政府制定规则方面的一些挑战。然后海洋资源的开发我们下面就是需要更多的这个各国的充分的合作我说的第二点是社会我们强调的什么呢？是相关涉海的人员的权益的保障。比如说海洋的产业涉及很多，海洋渔业、海底矿产、海上油气，对吧？海洋的远洋的这个航运业海员的健康与安全是一个重要的社会的议题。然后沿海周边国家人民的权益如何得到保障，也是一个非常重要的社会的议题。至于治理我们在传统意义上讲 ESG 强调的是公司治理，在蓝色经济的治理呢，我认为可以扩展到相关的国家对于发展可持续蓝色经济规则的制定方面其实我会建议以后的这个海洋的论坛，我们可以看到今天参与的企业方面的这个演讲嘉宾实际上很少，但实际上蓝色经济的发展的主体应该是企业，所以我希望未来有更多的企业能够参与到这里面来讨论我们怎么去做好蓝色经济的可持续发展。我建议东盟与中国可以共同的去发布可持续蓝色经济倡议 Sustainable Blue Economy Initiative。最后呢，我认为海南有得天独厚的海洋资源的优势，但是刚才这个郭研究员也说了，海南是海洋资源强省，但是是海洋经济小省。为什么？说明可能此前还没有做得很好。目前海南面对100年一遇的发展机遇中国正推进海南自贸港的建设，所以我认为海南应该抓住海南自贸港建设的这一个有利的时机，做蓝色经济可持续发展的标兵。最后从我个人角度，我们怎么可以支持海南发展可持续的蓝色经济？因为我本身是创立了全球可持续农业峰会，今年第1届是在新加坡举办。明年我有意可以来到海南，跟海南合作因为农业里面的农林牧副渔、远洋渔业是重要的农业的一环所以我们可以推动可持续的海洋渔业的共同的探讨谢谢大家。
Thank you very much indeed, Sun Shi. We started off from Shada, who spoke very optimistically of blue economy and relationship between EU and China, and also she explained to us that we have the blue partnership between EU and China, and we went on to hear about Malaysia and on the DTO and on the Hainan and ASEAN cooperation. And now with Habib and Sun Shi, we talk a great deal on China-ASEAN blue economy and whether it's blue economy initiative or whatever. I hope by starting off from blue economy partnership, blue partnership, EU-China blue partnership, we probably end up sometime in the near future with blue partnership on ASEAN and China. I hope that this session will spin off into that in the near future. We probably have another 15 minutes left for your second round and Q&A from the floor. I wonder whether any of our speakers would like to add something. Maybe we can have 1 or 2 minutes for additional comments. Chada, please.
Thank you very much. You know, when I was listening to what was said this morning and now from my esteemed fellow panelists, I just find that there is so much ground for collaboration, exchange of ideas, exchange of best practices, what works, what doesn't work, because in the end, we have the same ultimate goal. And I just wonder, because at the European Union, we have relationships, you know, with all its ups and downs with China. And I said there is this sector that works, and we have quite a functioning, I would say, well-functioning relationship with the ASEAN countries as well. I follow that very closely. And I always wonder why we work in silos. It's one of the things that I find extremely counterproductive to reach common goals. And it was just an idea is to perhaps do something where we bring together the different partnerships. We have an Indo-Pacific strategy in the European Union, and we can work with ASEAN, with China, and with the European Union to work together on this better resource management, you know, sustainable fisheries, renewable energies, all of the things that are so important to all of the countries that are involved in ocean governance and ocean management. And it was just a proposal I'm throwing out there as something perhaps Hainan as being the center of this new dynamism can work on to bringing people together as we've done in this fantastic conference.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to have a session with Hainan. So maybe this is another proposal for tomorrow's session. Anybody else would like to add some more comments? Cheryl, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think one particular aspect that I've observed, thanks to all the other presentation at this session, is that I realized when I was talking about Malaysia and ASEAN, Habib pointed out a very important area where we have to start looking at all these international, regional, intergovernmental platforms there are. And it just struck me how Malaysia is a member in ASEAN. Malaysia is also a member in IORA. IORA and ASEAN has a MOU now. So we have to start considering those areas as well and look into what are some of the best case examples that we can pick, because Indian Ocean is talking about blue economy, South China Sea is also talking about blue economy. And there are parties, including Indonesia, who is in both, right? In Indian Ocean as well as South China Sea. And we, at times when we develop our own national policies and plans, we try to streamline to all these platforms, regional available discussions and so on, so that we are at par, we are in line with what's happening in the regional level. But I think a bit more perhaps focus should be placed into synergy, harmonizing all these efforts, because that would be crucial in terms of policies and actions. Just to bring that point up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Anybody else? Okay. Please.
So for I talk about the DTO, Digital and Ocean Development. So following on this, for the panelists' presentation, think about one aspect I didn't emphasize is collaboration. For the, the ocean is so big. And so we have limited power to observe the ocean. Even nowadays we have satellite, other sensor, but still the ocean observation is undersampled. So collaboration is important. This is both for the data sharing, best practice sharing, technology sharing, and also research collaboration. So certainly, in Canada, and we benefit a lot from the collaboration with the EU and Canada operational oceanography. We collaborate with France for over nearly 20 years, and there are lots of collaboration with the US. I think the same spirit needed for perhaps for the South China Sea. There's, the ocean is deep and big, and there's the information, and one single country probably cannot get all the data to understand the South China Sea. So maybe I want to, speak out, maybe people need to discuss how to support, the South China Sea research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sunqi, please. Oh, sorry. Go on, Sunqi.
其实中国跟东盟关于蓝色经济伙伴关系的构建的话，其实无论是产业的合作，还是人文的交流，其实都已经达成了共识。但是现在更重要的就是要抓住几个机遇，进一步的把这些共识落实为行动。比如说，第一个就是明年的中国东盟自由贸易区3.0版，如果能够正式签署，将为中国东盟的蓝色经济合作带来更大的机遇。第二个方面呢，是 RCEP 这些年来实施的话，可以为未来进一步的区域的蓝色领域的产业链供应链合作也带来一个重大的机遇。第三个方面，中国已经宣布要扩大单边开放，那么可以在蓝色领域进一步扩大对东盟方面的单边开放，比如说无论是扩大对东盟蓝色的领域的一个产品的进口，还是说通过以海南为基地来加强跟东盟国家在蓝色领域的合作，甚至或者是中国跟东盟能够在蓝色领域的能力建设方面开展合作，提高双方能够在可持续发展蓝色经济上可持续的这种蓝色资源的开发上能够进一步的提升，都是需要落实到具体的行动上去的。以上就是。
Thank you very much indeed. Sushi?
I just want to add one more point is that we call it the blue economy, right? Traditionally, we call it the marine economy. What's the difference? The key difference is sustainability. If you cannot develop a marine economy sustainably, it cannot be called a blue economy. So when we talk about a blue economy, we have to focus on the sustainability issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important emphasis. Habib, you like to?
Yeah, sure. So I think let me just go back to my last point about creating geopolitics resilient blue economy supply chain. I guess I totally agree with my fellow esteemed panelists. I soon see mentioning about how to fit in, how to fulfill like all market requirements, especially about ESG, because that's the only way for us, for developing countries to move forward and also to tap into markets of developed countries. If we cannot, emerging economies these days are only having like these two options. One, whether like doing geopolitical alignment, or the second one is doing domestic reform to fit into certain market standards. And that also applies for blue economy cooperation. So if we really want to export like to developed countries, so we need to, agree towards their standards and do also domestic reform. And the other point I'm going to make is about how to raise awareness of the local governments across ASEAN and China about blue economic cooperation. Hainan is definitely a good model, a good role model for this blue economic cooperation, but we should not stop only at Hainan. We also need to raise awareness among other local government officials across ASEAN countries. So let me stop right there.
Thank you very much indeed. We have about 10 minutes before the end of the session. Can I open the floor? Please. Oh, sorry, here. I can't see because of the light.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Peter Thompson, UNSG Special Envoy for the Ocean. More of a comment, really, rather than a question. Back in 2018, November 2018, in Nairobi, Kenya, there was a conference which was called by the Kenyan government in their capacity as the co-host of the second UN Ocean Conference. And it was decided that it would be the Sustainable Blue Economy Conference. That was President Kenyatta. And 10,000 people attended that conference. It really exceeded expectations, and the interest was so high in what we discussed there. One of the principal outcomes from that conference was that it should always be referred to as the sustainable blue economy. Why? Because it was recognized that one more human pursuit, linear pursuit of finite planetary resources was foolhardy if we took an intergenerational viewpoint. In other words, if there was to be a blue economy where we went out and successfully did all these things that we're talking about, we come to an end because we just exploit in a linear fashion. So the sustainable blue economy refers to that move towards circularity in human affairs on this planet, whereby we live within our means and we leave things for the generations to come. And that's not just about management. That is about a different approach, a circular approach as to a linear approach. So that was the African continent's view on this subject. Now, I know that blue economy in the English language is a much catchier phrase. It's easier to say, it's easier to read. But really, I plead with everybody, I urge everybody around the world, use the full expression, sustainable blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Siswanto Rusdi from Jakarta. I like to address this question to Habib. When we talk about maritime cooperation, maritime connectivity, in fact, in several ASEAN countries, we have big ports, Singapore, Malaysia. Now Thailand also, developing their own ports. So there's a competition, not cooperation. So at which degree we need to address the situation? Because if you are going to develop a port there, a port here, we have overcapacity in terms of our economy, regional economy. So I think I need to have your statement, Habib. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Habib, would you like to respond?
Sure. Thank you, Pasiswanto. I guess I totally agree with you that there is also a growing competition among ASEAN member states with regards to, we compete over the same pool of resources, we compete over the same pool of market, we compete over, pool of economic opportunities. But I guess the good thing about ASEAN, and we have the safeguard and through like ASEAN meetings and ASEAN mechanism. And I suspect, like I already mentioned, like in the presentation before, but we need to have like China and ASEAN Blue Economy pilot project in every single individual ASEAN member states. So there is no such thing as conveying to other about like, the pilot project and how to address the overcapacity. I guess like the good thing is we can work on the different stages of our supply chain. For example, Indonesia definitely has the resources. Singapore has the innovation and technology as a part of the higher up supply chain. Vietnam probably can work more on the manufacturing part of the blue economy. So I guess starting from now and also going forward, we can look at into different stages of supply chain to address this competition between ASEAN member states. So yeah, I hope it answers. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question here. Yeah. The microphone, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ding Duo from National Institute for South China Sea Studies. My question to Dr. Shada regarding to the China and the EU Blue Partnership. In the past few years, there are some voices and actions in the EU reflecting the security concern, especially on the critical maritime infrastructure after the Nord Stream 2 incident. So in your opinion, how will the EU administration in the next term to handle this cooperation and security concern issue with China? If there will be a balance or the security concern will be prevail? Thank you.
Thank you. Shada, please.
Thank you very much for that question. And thank you also, Peter, for reminding us of the need to add sustainable. I think we tend to sort of make a, green economy, blue economy, and the greening of all our energy and industries, and then we use blue, but it's a point worth emphasizing, and thank you for that. I should remember that when I speak to my students. Thank you. Look, at the moment in the EU, in Europe, as you know, we're also in the process of a change, a transition towards a new leadership, so a new European Parliament, new concerns, new Commission, new President of the Council, and of course, a war in our neighborhood, Russia's war against Ukraine. So security concerns at the moment are very, very high on our agenda. As you know, we are also concerned that Donald Trump, if he keeps to his word about either withdrawing from NATO, which seems unlikely now, but at least reducing commitment to NATO and perhaps reducing his commitment to the fight that Ukraine is engaged in with Russia, puts a lot of concern, a lot of burden, financial, military, political, on the European Union per se. So security concerns, I have to insist, will always be very important in our neighborhood. And I think when it comes to China, as I said, we've talked about it here, is the question of trust and building the trust that we have to over the years. If we're going to, we had that trust. There was a degree of, I've been following China relations for a long time, but then during the pandemic and then with the war in Russia, Ukraine, that trust, that confidence that we will be there for each other, whatever happens, I think has been reduced. So my first recommendation to the new leadership in the European Union would be to re-embark on a process which rebuilds this confidence and trust, the strategic trust that we need, and to work on security concerns, but in a very, very cool-headed way without taking any measures which are actually counterproductive. So security concerns, I'm afraid, are going to be top of the agenda for the EU. You can ask any single think tank politician, given our situation at the moment with the war on our borders, this has to be the case.
Thank you very much. Any more question? If not, can I have the privilege? Oh, sorry. One more.
看谢者，我是来自加拿大研究院的，海上丝路研究所，我就有个问题请教各位专家，就是刚才很多专家包括提到了中国东盟合作的前景和这个合作的空间，但是我们也要看到，就是比如说包括农业、旅游，海南跟东盟国家其实也存在很多的这种同质性的产业的发展。那么这个我想，请问专家如何去看待这个问题，和海南怎么去解决这个自身产业发展的跟东盟国家这种差异化的发展？谢谢。
Thank you. Anybody like to answer that? Would you?
谢谢林所长的问题。这个问题其实在研究海南自贸港的产业发展过程中，这是不可避免的一个问题。因为的确，海南跟东盟国家不论是气候还是产业发展，就有相当大的相似性，而且在一定程度上存在一定的竞争性。在这种情况下，我们理解就是作为海南自由贸易港，因为它不仅仅是海南地方的一个发展，它可能更多的是要从国家对于东盟的这么一个开放的一个角度，国家战略的角度来谋求海南的发展和对地区的一个贡献。所以说，在这种情况下，我理解可能海南更多的是要用好海南自由贸易港的政策，以及用好 RCEP 区域的这个开放的政策，能够在求同存异的过程中，跟东盟国家能够在产业的合作上，在经济就是以及资源开发的这种共享上，能够达成一个实现一个共同的繁荣，实现一个共赢。但具体来说的话，比如像旅游其实一个对于无论是对中国还是东盟国家来说，都是有一个是可以说是一个合作的一个非常有前景的一个领域。我们不仅可以吸引东盟国家的人员到海南来，同样的也可以吸引国内的这些有旅游需求的，通过以海南为出口，然后走向东盟国家来分享东盟的市场。
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I think our time is almost up. I'd like to have a privilege of asking the last question, maybe to Shara. Will it be too ambitious or too optimistic for me or us or anyone in this room to think that in the future, I don't know how far or how near, we're going to have such a thing as EU, ASEAN, China Blue Partnership?
I believe very much in thinking long term and in thinking in constructive terms. As I said to you, Chair, we have this strong relationship despite its ups and downs with China, strong, resilient, and we have a very growing partnership with ASEAN. We recognize ASEAN as a key player in the Indo-Pacific, a central player. And I have never understood when we have this kind of when we have this relationship, why can we not make it triangular? And why can we not all put our resources, our energies, our innovative ideas in one pot and recognize and work together? I personally think geopolitical competition on issues which are important to humanity are not the way forward. When it comes to climate change or the sustainable blue economy, we should be working together.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to close this session by encouraging everyone here, not only on the panel, but everyone in this room to take up what Peter has just mentioned, that we need to talk about sustainable blue economy more and more and more and more. Don't just listen to this panel and then we go back home and forget about it. Talk about it, talk it to everyone, to your students, your colleagues. Let's spread the words as much as possible and let's see the action. So please join me in thanking all the speakers for this session. Thank you very much indeed, everyone. And thank you to the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarajek, for chairing the session, and thank you all the panelists for your contribution. Before the closure, let's take a group photo together. And then let's take a coffee break. And the next session will start at 4:20 p.m. 4:20 p.m. So see you later. Please， 我们有请议题4的所有嘉宾代表来到台上，谢谢。And now I have the honor to invite the moderator, Ms. Teresa Chen Wen, former Secretary for Justice of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region and co-chair of the Asian Academy of International Law, adjunct professor of Tsinghua University. Ms. Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can still see a very good audience here showing the keen interest in this area that we have today. And we're going to talk about order in the South China Sea based on common security and international law. Now, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, as you all know, form the cornerstone of international law. And of the 5 principles, I think 2 are particularly relevant here. One is that of peaceful settlement of disputes, and the other is the respect of each other's sovereignty by the principle of non-interference. And I believe that will be something that will be relevant to what we're looking at here today. Now, when we talk about common security, we are looking at common security in the context of achieving national, regional, and international security that will enable all to enjoy the fairness and peace that surround it. Now, as we all know as well, common security is one of the founding mission of the United Nations, and that is why in the write-up that you have here, we have referred to the United Nations Charter, the UNCLOS, of course, and of course also the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea in 2002. The 3 questions that we are aiming at dealing with is, the first one is, how can countries around the South China Sea achieve common security? Secondly, how should a security order be constructed in the region? And thirdly, can a consensus on the code of conduct in the South China Sea be reached as scheduled? As we know, at the moment, the schedule is 2026. Now, these 3 questions in the very important topic of the order in the South China Sea goes hand in hand with the previous session on blue economy, because no doubt order and economy will go hand in hand and will develop together. So on that particular note, I would also like to introduce briefly our speakers here today. We have 5 with us here and 2 online distinguished panelists. Mr. Deng Ding-Qiu, former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senior Advisor of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Mr. Volker Robin, Dean of Law School, Durham University. Mr. Siswanto Rusti, Founder and Director of the National Maritime Institute, Indonesia. Mr. Zheng Zhihua, Associate Professor, Japan Research Center of Shanghai Jiao Tong University and Head of East Asia Marine Policy Project China. Mr. Zhou Kai-yuan, Professor, Law School of Dalian Maritime University in China. Natalie Klein, Professor, Faculty of Law, University of New South Wales, Australia. And last but not the least, Mr. Bao Yinnan, Associate Research Fellow of Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. Now, without further ado, may I invite Mr. Deng to first give us a presentation, and he will be touching on security and international law, or rather the challenges to security and the role of international law. Mr. Deng, please.
Let me first by thanking the organizers, especially Professor Wu Xin-kan for inviting me to this very important forums and give me a chance to see many old friends and many new friends and learn a lot from the different subjects in this forum today. Yeah. So my task talking about security and international law in South China Sea in particular. First of all, we say that security in South China Sea now is facing a lot of challenges, traditional and non-traditional ones. Yeah. On traditional one, we see territorial and maritime disputes due to excessive claims and militarization and missile radar system aircraft deployed in the future on South China Sea and around in the countries surrounding the riparian country as well, and military exercise and military incidents, and we also see about research competition, and last but not least, great power rivalries. And we heard from this morning a lot about the great power rivalry, and we're thinking about that the thing may changing or more challenges when President Trump come back to power next January. And about the non-traditional, we see also a lot of threat or challenges, right? Maritime piracy and armed robbery, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing and environmental degradation. And I make a illustrated picture here, okay, one. And we're working in the United Nations, and you see the three countries, right, was considered the biggest dumper of plastic waste into South China Sea. That sadly say that Vietnam, China, and Indonesia. Yeah, I don't know statistics, but it's a very sad story. And then traditional organized crime and also natural disaster, everyone knows about that. And now that why the traditional and non-traditional security challenges still remain, but the new driver coming. One is we see the nationalism is on the rise in almost all riparian countries and all claimants of the South China Sea. And we see mistrust on the rise, and we see negative impact of technological changes at UAV, SUV, AUV, and so on and so forth. And then also their strategic dynamic also change. Why the weak regional mechanism, we see a DOC still there and COC on the horizon, but why and how it make it more effective still remain a question. Here we see a paradox. We see more and more challenges, but less cooperation. Yeah. So while security is more complicated, numerous and sophisticated, the cooperative efforts that hindered by power competition, or we see that national interest contradiction is going on and on. And the latest incident with the EAS 2024, that no little statement. And one of the reasons that the no little statement that they cannot come into a kind of consensus on the concept of security. There's a lot of concept of security here. So we need a consensus to in approach to security. And I think one thing that every people share that the comprehensive nature of security, the sort of security challenges are comprehensive, and possible impact of security challenges also comprehensive. So the player dealing with security challenges also comprehensive. That's why the ways and means to deal with security challenges should also be comprehensive, right? But here we come back to the question how the international law can improve security in the South China Sea. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, clarify legal border and providing disputes management mechanism, ensuring freedom of navigation, and so on and so forth, and promoting cooperation in resource management and enforcing compliance. I think that all of you are the student of international law, you know better than me on this, and nobody question about the importance of the international law in the maintaining security in South China Sea. But the question should be always asked, which laws apply here, and which laws apply, and how the law interprets, right? No country in the region and no country in the world say that they are not a good student of international law. But when the law applies to specific cases, in most cases, it was interpreted to the benefit or to the interest of each country. And this is a source of, the sort of security challenges here. Yeah. So my proposal is that to make the law become a more effective tool to maintain security, international law should be interpreted and applied in such a way that is recognized by majority of the world community. So what is the majority? It is simply to recognize that about 2/3 of the United Nations membership. If about 2/3 of the United membership recognize, it is majority. And In opposite, if the law is unilaterally or double standard applicability, it disputes security. So I end my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dang. I like the slide about double standard under the web logically fallacious.com. I think I shall be looking at that a lot more now. But thank you very much, and highlighting the security challenges, in particular the non-traditional one. And it seems that perhaps when we're looking at the common security, we might have to look at it more in times of meeting the needs of the current time when the changes are changing. And I think that's very inspiring. If I may now, instead of asking Professor Robin according to the schedule, I will ask Mr. Rusty to perhaps give us your presentation first. Thank you, Mr. Rusty.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, very good day. I would like to raise in this moment an issue about the Indonesia latest maritime security architecture and its influence for international community. In Indonesia, recently, especially after the signing of MOU between President Prabowo and President Xi Jinping on maritime cooperation, especially in the South China Sea, we have controversy in international community about what we'll be doing with that MOU. Now, I will bring this topic to you just to see how our internal source vis-a-vis with the planet maritime cooperations. A couple of weeks ago, in media report in Indonesia and regional outlet as well, there was a report on Indonesia Bakamla. Bakamla is our safe claim Coast Guard. Petrol vessel encountered a Chinese Coast Guard. This is not the first time, but this one is quite new. And it was reported that our Bakamla is able to drive it away from the Natuna Sea. We call it now South China Sea is the North Natuna Sea. That's in our internal map. It is quite funny, at least for me, about the information on the deployment of the Chinese vessel, because our Bakamla is recently was at ablaze, so all facility, all surveillance system is damaged. So how come this information, can be accepted? So maybe somebody, something, some organization inform, and we will discuss it later. And then recently, again, I think 2 or 3 days ago, Indonesia all signed, signed MOU with China on maritime cooperation, and after that, again, our vessel, Coast Guard vessel, Bakamla vessel, and Chinese vessel have encounters in the North Natuna Sea or South China Sea. So only 1 or 3 days after President Prabowo signed the MOU, our Bakamla, encounter Chinese vessels, and it seems that the cooperations is not yet implemented. In Indonesia, actually, there are a lot of Coast Guard, quote unquote, National Marine Police, our Ministry of Transport, Coast Guard unit, and then our fisheries
department. So at least we have 3. And another 2 from Ministry of Finance and of course the big brother, our Navy. So there is no single Coast Guard in Indonesia. So that's why I say self-claimed Coast Guard Bakamla. Since its establishment, Bakamla has been assisted by the US government, and currently Japan is also delivering its assistance. With the latest commitment is to deliver second-hand petrol vessel to Bakamla. The country also appointed 2 Japan Coast Guard officers, one in the embassy and the other is at Bakamla office. So to spare already in Bakamla body to assist Japan in the assistance of second petrol vessels. Of course, the US is the biggest provider of assistance. The latest one is the US developing a new training office in Batam. And unfortunately, China, as one of the biggest player in the region, its Coast Guard is perceived by Indonesian maritime law enforcement, at least Bakamla, a bit different. That's why we will see in the next time, in the next future, more and more friction, more and more encounters in the North Natuna Sea or South China Sea, because in Indonesia, the perception is still not so favorable. Meanwhile, China is one of big partner for Indonesia economy. That's why President Prabowo coming to China as his first stop after inaugurations. So my conclusion is there is no Coast Guard in Indonesia so far in international practice. And the so-called Indonesia Coast Guard or Bakamla engage cooperate the external partner, but none of Chinese institutions. My recommendation is if Indonesia, China, playing maritime cooperation, Coast Guard issue is of an important one. And more and more Coast Guard cooperation across Southeast Asia must be implemented or must be expanded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, highlighting the friction and tension, yet suggesting ways forward that can perhaps address that. If we may now turn to Mr. Zheng Zihua. Professor Zheng is going to share with you, as you can see on, as you will be hearing, the examples, the lessons that are learned from the South Pacific islands that can perhaps be adapted or adopted in the South China Sea matters on maritime boundary delimitation. Professor Zheng, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is my great privilege to join the prestigious panelist, co-panelist here to present this topic. The topic mainly focused on the state practice on maritime delimitation in the South Pacific Ocean and what's implication for the South China Sea dispute resolution. We can see there are totally 22 countries and territory in the South Pacific which manage roughly about 20% of water exclusive economic zone. Approximately, it's about 28 million square kilometer EZ. It's roughly about 9 times than the sea area of South China Sea. The population in this area is roughly about 15 million people. There are totally 48 shared maritime boundary among those nations and among those territories. There are 70%. It's about 36 marine boundary has been delimited. So they have made substantial progress in the delimited their shared maritime boundary. So why there was some kind of implication or the meaning for the South China Sea maritime boundary delimitation? Because they share some similarity. A lot of maritime features in South Pacific, like in South China Sea, they are coral reef, they are atoll, they are island with the fringe reef. We can see, for example, take the American Samoa as example. There was an atoll called Rose Island, roughly 0.2 square kilometer. And they have made maritime boundary delimitation with the Cook Island. Also use small atoll, small coral reef to conclude their maritime boundary. For example, like the Swallow Atoll, which is, you can see from the map, there was only totally 1.6 square kilometer the land mass. And the Rose Atoll is the southmost point belonging to the United States, the land area which I just mentioned, and the total of atoll, including the lagoon and the reef red amount, it's about 5 square kilometer. But both of them enjoying 200 nautical mile EZ. They, based on the equidistant principle to delimit their maritime delimitation. Take another example, for example, like Kingman's Reef, they are much more smaller than the Rose Atoll I just mentioned. For the time's sake, I would just skip some slide. Another example I want to emphasize, Australia. You can find, you can see on this map, there was, if you calculate from the coastline of mainland of Australia, the most distant point from the coastline is approximate more than 600 nautical miles. We all know on the UNCLOS, their coasts can only enjoy 200 nautical miles EEZ, but they use this uninhabited small atoll. They extended 3 times their EEZ, more than 3 times their EEZ. The Mauritian reef, you can find this on the map, it looks like this, it's only about roughly 0.018 square kilometer, which means it's the Taiping Island, Ito Island, which is around 28 or 30, around 28 times bigger than the Mauritian reef. Another example, we can find the Middleton reef. Some scholars think Middleton reef is actually low tide elevation. But although there was a low tide elevation, Australia still claims they have enjoyed 200 nautical miles EEZ. Same situation we can find what France claimed the New Caledonia based on this small coral reef. Similar situation here. Also, United States, I have already mentioned. Also, UK. And we just mentioned in South China Sea arbitration, which the arbitration award characterized the Taiping Island Ito Aba as a rock, which we can see. You can find a rock like this, which is huge, the trees, and there was a population, there was fresh water. And comparing to this with that, this one is very famous, the Okitorishima reef, but Japan still claimed they have entitlement to 200 nautical mile entitlement, even claim extended continental shelf beyond the 200 nautical mile. So if we apply the principles, the practice, the explanations, the application of the state practice in the South Pacific into the South China Sea, what kind of marine entitlement, for example, like Scarborough Shoal can enjoy? So for time's sake, I'm just jumping into my conclusion. So claiming 200 nautical mile of maritime entitlement on the basis of atoll or adjacent group reefs and completing their maritime delimitation with the countries with the opposite coast on the basis is not only a universal practice of Pacific Islands, but also recognized, confirmed, and supported by the state practice like the United States, like France, like the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. So examination of the maritime entitlement of coral reef can be referred to the provision of Article 121 of the Convention, but according to the provision of Article 6, which specifically refer to the atoll, the reef or atoll should be considered as a whole because they are interconnection with the individual feature and the lagoon. So the baseline of territories should be drawn in according with the provision. The sea wall, the low water line of a sea is a sea wall of low water line. So in considering maritime entitlement of coral reef, it is wrong to look at the situation of individual feature like Itoaba, but to take into account the entire situation of the atoll and even the adjacent coral reef. So because time limit, I'm just stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Reminding us of these very important provisions on UNCLOS. And I think I remember that if one is to look at what was used as the factor to decide that Taiping Island was a rock, Hong Kong Island is probably also a rock, which I must say I disagree. It's a lovely island and you should all come to see Hong Kong at some stage. Having done my little promotion about Hong Kong, can I now invite our next speaker, Mr. Zhou Kaiyuan, to give us a talk, and he will be talking about dispute settlement, one of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Teresa, for your kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here to share with you some preliminary thoughts about dispute settlement. As we know that this morning there was a session about settlement of maritime disputes, and my talk is very similar to that kind of sub-theme, but I would like to add one word: peaceful settlement of maritime disputes, with special reference to the UNCLOS. First of all, we would like to know what is a dispute, how a dispute constitutes or it is emerges. According to the Black's Law Dictionary, a dispute usually refers to a conflict or controversy, especially one that has given rise to a particular lawsuit. That is the kind of general definition, law definition in the Black's Law Dictionary. However, there's a more specific definition provided for by the International Court of Justice, which defines dispute as something that a disagreement on a point of law or fact, a conflict of legal views or of interest between the parties. That is the general definition under international law. So when we know what is a dispute is, then we need to think about how to solve a dispute. Of course, in the morning, a lot of views already put forward for kind of possible solution. particularly for the South China Sea dispute. And as we know that international disputes are not not uncommon in the international community. And in international law, there are a number of mechanisms for the dispute settlement, including political means, such as negotiation, consultation, mediation, and good offices, conciliation, investigation, that is a political means. Then we have legal means or judicial means, including arbitration and adjudication, as mentioned already in the morning. And most of them are listed in the chart of the United Nations, and Article 73 of the Charter provides this kind of means and encourage the member states of the United Nations to solve their disputes by using these means, and of course must be very peaceful. In addition, international organizations, whether universal or regional, have also played an active role in dispute settlement, just like ASEAN, okay? And ASEAN promote some kind of dispute settlement among the member states. So the legal means for dispute settlement, we have ICJ, the International Court of Justice. We have the ITLOS, International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Of course, we have the arbitration. And also, according to the UNCLOS, we have another means, the special arbitration. So these are four means provided for under the UNCLOS. So there are some disadvantages and also advantages of third-party intervention in terms of dispute settlement. Of course, the advantages is the third-party intervention could be impartial and can administer justice. The disadvantages, particularly for the parties, because they are beyond control of the parties. So that the countries must consider it. They must ponder over how to submit a dispute to a third-party mechanism. Because of the time, I skipped some of my presentation, and to move to the last part about Asian culture. Because if we compare other regions, in Asia, we don't have a regional judicial mechanism. In Africa, that's one. And in Latin America, of course, they have their regional courts. In Europe, it has several regional courts. But in Asia, there's none. Why? Maybe one of the reasons for this is the diversity of cultures in Asia. Because we have Confucianism, we have kind of Islam culture, we have some other local cultures. So maybe it's difficult for us to formulate kind of regional mechanism. But the regional mechanism, for me, I think it's more important, particularly after the South China Sea arbitration, as we know that the arbitrators of the tribunal, they are all from Europe and one from Africa. None is from Asian region. So Asian disputes should be solved by Asians as a priority. That is my kind of advocation. Thank you for your attention. Okay, I just stop here.
Okay, thank you. We actually have quite a bit of time, but nonetheless, I believe Professor Zhao has highlighted his views and made his suggestions. We can discuss that in a moment. Now, I think we would like to, if I may, I believe Professor Natalie Klein should be on screen now. If not, then there is. Hello, good afternoon, Professor Klein. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Are you able to hear me?
Thank you, thank you. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm also just sharing my presentation, which I hope you can also see at the moment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to join with the other speakers in extending my thanks to the organisers for the opportunity to speak at the conference, and especially for allowing me to do so online. I regret that I am not there in person and have not had the opportunity to hear the other discussions from today, given my teaching commitments back here in Sydney. Now, in terms of the questions that we were asked to address for this panel, I wanted to focus particularly on the navigational rules and contemplate what rules are needed in relation to the code of conduct that is currently under discussion. And for my remarks today, I'm drawing from a paper that I am going to be publishing in the Ocean Development and International Law Journal. The citation is there. It should be out in the next few weeks if anyone is interested to look further. Now, what I have done in this particular paper and what I wanted to highlight with you today are my proposals about what I think is needed in the code of conduct to try and expand on what has already been recognized within the DOC on navigation. I think the code of conduct can usefully repeat language which we have in the DOC, where the parties reaffirm their respect for and commitment to the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. But I think it needs to go much further than just having this clause, and that is because many of the different controversies arising within the South China Sea do come back to difference of views around navigational rights and duties. So what I have done is come up with a series of rules which are not in UNCLOS, but I think are widely accepted by parties. So considering, first of all, navigation in the territorial sea, I think it can easily be stated that the freedom of navigation as enjoyed on the high seas does not apply in the territorial sea. Instead, ships of all states are entitled to the right of innocent passage in the territorial sea. We can easily draw a distinction between navigational rights that exist in the territorial sea and those rights that exist beyond the territorial sea. Also, I think we can recognize that when a ship is exercising its right of innocent passage, it falls to the coastal state to determine whether the activities of that ship are in violation of the right of innocent passage. It's not enough for the ship coming through to claim that it is exercising a right of innocent passage. It is for the coastal state to make that determination as to whether the passage is prejudicial to the peace, good order, or security of that state. And the coastal state implicitly has that authority because it also has the right under UNCLOS to take any necessary steps in its territorial sea to prevent passage that is not innocent. Because the coastal state can take those steps, then that means it is the one that needs to make the decision. But I think UNCLOS only refers to taking necessary steps in its territorial sea, but we need to have clearer parameters on that. And it seems we could usefully take our standards that apply in relation to maritime law enforcement. And so using the language that was set out by the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea in the Sega case, then any steps taken must be necessary, reasonable, taking into account considerations of humanity, and importantly, taking into account the generally agreed international rules and standards applicable to the safety of navigation. I think all of those elements could be reasonably agreed amongst states and would create important parameters for how countries respond to passage that is perceived to be non-innocent. Now, coastal states also have a number of duties that are owed to ships exercising the right of innocent passage, and one duty is not to hamper innocent passage through the territorial sea unless those steps are in conformity with UNCLOS. An ongoing source of contention, particularly in the South China Sea, has been whether a coastal state may require that a foreign warship either notify the coastal state or seek its authorization to exercise the right of innocent passage. For ASEAN and China, I think helpful resolution of this issue within the Code of Conduct would entail separating notification from authorization. On notification, I think it can be correctly recognized that prior notification of the passage of foreign warships is not required under international law, nor is a coastal state requirement of prior notification explicitly prohibited under international law. Neither states in favor nor those opposed to notification could really argue with those two propositions. The Code of Conduct could then provide that in the event that prior notification is required under a coastal state's domestic law and prior notification is not provided, then the absence of such notification may be one factor, but not a decisive factor, in the coastal state's determination of whether the passage is prejudicial to the peace, good order, or security of the coastal state. Prior notification could not be a decisive factor in determining the innocence of passage because then it would impinge on the requirement that coastal states are not to discriminate in form or in fact against the ships of any state. Yet a failure to notify as required by the coastal state would be an omission that would be part of an assessment as to whether the activities of the warship were prejudicial. Where a warship sails through the territorial sea continuously and expeditiously, and the only offending conduct is a failure to notify, I don't think the coastal state has any grounds to assert that the passage is non-innocent. The issue of prior authorization is far more problematic in existing rules relating to the exercise of the right of innocent passage. Requiring prior authorization suggests that the innocent passage of warships may be denied and necessarily hampers passage. Moreover, it's arguable that prior authorization is tantamount to an unlawful suspension of innocent passage throughout the territorial sea. So I would suggest the Code of Conduct should provide express recognition that requiring prior authorization of foreign warships hampers the passage of that warship and violates coastal state duties owed to foreign ships exercising the right of innocent passage. Now, moving outside of the territorial sea and then thinking about, well, what is this freedom of navigation we talk about? I think we could usefully articulate what the freedom of navigation includes, not to come up with a definitive list, but at least come up with a list of where there is agreement about what is included within the freedom of navigation. I think there can be general agreement that the freedom of navigation entails the movement of persons and goods on private and commercial ships. That is fairly standard. I think we also have to agree that patrolling and intelligence gathering is part of the freedom of navigation. That necessarily has to happen because when we think about the policing that happens, the exercise of the right of hot pursuit, the exercise of the right of visit, when we're undertaking any type of maritime law enforcement, that is based on reasonable suspicions. To have reasonable suspicions of illicit activity, you need to be patrolling and gathering intelligence. I also think we have to agree that military maneuvers and exercises, including weapon exercises, fall within the freedom of navigation, precisely because that is what states do quite regularly within areas outside the territorial sea. So we will be basing that on state practice. Also, I think we have to acknowledge that policing and maritime law enforcement falls within the freedom of navigation, except when law enforcement is specifically allocated to the coastal state in its exclusive economic zone. And that, of course, relates to the law enforcement powers in relation to fisheries. Also, and perhaps a bit more controversially, I would include another navigational practice of warships and other government vessels operated on non-commercial service would be in relation to the conduct of escort of private vessels that are usually, though not always, flagged to the same state as those vessels providing escort. A source of tension within the South China Sea has been the deployment of warships to escort fishing vessels in disputed maritime areas. The practice of escort has not been explicitly challenged before either judicial or arbitral bodies, although the conduct for which the escort has been provided has been challenged. Escort has not been presented as an issue. So in the absence of an express condemnation of the practice, either by states or by third-party bodies reviewing state conduct, I think it can be asserted, at least at a minimum, that warships may lawfully escort vessels sailing under the same flag as the warship. Whether other government vessels on non-commercial service equally have this entitlement, and whether the escort can be provided to foreign flagged vessels, I think are separate questions that could be put to one side. But in articulating what is included within the freedom of navigation, I would also acknowledge that there are necessarily limits on the freedom of navigation. And I think it would be helpful to recognize as much as well within the Code of Conduct. And these limits, again, are just drawing on rules that I would suggest are widely accepted either from UNCLOS or from general international law. So necessarily, it includes the prohibition on the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of a state. And of course, that's drawn from Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter and is also included within UNCLOS and is recognized as a jus cogens or peremptory norm of international law. While there may be political rhetoric or diplomatic mileage to be obtained from characterizing military exercises as an unlawful threat of the use of force, as a legal matter, such activities do not involve a coercive element, nor do they truly indicate an imminent and hence credible use of force, and those elements are required for an unlawful threat of the use of force. Another limit on the freedom of navigation, whether it is within the exclusive economic zone or on the high seas, is the requirement of due regard. Now, what that obligation actually entails has been the subject of considerable commentary, but I think we can usefully refer to the standard that was set out by the arbitral tribunal in the Chagos Marine Protected Area arbitration, which said that the requirement of due regard requires consideration of the nature of the rights held, their importance, the extent of anticipated impairment, the nature and importance of the activities contemplated, and the availability of alternative approaches. So while we might have some quibbles about this particular standard, what I think is important is that engagement with a legal standard may in itself serve to moderate the decision-making of some states as to what actions will be taken and where and when those actions will be taken. So it's all about articulating more clearly what the law is and how it should be followed. Also necessarily, a limit on the freedom of navigation is in terms of emphasizing that there is adherence to the international rules and standards on the safety of navigation. These are critical rules recognized under UNCLOS, the COAL regs, and of course, the Qs as well. A further limitation on the freedom of navigation, which also admittedly engages an ambiguous standard, is the requirement of non-abuse of rights. Article 300 of UNCLOS requires states to exercise the freedom of navigation in a manner which would not constitute an abuse of right. And it's quite possible that if you have failed to show due regard, you are also in abuse of your rights. But there can also be situations where an abuse of right is not about comparing the conduct of one party to another, as would be the case with due regard, but rather a focus on the specific conduct of the actor in question and whether its decisions on how it's exercising the freedom of navigation may have gone beyond the bounds of what states would reasonably consider as consistent with navigational rights. So, for example, escort may be permissible, but if the number or size of warships conducting the escort far exceeds the number of vessels being escorted, a claim to an abuse of rights may properly ensue. Finally, I think it's important to recall the overarching rule of sovereign immunity that applies in relation to warships and other government vessels operated on non-commercial service. There may be scope for disagreement over the precise scope of immunities enjoyed by warships and other government vessels when in port, the territorial sea, or EEZ of another state, as opposed to operating on the high seas. Yet, at a minimum, I think we can all agree that a state may not arrest or detain another state's warship or other government vessel operated on non-commercial service during times of peace. Arresting and detaining, I think, clearly goes beyond any permissible conduct in dealing with warships and would be a violation of that sovereign immunity. So these are key principles that I think would be important to include within the code of conduct. And certainly, I mean, the beauty of law and certainly of language generally is, of course, that there's always going to be room for interpretation, and I assume my proposals are not flawless and may provoke disagreement. But nonetheless, I think in seeking to articulate more clearly the expectations of navigational rights and duties in the South China Sea, there may be an opportunity to reduce some of the maritime contests that have emerged. So that's what I have sought to do today, and I hope is what states will also seek to do in concluding the Code of Conduct for the South China Sea. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Klein. I think the suggestions is most useful, and I'm sure that this will be well taken on board and considered. I wonder whether Professor Klein would still be with us when we come to the question and answer session?
Yes, I will.
No, it seems not. But thank you very much for that presentation, as I said. Now, we are going to our penultimate speaker, Mr. Bao Yinan, and he is going to talk about forecast, I believe forecast of the president-elect of the United States on how things are going to happen thereafter. So thank you, Mr. Bao.
Thank you, Madam Teresa Trim. Today, I will share some of my thoughts on the U.S. freedom of navigation programs during the President Trump's second term. I will divide my presentation into 6 sections. First, let's look at an overview of the U.S. freedom of navigations targeted at South China Sea littoral states from 2016 to 2024. As you can see from this table, over the past 9 years, the U.S. freedom of navigation operations challenged 5 of the South China Sea littoral states, with China and Vietnam being the #1 and the #2 targets. Concerning the specific claims, you can see from this table that the U.S. has challenged a wide range of so-called excessive maritime claims, ranging from baselines to archipelagic regimes. Some of the typical examples, including the challenge on the restriction on the innocent passage of warships and the prior authorization of military activities in the EEZ. Now, I will note some distinctive features of freedom of navigation operations during President Trump's first term. The first point is its extraordinarily high frequency. As you can see from the analysis from another think tank, a European think tank, over its first 2 years in office, the Trump administration has more than doubled the pace of freedom of navigation operations in South China Sea. You can also see from this table that over the 4 years of Trump's first administration, it targeted China 27 times. But over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, the U.S. only challenged China 15 times. The second point is that the U.S. freedom of navigation operations targeted at China is highly politicized. We remember that from January 2018, the U.S. launched a trade war against China. So you can see during the high tide of the trade war in 2019 and 2020, the freedom of navigation operations targeted at China also reached a recorded high 9 times in both 2019 and 2020. The third point is its double standard. You can see from 2016 to 2024, the two communist states, namely Vietnam and China, has been consecutively challenged by the US, whereas the Philippines, which is an ally to the US, has been only challenged 3 times. Now I will move to my final section. That is my personal prediction on the freedom of navigation operations during Trump's second term, maybe beginning with next financial year. The first thing is that I predict there may be some new excessive maritime claims that to be challenged by the US Navy. The first may be the Philippines Archipelagic Sealing Act. You can see that according to this act, the Philippines only designated 3 sealings as archipelagic sealings and ignore the other sealings usually used for international navigation, which is marked in green in this map. A similar scenario occurs in the Indonesia domestic regulations of 2002, and since then, the US Navy has used freedom of navigation operations to challenge the domestic law of Indonesia consecutively. The last time occurred in 2021, so it is quite possible that the US will challenge the Philippines Archipelagic Sealing Act. The second example is the recent publication of the Chinese base point and the straight baseline around Scarborough Shoal. The base points and the straight baseline maybe is at variance of Article 6 and Article 7 of the UNCLOS. So I predict that it's highly possible that it will be challenged in the next financial year. And also, we should not forget that President-elect Donald Trump has already promised to launch a new trade war against China. He will intend to increase the tariff rate against all Chinese imported goods. So it is highly possible he will once again use the freedom of navigation operations as a subsidiary weapon to support its trade war against China, to bring more pressure against China. Finally, I will answer this question, whether the US freedom of navigation operations can actually provide an opportunity for the South China Sea littoral states to amend their domestic law, or alternatively, whether the US freedom of navigation operations can do any public good for the South China Sea littoral states. Based on my understanding, the answer may be no. Because, as we all know, the US has yet to ratify the UNCLOS. As an outsider of the UNCLOS, it may be not valid for the United States to accuse South China Sea littoral states of claiming so-called excessive maritime rights. And as we already noted, the manner of the execution of freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea is highly controversial, which ultimately leads to the conclusion that it is an epitome of the US maritime hegemony in the South China Sea. And we all know that the US has its Monroe Doctrine in Latin America, preventing the European powers to interfere with any affairs in the Latin American region. So as the only great power in the South China Sea, China is determined not to tolerate the US interference in the South China Sea affairs. Otherwise, China can lawfully and legitimately adopt its own Monroe Doctrine in the South China Sea region. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for looking at version 1 history and the prediction of version 2 of the President-elect of the United States. I am informed that unfortunately Professor Volker Robin could not join us today, and we will not be able to have him do a presentation. And I think we still have about half an hour's time in which we can open the floor to discussions, but of course also for discussions amongst our members. And I'm also pleased to note that Professor Klein is able to join the discussion and answer any questions that we may have on the questions that we may raise. Now, shall I ask if there is anyone on the panelist here physically present who wants to say a few words before we open to the floor? All right, okay. Let us then open the questions to the floor, and we will be able to take questions. There is a question there. Please identify yourself and raise the question.
I will. So thank you. My name is Vũ Hải Đăng and I'm from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. I would like to have a question to Professor Trân Chiu Khóa. Thank you for pointing us the national practice of the Southern Pacific. But I think in the South China Sea, you would have a different practice when it comes to entitlement of islands. Let me give you an example of the Gulf of Tonkin delimitation between Vietnam and China. There are two islands in the middle of the Gulf. The islands' names are Tiger Islands and Dragon Tail Islands. They are as big as the Ituaba and as beautiful as Hainan Islands. However, during the negotiations, both Vietnam and China have agreed to give those islands very limited entitlement, very limited to non-entitlement. So do you think that should be the practice in the South China Sea? Thank you.
Professor Chen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wu. You highlight a very important question. What kind of role can island like the Bailongwei play in maritime delimitation? What I want to draw our attention is about the coral reef atoll. Actually, it's a little bit different from the normal island or rock. When you look carefully about Article 6 of UNCLOS, coral reef or atoll, the island with a fringe reef usually take as geographically or ecologically as a whole. For example, I take example, the Ituaba sitting in the Tita Bank. If we look at Tita Bank as a atoll, the whole Tita Bank should be taken as a whole, when in consideration into maritime delimitation, not just Ituaba, because the lagoon interrelated with the individual maritime feature. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wants to add to that? Yep. There's another question there, please.
关于那个北部湾划界问题啊，我想要提醒的是，第一，北部湾划界协定是由中越两国政府通过谈判达成的，这是一个。第二个，白龙尾岛的背景非常简单，因为白龙尾岛本来就是中国的，只是中国出于有意给了越南，所以在北部湾划界过程当中，白龙尾岛它所享有的15海里左右的这个海域地位，不是根据它的岛屿地位来的，是双方协商的产物。因为本身岛屿过去是中国的，而且它的位置是在北部湾的中心位置，所以是不可能给它按照海洋法公约的200海里地位的。所以我们就讲这个白龙尾岛它的法律地位不能和南太国家或者说太平岛作为任何类似的比喻。谢谢。
Thank you. You don't have a question, just your comment. Any response from Professor Dang or Mr. Rustin?
I want to ask our professor, if a coastal state claim exclusive economic zone, can it be contested by other coastal state or not?
Based on, you mean based on you mean based on the coral reef to claim?
No. In general, let's say Indonesia already claimed its EEZ, right? And already stated in the law. But in fact, there are overlapping claims. Indonesia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia, several countries on the same EEZ. So my question is, can we EEZ contested by other coastal states or not?
I think if the maritime area is less than 400 nautical miles, then they have a maritime delimitation issue. If some country claim, for example, like the 200 nautical mile, it was naturally contested by the other party. So it was naturally happen if they are less than 400 nautical mile EEZ. If there was for example, more than 400 nautical mile EEZ, maybe they have not encountered this kind of issue.
Professor Zhao, do you want to answer that question? Because Mr. Tang is also going to supplement.
I'm not very clear about the question. Contested, that you mean the claim of EEZ of one coastal state could be contested by another country, right? Yeah, that's possible because in South China Sea there are a lot of overlapping areas because we call the disputed areas. That means including the EEZ and continental shelf. So it needs kind of negotiation and for the maritime boundary delimitation. Yeah.
Mr. Deng.
Yes, I would like to have a short comment to the comment of my good friend in the first row about the delimitation in the Gulf of Tonkin or Beibu Gulf. And I think that both China and Vietnam consider the Gulf of Tonkin delimitation is a successful example. That should be the example for any contested region in the world. Yeah. And the key successful of that effort was mentioned by our good friend this morning, Hung Sơn, that the two sides agree on the first principle, we based on the UNCLOS. And we're very happy that we have two people who join in that effort, and they still here today. Professor Wu Sin Kun, he himself, the historical man, and Professor Zhou Jilian still here. So we can come back to them and ask about that what the two sides negotiate and how they agree upon the principle. I think it's very good for all of us here to know about that. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Now, I understand that Professor Klein raises her hand. So can we put her on the screen and we will hear from her?
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. We can't. Can
That's
we?
all right. You can't see
Okay.
me. I just wanted to follow up the question from Mr. Rusty about whether other states can protest an EEZ claim, and I agree with the comments where there is an overlapping EEZ claim that necessarily the states will be in dispute over that. But I think it's also important to bear in mind that even where a state has 200 miles off its coast available, then it is still possible that another state will dispute an EEZ claim, possibly because they disagree with the baselines that have been drawn, or because they think that the particular land does not warrant an exclusive economic zone. So with the examples we were hearing from the different islands, with Australia's Heard and McDonald Islands, or with Okinawa-Torishima, or the United States, Johnston Atoll, or indeed some of the features in the South China Sea, where there are claims to an exclusive economic zone, even if that does not overlap with other states. there is still a claim to exclusivity, and you're taking away high seas from every other state. So where you're taking away the high seas from every other state, then they have a reason to protest. And the International Court of Justice back in 1951 in the Anglo-Norwegian fisheries case told us that every maritime claim has an international aspect, and that's precisely because we all have an interest in the high seas. As much as we might have an interest in our own maritime zones as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Any questions? Any other questions? Yes, please. There's 3 questions, so we'll start with this one. Maybe we take all 3 questions. So we start with this, the gentleman on the right, and then yes. Thank you.
谢谢主持人。我来自中国改革发展研究院的郭达。刚刚Rodis 教授呢谈到中国印尼之间签署了蓝色经济合作备忘，我想请教的问题是给邓廷贵副部长的。然后您觉得未来几年中国越南有没有可能会签署类似的合作备忘？如果不能的话，面临的最大的挑战是什么？谢谢。
And then we'll take the second question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm from National Institute for South China Sea Studies. My question goes to Professor Natalie Klein. As we know, the DOC and the COC's nature is managed control damage crisis management mechanism. So right now, the incident and the crisis at sea, they are not coming from the navigation issue. It's not about the different interpretation to the rules of the freedom of navigation. It's because of the territorial disputes and maritime delimitation disputes. So would you please explain much more? So why do you think that the COC should contain such a comprehensive freedom of navigation articles? That is, seems not the real concern about the China and ASEAN countries. Of course, the freedom of navigation is related to South China Sea, but if we look at the past few decades, that even though the dispute has not been settled, the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea and the safety of the navigation has not been influenced. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's a second question and the last question, and then we'll turn to the panelists.
Navy Captain Seok-Jun Yoon from South Korea. I have 2 questions to Professor Rusty from Indonesia. You mentioned you allowed the Japanese Coast Guard on the board your Coast Guard vessels in order to enhance your law enforcement capabilities. What legal principle do you allow the Japanese Coast Guard on your ships in order to implement your domestic law as well as the international law to some illegal activities in your interest in confined sea areas? Second, what the major roles of some Japanese the officers are loading on your Coast Guard to play to your Coast Guard? For example, South Korea, we are allowed to Chinese Coast Guard on our Coast Guard vessels because we have a 3 principles. First, we need a bilateral agreement between 2 Coast Guard. Second, we have a provisional fishing agreement between China and South Korea in the Yellow Sea, as known as West Sea. And lastly, we have a joint patrol operation principle between 2 Coast Guard. So we need to cooperate to each other between 2 Coast Guard from China and South Korea. That 3 principle allow the Coast Guard allow the Chinese Coast Guard to participate joint patrol operation in the Yellow Sea. So I was a little bit confused what you
they emphasize the U.S. and Japan support to your Coast Guard to enhance the law enforcement capabilities in the confined areas. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Dunk and then followed by Professor Klein and then Mr. Rusty. Mr. Dunk?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, our good friend Chi Fulin. Yes, your name there, okay? Yeah, thank you for your question. I think that a little bit different with the case between China and Indonesia. With China and Vietnam, we have, I counted, we have more than 8 documents. Yeah, since 1990 now, ranging from the guideline for dealing with the issue on South China Sea, and then we have a negotiation team on the area in the mouth of the Gulf of Tonkin. So we have a lot of document already there, and we have mechanism already there. So at the time being, I think we don't need to sign a new document, including the, and we would like you say, but what we need now to implement them to the letter of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in a way, the agreements are there for cooperation to take place. It's really actually putting words into deeds that you think will need to be done. Well, that's very good. That's nice to hear. And then if we can have Professor Klein again. Why do we need such elaborated provisions on freedom of navigation?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Obviously, given the time available, I couldn't elaborate on all points. So I'm grateful for the chance to follow up on that. I very much agree that the territorial sovereignty disputes are the core of the issues within the South China Sea. But I don't expect that the Code of Conduct will resolve those territorial sovereignty questions. And I agree with you that the Code of Conduct, like the DOC, is a crisis management tool about trying to resolve differences and really, ideally, moving the parties towards better cooperation. So the detailed rules on navigation should only be one part of a bigger Code of Conduct, which I hope would set out and articulate more clearly the range of legal rights and duties that cross over a whole range of different maritime issues that are at stake within the South China Sea, including, I would hope, particularly around the protection of the marine environment and managing fisheries and other biodiversity as well. But I do think there is an issue for navigation. I think it would be incorrect to suggest that there have not been navigational issues, particularly in relation to warships and other government vessels operated for non-commercial service. And so hopefully in better articulating some rules that in doing so, we can better guide expectations as to how warships and other ships within the South China Sea should conduct their businesses. So thank you for the opportunity to elaborate. This should just be one piece of a much bigger puzzle, I would suggest.
Thank you, Professor. And I believe you mentioned just now that the article will soon be published, and no doubt we will have even the more fuller picture when we have a chance to read it. Now, the third question, Mr. Rusty.
Thank you, Captain. Your number one questions. We don't have yet cooperation between Indonesia and Japan Coast Guard on boarding our vessels, not yet, because but I think it is only a matter of time we will reach the situation, the cooperation. So that's why Japan put or assign to Japan Coast Guard officer to Indonesia in order to make it happen. So not yet. Number two, your question number two. That's why I raised this topic. I raised this subject to the audience. If Indonesia can cooperate with Japan, with the US, or even with Indian Coast Guard, why not with China? Because they are already in close contact, shadowing each other. So let's make it, low tension by cooperations. So that's why for our joint maritime cooperation task force, Coast Guard issue is, in my opinion, one of important thing to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, given the time, I'm wondering whether we can probably still take, oh yes, Professor Zhao.
Okay, just to follow the freedom of navigation. And several years ago, I published an article in the International Journal of Marine Coastal Law, and the titled, "Why Still the Navigation, the Freedom of Navigation Still an Issue in the law of the in the South China Sea?" And my personal opinion is the navigation and the freedom of navigation never been an issue in the South China Sea. It is secured, and the free navigation in the South China Sea is secured. My concern is the military demonstrations, particularly from the external powers. So that is the problem. And this demonstration, this military exercise, under the name of freedom of navigation, but actually they are not freedom of navigation under international law. That's the problem. And also, if the external powers, they do not send warships to the South China Sea, the South China Sea would be more peaceful and stable. Thank you.
Can I then just follow up, Professor Zhao? Would you think, therefore, that in the Code of Conduct, some sort of provisions on the freedom of navigation would be advisable?
I'm not sure that because maybe it is helpful to further clarify some kind of rules in international law. But generally speaking, I agree with Dindo that it is not a necessity that it should be detailed in the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I believe, can I just see if there's a last call for any questions from the floor?
May I respond to that point?
In that case, I think what I would like to do is to say what a great discussions we have on looking at how to create order within the South China Sea, looking at how the Code of Conduct should be done, whether the common security should be reviewed in the context of the changes of the needs of the time. And indeed, I think the importance of respecting each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity whilst maintaining the overall order on for South China Sea is very important. So I think, can I ask you all therefore to join me in thanking the panelists, and in particular also Professor Klein, who has been joining us online all along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Teresa Chen, for chairing the session, and thank you all the panelists again. That concludes the session 4. Now photo time. Photo time, let's take a photo together. Well, at the same time, later we will have the reception dinner, which will take place at 7 p.m. at the same venue. Kindly remind them, please take all your belongings with you because we will have to change tables, etc. 今天我们的欢迎晚宴将在7点钟在同一地点准时开始，欢迎大家届时光临。同时在这里温馨提示一下，因为我们要重新布置会场，所以请大家带好您的随身行李物品。谢谢，我们7点钟不见不散。